very tribal, very cult-like, and if you say anything that's negative against vegans, they gang up. I go to forums and I read the things they say. They organize like little troll attacks and they make YouTube videos. It's kind of hilarious, like from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't want it to become a new religion or my one religion, but I mean, there is a moral high ground to the position that I find very attractive because I felt like a hypocrite as an individual. And I don't think this necessarily extends to someone like you who hunts and feels okay about hunting. And I don't have an argument against hunting the way I do against factory farming or more or less any of the way we get meat. The environmental implications of it. But it's so it's very captivating as a position, and you feel like an asshole. And once you go far enough into the inquiry, you feel like an asshole not being sensitive to these concerns and just ignoring how you're getting your food 3 times a day. But I'm not, for me, I mean, I'm sure there's individual variation, and I'm not the smartest vegetarian in the world in terms of how I prepare my food and how attentive I am to it. So the onus is somewhat on me, but I'm not totally sure it's the healthiest thing for me. So you say this started. You said you look healthy. I mean, I feel like my health is somewhat withering under this. It's been about 9 months.
Withering, are you getting your blood checked? Are you doing B12 supplementation?
Yeah.
That's essential. B12 is essential. D3 is essential as well. Most people are just not going to get enough from the sun. Right. And are you monitoring your intake of fatty acids and things along those lines?
Not really. Beyond the supplementation, I'm just trying to get the food in.
Yeah, well, it's all good stuff, but it's really important. Like, there's one of the things that people rage against, unfortunately. It's the stigma, and it's fats. It's dietary cholesterol. Dietary cholesterol and saturated fats, which are critical for hormone production. And it's one of the reasons why people, when they get on an all-vegetable diet, if they're not really careful with coconut oil, they eat a lot of coconut oil. I'm a big fan of avocado. I eat a lot of avocados, a lot of avocado oil. A lot of coconut oil as well, though. Almond butter, nuts, things along those lines. Like you really need to get those essential fats.
Well, actually, I'm not vegan, so
right.
I would like to be vegan, but I'm still eating dairy.
Well, how could you say you'd like to be? No one's holding you down. It's like, God damn it, Sam, you need to have some milk.
No, I think I would screw it up. I mean, again, I'm going to reap the whirlwind from the vegans, but
I should have bought you some eggs.
But I eat eggs. I eat eggs and I eat dairy, but you can only eat so many eggs and so much dairy. But
I eat a lot of eggs.
Yeah.
Eggs are very good for you too. There's another thing: dietary cholesterol. Like people are always concerned with dietary cholesterol. Well, that was a myth for the longest time.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, dietary cholesterol barely moves the needle on blood lipids. A lot of when people have cholesterol issues, it's sedentary lifestyle, there's genetics, there's all sorts of other variables. But people with healthy lifestyles, it doesn't seem to be that dietary cholesterol is bad for you. And also, it's essential for testosterone production.
Yeah. So no, I get a ton of, not a ton, but I'm not trying to avoid saturated fat.
Right.
So I get a fair amount of.
Do you have a yard?
Yeah.
Could you raise some chickens?
No.
No? Come over to my house after this. I'll take you to my house. I'll show you the chicken setup.
Okay.
We just got 5 new ones, and we have 18 now. One of them died. They just fucking die sometimes.
Right, you don't know why?
No, they just go in the chicken coop, one of them's dead. They're like, all right.
Father Time got in there with his scythe and...
They're getting kind of old now, some of them. I don't know how old a chicken lasts, honestly. But they're like pets. They give you food.
Right.
Like, there's no negativity. I open the door, they come up to me, they run around, I feed them. Like, they're not trapped. As a matter of fact, they go into their pen at night. Like, you leave it open, and they wander around my big yard. They wander around my yard, they eat a bunch of bugs and stuff, and then they go back inside when they want to.
Right.
So there's no, like, animal captivity, there's no cruelty, there's nothing weird going on. And so those eggs, they're pretty much karma-free.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I don't doubt that. It's just when you read the details of how our dairy and eggs are gotten, I mean, it's arguably as bad, if not worse, than much of the meat production. So moving from eating meat to being a vegetarian, in some ways is a symbolic move ethically if you really wanted to not participate in the machinery. But
there's an issue with vegetarianism. There is an issue with how they gather food. I mean, there's a giant issue that people don't want to take into consideration is like, how are they growing all this food? How are they growing all these plants? Well, one of the things they're doing is they're displacing wildlife. They're chewing up this ground, and these combines, if you eat grain, combines indiscriminately just chew up all that stuff, and they get deer fawns, mice, rabbits, rats, rodents, untold amount of bugs if you want to get really deep.
Right.
I mean, there's no, like, being a vegan and being a vegetarian is most certainly less cruel and less harmful overall, but it's not karma-free. It can't be, unless you're growing your own stuff. If you can grow all your own vegetables and you essentially live on a small farm, yeah, you could do it and really feel good. But if you're buying it in a store, you're participating in factory farming whether you like it or not. You're just participating in vegetable farming. Right. But there's still issues.
Oh yeah. I just viewer. I had this guy on my podcast, Uma Valetti, who's running this company called Memphis Meats, which is cultured meat. It's a startup in Silicon Valley.
Oh, okay.
And they're
Did you try that?
I haven't tried it. No, I want to try it. But it was a fascinating conversation because he basically what's fascinating to me on two levels is one, it's fascinating that we're being able to produce actual, biologically identical meat that is totally cruelty. I mean, there's no implication of cruelty at all in it, right? And you would just grow this in a vat the way you brew beer essentially, and so that's that seems like the future. But what's interesting psychologically is that people have this creepy feeling around it, which is very strange because I'm telling you, I can take the misery and
Hey, Vita, send me a request after this game.
Take the chaos of the slaughterhouse out of it. There's no, cow that has been mistreated for its whole life, stumbling in blood and feces on the way to the killing floor, and somehow removing all of that makes it creepy for people. Right? They want that. I mean, that's the natural way to get meat. And if I told you this is grown in a vat by a guy in a white lab coat and has no xenoviruses and no bacteria, nothing, no antibiotics were used to plump this thing up. And it's just the cells you want, people start to, there's kind of an ick feeling that I think we're going to get over, but it's interesting psychologically that it's there in the first place.
Did you get that ick feeling, or are you just talking to the people that
I understand it. I mean, I'm past it, but I understand it.
Who do you know that got it, that feeling?
I just see the reaction. That, when I actually polled this on Twitter, and 25% of people, like 15,000 people answered the poll. So it's not a scientifically valid poll of the general population. It's just whoever got it on my feed. But it was interesting to see. I asked, of the people who wouldn't switch, as I asked, would you switch? And something like 80% said they would switch if this was affordable and available and safe. But of the people who wouldn't switch, it was 25% wouldn't switch because it's just creepy, and 25% assumed that it was not healthy. I think I forgot the breakdown. Another 25% were already vegan or vegetarian and didn't want to eat meat. But there was an ick factor for at least 25% of the people who wouldn't do it. I understand.
I wonder how many people would go back to eating meat if they could raise it this way. Like, how many people who had gone vegan would go back to eating this scientifically created, lab-created beef?
I think enough for a serious market. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, there'd be a serious market for it, for sure. Right. If they could get it cost-effective, because last time I saw it was like $250,000 for a cheeseburger.
I think it's down to $18,000 for a meatball.
It'll eventually be like, the Apollo computers now fit in your pocket. Yeah. Much stronger, in fact, than the Apollo computers.
Well, it's sequencing the genome. This I just noticed, which is fascinating. Sequencing the genome 15 years ago cost $3 billion. It's now $3,000.
Whoa!
So
what?
It's a millionfold reduction in cost in 15 years.
That's insane.
Yeah, so it's something like things tend to scale that way. So
Yeah, that's a giant scale though. When you talk about human history,
yeah,
like,
awesome.
good lord, imagine if you're a guy who spent $3 billion of it 15 years ago. You're like, God, if I just fucking waited,
Yeah.
I would have saved so much money.
And we don't anticipate that when we think of how difficult it is to solve certain problems. We don't, and this is Ray Kurzweil's point. Ray Kurzweil, who I think is a bit of a cult leader and a carnival barker on many topics. This point he makes again and again, I think is quite valid, which is when you're factoring how difficult it will be to get into the end zone, whatever that end zone is,
Right.
you're not tending to factor all of the improvements and the compounding improvements in technology along the way. So
I would love to get back to Ray Kurzweil, but I wanted to bring up this point about, one of the things about going vegan, especially when you proclaim and you go public with going vegan, if you back out of that,
well, that's where I am as a vegetarian.
they get fucking mad
being
at
watched,
you.
yeah.
They get mad. Did you see that family, a couple that runs a bunch of vegan restaurants, and they decided to start eating meat again, even though they run vegan restaurants? They decided to they have their own farm, they raise their own cattle, and they started eating their own cattle. It was real weird too, because there was a lot of Jesus in their message.
Right.
There was a lot of, like, Jesus said that, we're supposed to take care of the animal, like biblical quotes, like really obscure biblical quotes about food. Like, oh, okay. Like, what are you doing here? But they have, here it is. Vegans revolt against owners of famous LA vegan restaurants after meat eating outed. Well, I don't think you could say they outed, because I'm pretty sure they put it on their Facebook page.
Oh,
Like, the guy was like, first cheeseburger in 15 years.
Is this is Cafe Gratitude?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So the other thing that's hilarious about that restaurant, which I like, the food is good, but have you been there?
No.
So everyone, now forgive me if this is no longer true, but at one point every employee there did the Landmark Forum, the successor to EST.
Oh, that's right. They got sued for that.
Who got sued?
This restaurant's one of the reasons why they closed one of their restaurants. Yeah, but explain that though, because
okay, so
Landmark.
So EST, which I've never done this, so again I'm speaking outside the cult walls. So Werner Erhard was a 60s human potential figure who started EST. Never met him, but obviously impressive enough as a person to get a lot of people to spend a lot of time doing whatever he said. And he had this kind of growth course called EST, which has been, you've seen it in many movies, no name comes to mind now, but it's some version of this where you can keep everyone in the room and people have to ask permission to go to the bathroom, and there's kind of a pressure cooker situation socially. You have everyone sort of torn down. Actually, the classic case of this, I think this wasn't EST, this was the Forum, which is now the successor to EST. They were at one point hired to do coaching of various companies, and I think they were hired by the FAA. I wrote about this in one of my books in a footnote. It was the FAA hired the Forum to coach their administrators, and one of the exercises they forced these guys to do is, certainly were mostly guys, they chained the boss to his secretary and had for like the whole day, and they had to go to the bathroom together, and this sort of ego annihilating experience. Anyway, this is the recipe that one of the recipes that EST has pioneered. This is not to say that people don't go to the Forum and get a lot out of it. I've actually met those people, but every employee of this restaurant apparently has gone, or used to do the Forum. So it's you walk into the restaurant and your interaction with people in the restaurant is kind of like most restaurants. People are very intense restaurant. And also the stuff on the menu, this is just so lacerating I could never comply, but the name of everything on the menu is like, I am humble, I am magical, I am so you're meant to order it that way, like I am humble.
Oh God,
And-
I'll have an I am humble.
Yeah, so and what's given to you, it's you are humble. So that becomes a little of that goes a long way.
Okay, well they're retarded. That's what's going on. And if you
The
go
food is
to,
good though. I don't get me the wrong way. The food is good.
well, that it makes sense then that they would go all Jesus-y, religious-y when they were trying to justify their meat consumption. Jamie, see if you pull up the quotes for them justifying their meat consumption, because it was real weird. I was like, how weird is it these guys are like using Jesus and religion to justify eating cows when they've been a vegan for all those years? Like, did you not listen to Jesus all those other years? Like, you're like, fuck you, Jesus, I'm not eating meat. Like, what was the turnaround there? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't think you can pull veganism out of the Bible unless, you know, well, I guess if you go back to the garden, there's nothing about them eating meat, right? It was all provided from the trees. There's no slaughterhouse in the garden.
Well, vegetarianism is fairly old. I mean, vegetarianism has been around in Hindu cultures and so many different cultures forever.
Yeah.
But not veganism, right? I mean, veganism is really fairly recent.
It's pretty impractical in deep history. Yeah.
Okay, herding remnants of our best tool to restore fertility to the earth, keep the earth covered, and reverse desertification and climate change, he wrote. We need cows to keep the earth alive. Cows make an extreme sacrifice for humanity, but that's their position in God's plan as food for the predators. Whoa. Huh, that's a strange quote. But I think there was more of them, but that's good enough. But there was more of that kind of stuff, like all of a sudden he's a predator. Like, predators go after animals, they chase them down, and they kill them. I guess we're kind of predators in a way, but we're some new thing. We're some completely new thing. We use weapons or we corral them. And if you've got them corralled and you're just sticking that No Country for Old Men thing in their head and
Right.
and killing them with it, I mean, that's what they're doing, right? If
Yeah.
you're doing that, I don't know if you're allowed to call yourself a predator.
Well, historically, we're predators.
Yes,
and,
historically.
And chimps are predators. You know, they're not entirely, but they are that too.
We're certainly a kind of a predator, but we're so much different now.
Yeah.
And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about factory farming and these weird businesses where they slam all these animals to these entirely too small places, and they live in their own feces and urine. And I'm sure you've seen that drone footage from the pig farm.
I've seen a lot of pig farm footage, but I don't know if I've seen drone footage. I don't think I've seen drone
Lakes of urine
Oh,
and
yeah.
feces. It's disgusting. It's
Oh, yeah.
unbelievable. This guy flew this thing. I mean, they have these ag-gag laws, which
Yeah.
are evil.
Oh yeah.
And if you don't know what those means, what that means, ag-gag laws are laws that they make it a federal crime to show all of the abuse of these animals, to show factory farming, because it'll affect the business so drastically and so radically when people are exposed to the truth that they've made it illegal. Those laws should be illegal. Those
Yeah.
laws are scary.
I've
That's a
never-
scary aspect of human beings.
I've never seen this. What is some toxic lake?
That's a lake of pee and poo.
Yeah.
And all those things are stuffed to the gills with pigs.
Yeah. There's a book, Eating Animals, Jonathan Safran Foer's book, which is worth reading if you think you're immune to the details, because it's just. I mean, there's two aspects of it. There's the cruelty aspect, which is actually three aspects. There's the cruelty aspect, which is horrific. There's the environmental energy use issue, which is also just totally untenable. And then there's just if you have any concern about your own health and the contamination, I mean, just the
Oh, wow.
product you don't want, but it's still getting into you through this food chain, and I mean, just the stuff that they like the chickens. I mean, the details about chicken farming is almost the most horrible, but I mean, they're covered in just the foulest, no pun intended, just the most disgusting material. They go into like a broth that's just like pure bacteria, and I mean, they just ammonia or whatever they put on them. I mean, it's just.
They really wash them with
And
ammonia.
I forget the details, but it's just read Jonathan Safran Foer's book on this. It's just the details of what goes on from the chickens. Actually, I think largely because they're so small and more more of the process of killing them is automated, that they almost get the worst of it because they're like, they're getting singed before they're stunned, before they're, it's just not. At least with a cow, you've got a single person interacting with a single cow, however briefly, and it's less chaos in the machine. So chickens just get pulverized, and that's arguably that's one of the greatest pain points ethically comes around just the egg industry, because fully half the chickens, the male chicks, just immediately get thrown into literally like a meat grinder, because they're not the same chicken that is a broiler chicken. Genetically, they're not the same. They don't grow into the same kind of chicken that would be useful. So they're useless, and so they don't lay eggs, and you don't eat them, and so they just get literally just fed into a wood chipper, alive. There's no, and again, this is in some ways an artifact of them being so small that it would be just too much of a hassle to stun them appropriately, right?
Imagine if they made a law where you had to bury them all, put little crosses in the ground.
Be labor intensive.
Jesus. I was on the highway.
Billions and billions. Yeah.
I was on the highway and there was a chicken truck that was passing me.
Mm-hmm.
One of those trucks that's containing live chickens, and they're just stacked in cages on top of each other, cage on top of cage, and just shitting on each other.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this and I'm like, it's so weird that we're allowed to do that with some animals. Like if you were doing that with horses, people would lose their fucking minds. If you had dogs in boxes like that, stacked in the open air on the highway, and you're driving down the road with them, people would freak out. But no one bats an eye at these chickens. This chicken truck chickens are a weird thing. We have like a hierarchy of animals that we love, and we're not really big into reptiles.
No.
We're not really big into birds.
It has something to do, I think, with facial expressiveness a little bit, and so fish are also way down. Like the fact that fish have these cold, expressionless faces, no matter what happens, that cuts down on empathy. But I think it's size.
Fucking bullshit.
Facial display, and it's also the sounds they make, right? So that, if a lobster could scream every time it went to the pot, it would be a different encounter with, just how much do I want to eat this thing, and so something obviously like an ape or something that's cute, and it's amazing what a fluffy tail will get you. The difference between a squirrel and a rat, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Squirrels could just hang out with everybody. We're cool with them. They look so close to rats. They're like, God, I'm so close. It's like a hot girl's sister. It's like, what the fuck? Like, so much is so close. There was an article today about some woman who had rescued a lobster from a restaurant and dropped it off in the ocean, and the journey of this all, and how you should think of this lobster as something with a cute face, and if you did, then you would appreciate her efforts and understand this lobster, even though they're not even capable of feeling pain. In lobsters, they don't have enough nervous system. Their nervous system's not strong enough for them to feel pain. They don't have the same sort of sensors that we have, allegedly.
Yeah, I threatened to do this. Actually, when I decided to become a vegetarian, I said at some point maybe I will just do a taxonomy of the kind of a comparative neuroanatomy across species, just to see where we could plausibly say the suffering really begins to matter.
Like
or is it
clams?
impossible.
Do clams feel anything?
No, actually there are what are called bivalve vegans who eat clams and oysters and mussels.
Oh, I could get into that.
Because they think that there's no you can make an argument that there's no basis
Suffering.
for suffering.
Yeah. Well, if there's no feeling, there's no suffering. My argument against that, though, is lobsters are clearly not happy when you throw them in boiling water.
Yeah.
So what's that reaction?
I think anything that can behave, that can move, right, and move away from the stimulus, the evolutionary rationale for it to experience pain. The question of consciousness is difficult, where consciousness emerges, and I think there is clearly unconscious pain mechanism. The same mechanisms that give us pain at a certain level, we can be unconscious, and yet they can be just as effective. All of our reflexes are like that. So you touch a hot stove, you're pulling your hand away actually before you consciously.
Right.
And that's as it should be, because you're faster that way. So it's possible to have unconscious pain, but anything that can move, very quickly is going to evolve an ability to move away from noxious stimuli, and that there's every reason to make that in evolutionary terms as salient and as possible, and our pain response.
I'm just getting my money back.
Hold that from any other animal that's clearly avoiding stuff with all of its power.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it seems to me that there's got to be all the way down to mushrooms, because everybody eats mushrooms, even vegans. But mushrooms breathe in oxygen and they breathe out carbon dioxide. They're way closer to humans than they really are to plants. They're weird. They're a strange sort of an organism. They're not necessarily like a plant. I mean, we think of them as a plant because they grow, but they're a fungus.
Yeah.
It's a type of life form. And they interlink through the mycelium.
yeah. Well, Terence McKenna, if you got him talking about
Shit,
mushrooms long enough,
froze.
he would, there's some very spooky stuff that he thought about them. But there's no nervous system there. I mean, I think the crucial
Send me request again.
variable is the complexity.
I don't know why
of
it's froze.
the nervous system.
So suffering and pain and emotions.
Yeah, I mean, just when you're so there's suffering is
Shit.
one component of it, but then there's just the question of what sort of experience can this creature be deprived of,
Right.
right? So when you ask like why is it a tragedy, or why would it be a tragedy to kill someone painlessly in their sleep, right? So there's no suffering there, right? If anything, you've just ended whatever suffering they were going to have in their future.
Right.
Why would that be a tragedy if it happened to all of us tonight, right? Just when some neurotoxin comes down from space and kills us all in our sleep, and no suffering is associated with it. The only, ethically speaking, the only problem there, and it's a huge one, is that it forecloses all of the possible happy futures most of us, or all of us, or
Hello.
some of us were going to have. So all of the good things that we could have done over the next
Fucking A.
million years aren't going to get done. All of the beauty, all of the creativity, all of the joy, all of that just gets canceled. And so leaving the painfulness of pain aside, why is it wrong to deprive any given animal of life? Well, insofar as that life has any intrinsic value, insofar as the being that animal is better than being nothing, right? Then you're also just canceling all of that good stuff. And for that, for any good stuff, you need a nervous system. Yeah, and for any pain, you need a nervous system, insofar as we understand this. Other people who say,
When you say any good stuff, what do you
like experience, like any richness.
Isn't that
of
just
experience.
movement, though, right? Like, are we being prejudiced about the experiences that plants are having, like being immobile? Have you ever paid attention to some of the more recent research on plant intelligence and weird stuff that's going on with them, calculations, expressing some sense that causes, when they're being eaten, causes other plants downwind to change their flavor to avoid predation?
There was a New Yorker article on this. I forget when this came out.
Yeah. It's weird.
There's weird stuff that plants do, which, and I remember the details of that article aren't so clear to me. I remember not knowing what to think about some of it, but some of it clearly can be explained in evolutionary terms that doesn't imply any experience. It could all be dark.
Right.
Like it's all blind mechanism. But
so the
it still has
experience,
an evolutionary
the consciousness as we know it, is what's most valuable to you.
Well, I think it's the only thing that's valuable to anything. It's like when you're going to talk about value.
Right.
So it's like, if this cup has no experience, right? So if my trading places with it, insofar as you can make sense of that concept, it's synonymous with just canceling my experience. Well, then there's this cup isn't conscious. There's nothing that is like to be the cup. When I break it, I haven't created suffering. I haven't done anything unethical to the cup. I have no ethical responsibilities toward the cup. But the moment you give me something that can be made happy or be made miserable, depending on how I behave around it or toward it, well, then I'm ethically entangled with it, and that begins to scale in I think fairly linear way with just how complex the thing is. So, and this is maybe something we even talked about on previous podcasts. If I'm driving home today and a bug hits my windshield, that has whatever ethical implication it has, but it's given what I believe about bugs, and given how small they are, and given how little they do, and given how primitive their nervous systems are, I'm not going to lose sleep over, killing a bug. If I hit a squirrel, I'm going to feel worse. If I hit a dog, I'm going to feel worse than if I hit someone's kid. Obviously, I may never get over it, even if I live to be 1,000, right? So the scaling, and granted there are cultural accretions there, so can I justify the way I feel about a dog as opposed to a deer, that there's a difference. But the difference is one of richness of experience insofar as we understand what other species experience.
You could make that argument to justify eating animals as opposed to being a cannibal, right? You could say, well, what kind of experience does a deer have? They're just running around the woods, trying not to get eaten, they eat grass, they mate. It's very simple. It's a very simple experience in comparison to your average person that lives in Los Angeles that reads books, someone who goes on a lot of trips, someone who has a lot of loved ones, someone who has a great career, someone who's deeply invested in their work. There's much more complexity. There's much more complexity. And the deer behave just as deer all over the place, and it's a very primitive sort of a life form. Well, if you go further and further back, it seems like you can keep going with that. And one of the things that concerns me the most about plants, not concerns me, but puzzles me the most about plants, is whether or not the way I look at them, me personally, my prejudices about them, just not thinking at all of them as being conscious. What if we think about things in terms of the complexity of their experiences just because we're prejudiced about things that move? I mean, it's entirely possible that, it's going to sound really stupid, but I've said a lot of stupid shit. I went into a grow room once, like a pot grow room. Right.
Fuck.
Mac Daddy grow room. And I walked in, I was like, this is like being in a room full of people. This feels weird as fuck. It felt very weird. It felt like there was a tangible, vibe of life in there. And there's no other way to describe that without sounding like a complete moron.
Yeah.
But it was my experience.
Oh, shit.
But you know what I mean?
Take enough acid, you know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't eat plants. I've seen people who are ready, up in arms with their Twitter fingers, ready to get off. But what I am saying is, it's entirely possible that all things that are alive have some sort of a way of being conscious. May not be mobile, may not be as expressive.
Shit, what a fucking loser.
When you're in a place of complete peace, when you're in a Zen meditative state, what about that stillness is really truly associated with being human, or really truly associated with being an English-speaking person in North America? Almost nothing. It's just existence, right?
Yeah.
And then everything else sort of branches out from that, and then humans, we all make the agreement that, of course, it branches out far further and wider than any other animal. But how do we know that these plants aren't branching out like that, too? How do we know that if they're having some communication with each other, if they're responding to predation, if they're literally changing their flavor, they're doing all these calculations, all these strange things that they're finding out that plants are capable of doing? What is going on there? We don't know necessarily.
That's
I'm agnostic on the question of how far down consciousness goes, and I agree that there's very likely a condition of something like
another one
that really is separable from the details of any given species. I mean, it's something that I've experienced myself. It feels like you certainly have this experience. What its implications are, I don't know. You can have the experience of just consciousness, and it doesn't have any personal or even human reference point. So it's not. You're not even. It doesn't even have a reference point in one of the the human sense channels. So you're not seeing, you're not hearing, you're not smelling, and you're not thinking, and yet you are. So there is still just open conscious experience. And whether that is what it's like to be a plant, I don't know. Because I don't know what the relationship between consciousness and information processing in the brain actually is. Though it's not, it's totally plausible. In fact,
I have
it's probably the most plausible thesis that there is some direct connection between information processing and integrated information processing and consciousness, and that there is nothing that's like to be this cup, and the atoms are not
Wow.
conscious, but that the thesis that that consciousness goes all the way down into the most basic constituents of matter, that thesis is called panpsychism in philosophy, and that's pan everywhere, psychism, mind. So that the mind is in some sense everywhere in nature. That's not, you can't rule that out. I mean, there's nothing we know about the world to rule that out. What I think you can rule out is the kind of richness of the contents of consciousness in
Nice.
these species. And so plants are not having conversations like this, right? So plants don't understand what we're doing. There's no way they would. There's just no, they don't have nervous systems. They can't be processing information in a way that would give them what we know as a rich experience. But your point about the time scale and movement is totally valid. If every time you walked into a room, your fern just turned and looked at you, just oriented toward you, and followed you around the room with its leading branch, you would feel very different about the possibility that it's conscious, right?
You'd be a good person to ask this. Is that an urban myth that if you sing to your plants, you play your plants music, that they grow better?
I haven't looked into it.
We need to find out.
I would bet that it is. Yes.
It sounds like one of those things that chicks who like crystals tell you.
Yeah. I would bet that it is.
I sing to my flowers and they grow so beautiful. Yeah, it seems like one of those things that people say. I'm definitely not insinuating that plants would have as rich an experience as human beings, but I don't think a deer has as rich an experience
No.
as a human being either. And it's just, to me, my curiosity lies in the future of understanding plant intelligence. Like, wouldn't it be fascinating if we found out that one of the reasons why psychedelic drugs puzzle me so much is that they exist in, there's a lot of plants, you just eat them, and you have, your brain already has this place it'll go if you eat these plants. Like, if you eat peyote, if you try the San Pedro cactus out this spring, you can have these really powerful psychedelic experiences just from a plant. Like, why does the human mind interact with these plants like that? Like, especially fungus. When you have major league mushroom trips, it's very strange sort of feeling like you're in communication with another. And McKenna described it best in that way, that there's someone there. That it's not just you and hallucinations. It has this distinct feeling that there's someone there.
Yeah.
And that someone, according to the hippiest of hippies, is plant intelligence. It's Mother Gaia. It's the earth itself. It's all life. It's love. It's God. It all exists inside the intelligence that's intertwined in nature. It's one of the things that's most positive.
I don't know.
Most potent,
Nobody
most
likes this game, I guess.
dimethyltryptamine.
That's
And
nobody.
it's in so many different
That's
plants.
why nobody's
To
watching.
make dimethyltryptamine containing plants illegal would be hilarious. Because there'd be hundreds and hundreds of plants they'd have to make illegal, including Phalaris grass. It's just really rich in 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine, which is really potent formula.
Well, it's also our own brain.
Yeah,
It's in
our own
brain.
brain. Every brain. Every brain makes it. The weird little lizards that have retinas and lenses where their pineal gland is.
Yeah, just few people. I don't know why.
You don't even know what the hell it's for.
Yeah.
Like the questions about it are just, it was so much. There's so many more questions than there are answers. They're like, you've paid attention to Rick Strassman stuff.
I read that book. Yeah.
Did you know that the Cottonwood Research Foundation actually found mice brains producing dimethyltryptamine? So it's been proven that it's actually growing in the pineal gland, the gland that they had always suspected.
I assumed that. I don't
Yeah.
know if I got that in the book or not, but
That's crazy. As a neuroscientist, doesn't that kind of freak you out that those Egyptians had those third eyes and all that Eastern mysticism had that pineal gland highlighted? It was on the end of shafts or staffs, they would put those pine cones. How the hell did they know all that?
well, there is the third eye metaphor, or it's not. It's more than a metaphor, it correlates with the kind of experience you can have. I don't actually know if the experience people have that's this chakra, talking in yogic terms. I don't know if that has anything to do with the pineal gland. It may be because I don't think anyone's done this.
Right.
It's a neuroimaging experiment where you can get people who can reliably produce a third eye opening sort of experience and scan their brains while they do it. In fact, I'm almost positive that hasn't been done. But there is a phenomenology here of people having a kind of inner opening of, it's almost certainly largely a matter of visual cortex getting stimulated, but you can meditate in such ways to produce this experience. And it's an experience that you have more or less on different psychedelics. So some psychedelics are much more visual than others, and at certain doses, in particular, like mushrooms and DMT, which I've never taken, which is, you can say better than I, but it's reported to be quite visual, and the experience. So most people, when they close their eyes, unless they're having hypnagogic images before sleep, or they just have to be super good visualizers of imagery, you close your eyes and you just basically have darkness there, right? Now, if you close your eyes, if you're listening to this, and you close your eyes and you look into the darkness of your closed eyes, that actually is that is as much your visual field as it is when your eyes are open, right? And it's not like your visual field hasn't gone away when you close your eyes. It's just that it's now, there's not much detail for you to notice, again, unless you are in some unusual state. But that, based on different techniques of meditation, and this happens spontaneously, again, with hypnagogic images or with psychedelics, that space can open up into just a massive world of visual display. Right? So you can just see a full-blown, 3D movie in there, and it's but most of us just take it for granted that when you close your eyes, you're functionally blind, you can't see anything, and we're not interested in that space. But you can actually train yourself to look deeply into that space as a technique of meditation.
I don't want to interrupt you, but does that have implications in people having eyewitness testimony and eyewitness experiences that turned out to not be true at all? Because if you think about the human mind and the imagination being able to create imagery once the eyes are closed, like you can in sensory deprivation tanks. Like sensory deprivation tanks a lot of people's experiences are very visual, even though it's in complete darkness. Now, you know how people see things and they thought they saw something and it turns out to not be true at all, whether it's Bigfoot or whether it's a robbery or a suspect, and they get the details completely all wrong.
Yeah.
But isn't it possible that under fear and when your pulse is jacked up and your adrenaline's running and you're worried about all these possibilities and your imagination starts formulating predetermined possibilities you should be looking out for? Like, what if it's Bigfoot? What if it's a robber? What if it's an alien? What if it's a this? And then these people that swear they saw these things, that everybody knows they didn't, like maybe there's video footage of it or whatever it was. Is it possible that your brain can do that to you and can literally show you things that aren't real?
Well, yeah, it can do that, although I think the unreliability of witness testimony, and it's shockingly unreliable, is more a matter of
Memory.
the corruption of memory, and the way memories are recalled, or they're especially vulnerable when you're recalling them.
But they're not-
They can be revised when in the act of recall. And it's very easy to tamper with people's memory, albeit inadvertently. I mean, you can do this on purpose too, but people just do it with bad interrogation techniques. So, the cop will ask you, so when did you see the woman at the crosswalk? And he's just put a woman at the crosswalk into your memory, right? Because you can't help but visualize a woman at the crosswalk.
Right.
And it's just memory is very fragile. And so whenever you're giving an account of an experience, even if it's an experience that happened half a second ago, now we're in the domain of memory. Now we're in the domain of just what you can report. It's not a matter of what you're consciously experiencing.
Now, I know there was a case in India where I believe it was a woman was convicted of murder through the use of an fMRI, or a functioning magnetic resonance imagery machine.
Yeah.
And through this fMRI, they determined in some strange way that she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the argument against that, I believe, was that she could have developed functional memory of the crime scene by being told you're
Right.
being prosecuted for a crime. You might go to jail for murder. Here's the crime scene.
Yeah.
Like it's
or just being unlucky enough to be familiar. I mean, normally when this gets done, and there are people who do it in the States, but they don't use fMRI as their modality, but they do sort of interrogate people's familiarity, and they use EEG as a way of monitoring their familiarity with they'll show them, you know, if you are shown evidence from the crime scene that only the perpetrator could have seen, you know, hopefully it's really something that only
Wow.
the perpetrator could have seen. But if, you know, if they show you the picture and, you know, you see that, oh yeah, you know, I have that IKEA end table, you know, I have that dress from Banana Republic, whatever, that, just by dint of bad luck, you're familiar with something that you're being shown from the crime scene.
And especially if it's a murder, you're talking about someone she was probably intimate with. She probably knew them at least, so she's probably going to their house.
Yeah, that would be obviously a case where you really couldn't do it at all.
How does it work?
Well, no one in the States, as far as I know, unless this has changed in the last year or so since I've paid attention to this, you can't. None of this is admissible in court.
Right. Only in India.
Yeah,
And it's
so
only the one case that I ever heard
Yeah,
of.
and that's
But,
a crazy premature use of the technology.
but how does the technology work? Like, what is it actually seeing?
Well, you have with EEG, I think this has worked out more. You can have a canonical familiarity response to a stimuli. If you've seen something again, if you've seen something for the first time, you know, would be a novelty response. Seeing something for the third, fourth, fifth time would be a different response. And you can, I mean, this has been, again, it's been a long time since I've looked at this particular research, and I don't know how, you know, I don't know what they're calling these waveforms now. I mean, there was a P300 waveform at one point, and there are waveforms that come from certain areas of the brain at certain timing intervals based on, you know, from the moment of receiving a stimulus, you know, let's say a photograph, and they are the hallmark of either being familiar or not with this thing. And yeah, so I mean, it's not, there's no question that at a certain point we will have reliable mind reading machines. I think it's really just a matter of time. I think there's also no question that we don't have them now, at least not in a way that we can send them to prison on the basis of what their brain did in an experiment. But I mean, just as you, I mean, anything. Well, a lot of this, the most interesting stuff is unconscious, but anything you're consciously aware of having seen before, right? So if you were showing this cup, right, and then 5 seconds later say, "Is this the cup I showed you?" You know, I have a very clear sense of, yeah, that's the cup, right? So, and if you show me a completely different cup, I'm going to have a very clear internal sense of, no, that's not the cup. If you're having that experience, you know, that is absolutely something about the state of your brain that can be discriminated by a person outside your brain running the appropriate experiment. It's just, our tools are still sufficiently coarse that, you know, it's not like, you know, sequencing your DNA where we can say, yeah, that was you, it was your blood at the crime scene. But eventually it will be just, there'll be no basis to doubt it, because I'll be able to put you through a paradigm where it'll just be clear, I know your thoughts, right? So think of how much faith you would have in this technology if you could open your computer and read any file, a file of your choosing that I have never seen, right? So the contents of which are completely blind to, and I'm scanning your brain while you're reading this journal entry or a newspaper article or whatever, and at the end of that, I can say, well, based on this report, you clearly read a story about Donald Trump, and you actually don't like Donald Trump, and I could tell you, in detail about, what you were consciously thinking about. If you did that, if you could do that 100% of the time, right, at a certain point, the basis to doubt the validity of the mind reading machine would just go away.
Wow.
It's like, are you
Wow.
hearing my voice right now? Yeah, you certainly seem to. It's just, it would become just a background assumption that the technology works at a certain point.
Just as the meat is scary, the fake meat, that idea is terrifying. The idea of losing losing the
privacy of your
complete,
thoughts?
yeah, the ownership, like losing a thought becoming non-autonomous, like the idea of everybody sharing thoughts, it seems almost inevitable.
Well, this, I don't know that we would decide to do this.
Nice.
I don't think we would do this all the time, right? I mean, it might
But
be fun to
someday
do
it
it
might
sometimes,
be
but
no option.
we might be compelled to do it. I mean, if you're in a murder trial, right? If
Right.
you're someone who may have killed somebody, I mean, the Fifth Amendment becomes interesting in that case, but you work that out for DNA evidence, right? So you have a right to take the Fifth, but you don't have a right to withhold your blood from the proceeding, right? So
Right.
I get to look at your blood or your saliva.
So you don't have to talk, but I can read your mind.
Yeah, and I think that's and this is like the iPhone case, it's like we've thus far decided that we can't compel Apple to unlock an iPhone. This is just the ultimate case of that. So the argument in favor of Apple is this is far too intimate and far too comprehensive a look at a person's mind. Once you have cracked their iPhone, you're basically walking around the corridors of their brain. That's a slippery slope we don't want to go down. But ultimately, we will be able to do it with brains. And I think, obviously, you're going to want all of the safeguards that you can easily imagine, and probably some we have yet to imagine on this process. But safeguards in place, I think this would be the best thing that could ever happen to us in terms of dealing with the criminal justice system. And when you look at the price we pay for not being able to tell whether someone is innocent or guilty, or whether they're lying, it is the most intolerable price that I see in society. It's just the amount of human misery born of not being able to demonstrate that someone is lying reliably. It's just, it's off. It's the biggest lever that I think we could pull.
Certainly when you have prisons that are filled with a lot of people that are probably innocent.
Oh yeah. People have gone to the gallows, no doubt, and we know innocent people who have been killed. And so one way to deal with that is just be against the death penalty, right? So there's always a chance to find their innocence. But you imagine being in prison on death row for 30 years, and you're for a rape you didn't commit. It's so horrible. Yeah.
It's horrifying. So
And
that would be the major argument.
It would be such a simple solution, really. Now there are corner cases that wouldn't be solved. I mean, there are people who are delusional or easily self-deceived who either would be lying but so convinced of the truth of their lives that they would pass this lie detector, presumably. And then there are people who are so suggestible that they can be led to believe something that's not true. There are people who can be convinced, you get these false confessions of in response to a crime. I mean, this is one of the strangest things in the world. But when someone gets murdered, this doesn't get publicized very much, but it's a very common experience of police officers or police departments to hear from people in the community who are confessing to the crime and they didn't commit it. They just come in and they say, I did it, and they give all this this bogus account of what happened, and this is a sign of mental illness, or these are people seeking attention in some morbid way. But there are people clearly who are so suggestible that they can either lead themselves to believe or be led by others to believe that they've done things they didn't do, and in just shocking detail. There was another New Yorker article on, I think it was written by William Language, this years ago, but on a satanic panic case where a guy got accused of running a satanic cult by, I think, his daughter, who was in, hypnosis recovery therapy, right? So she had been led down the primrose path by her therapist, and so she obviously was fairly suggestible. And she recalled the most lurid, just insane Rosemary's Baby style, cult imaginable going on in her town, where the friends of Dad were coming over and raping everyone. There was a human sacrifice of infants, and the infants were buried by the barn. She recalled all this. The dad was so suggestible that he just confessed to everything. He was giving more details, and he went to prison. I don't know what this is now an old article. It's probably like 10 or 15 years old. But this guy just fully confessed, right? And the journalist, I believe was Language, at the end, they actually did a test. This guy's now in prison, right? The process is completed. Justice has been done. The daughter's convinced that her dad is a satanic monster, and as is he, and he's now in prison. And they went in and interviewed him, asking follow-up questions, details that they made up, right? Because they began to suspect that he was just this suggestibility machine, right? Who just would cop to anything. And so they went in and they just made up stuff like, there's, a few more details we want to iron out. Your daughter said that there was a time where, you brought in the horse, and that you were riding on the horse, and then you killed the horse. I'm making these details up because I don't remember, but something that they just concocted, right? And he said, that's, and he just copped to that. It became like a Twilight Zone. It's like a perfect Twilight Zone episode where now you realize that this guy has been put away, is just saying yes to everything, right? And that's so clearly that.
How'd they resolve it?
I don't know. Again, I don't know if he ever wrote any follow-up on this, because this was, as I recall, and this is like a 15-year-old story. They ended with the Twilight Zone moment where now you realize this guy is innocent and just saying yes to everything.
And his daughter's crazy. She shares his genes,
and
probably.
I don't recall what the daughter did with that. But he, the story, and perhaps there's more to the story, but the story on his face was totally exculpatory. The reader experience was, you got to let this guy out of prison tomorrow.
Wow. But he's fucked. And even if he gets out, his mind's probably so screwed up by this whole experience. And if he really does believe that he ran these satanic rituals, just the guilt and shame of it all. I mean, we're assuming that his mind works. I mean, this is the thing that I wonder how many people are functionally, deeply, deeply damaged, but they're functional. They're going to the same schools that you go to, they work where you work, but they're barely a person. They're all their connections are all fucked up. If you went to the back wiring of their head, if you were an appliance repair person, so your TV's not working, huh? I'll go back here. What the fuck is all this? I mean, how many people are like that? They're just sort of kind of functional. My question is, if we do get to a point where you could read minds, what if you go into their minds and you find out, well, this is what they really think. This is not a liar. This is a person who's seeing things that aren't there. A person who's completely delusional, people that have these hallucinogenic visions. Some people have really deeply troubling visual images that they see. Imagine if these poor fucking people really are seeing that. And if you could read their mind, you would literally be inside the mind of a person whose mind isn't functioning. And we can get sort of an understanding about what that would be like.
Yeah, well, this has been done in a very simple way, where with schizophrenics who mostly have auditory hallucinations, you can now detect auditory cortex activity. We just know that their auditory cortices are active in the same way that when you're hearing my voice, it's going to be active. When they're hearing internal voices, it's active.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Which is what you would expect. The surprise would be the other way. If nothing was going on in auditory cortex and they were hearing voices, then then that would be a lot more surprising to me.
That's fascinating. You can watch the hallucinations take place inside the mind of the person.
Yeah. And you can stimulate hallucinations in people. You can stimulate out-of-body experiences
Yeah.
in people with transcranial magnetic stimulation.
Yeah, how do they do that? They've been able to do that recently, and to try to give people the same sort of experience that they claim to have had when, like, on the operating table.
Yeah.
That's what people have a lot, right? When they're almost dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on? What is that?
Well, that is, there's an area, I believe this is at the temporal parietal junction, which is sort of here. Where
He's pointing to above his ear.
Yeah, sorry.
Like a lot of
I'm
people
talking to
listen.
you, not talking to the millions. But it's, where the temporal lobe and the parietal lobes intersect, and the, I think it was first discovered in surgery on an epileptic, where in any kind of resection of the brain where people are awake because there's no pain sensors in the brain, so you can stay awake while you're getting brain surgery, and they tend to keep you awake if they're going to be removing areas of the brain, let's say a tumor or focused on epileptic seizure, and they don't want to remove working parts, especially language parts. So they're keeping people awake, and they're probing those areas of the cortex to see what it's correlated with in the person's experience. So they're having them talk, they're having them answer questions.
I have a tablet, Samsung,
Current in that area
and you install
would be disruptive
YouTube
of
gaming
normal
app,
function. And
and you record it straight to YouTube.
Almost entirely mapping language cortex when they do this, but there have been experiences where a neurosurgeon will put a little current in an area near this region of the brain, and people will have this out-of-body experience where they're up in the corner of the room looking down on their bodies, or the classic astral projection experience, or the near-death experience, where people have risen out of their body, or seem to have risen out of their body, and consciousness now seems to be located elsewhere.
Right.
And that's there's just that region of the brain is, virtually every region of the cortex does many things. There's no one region of the brain that does one thing. There's a couple of exceptions to this, but so the whole brain is participating in much of what we do, and it's just greater or lesser degrees of activity. But in terms of your mapping your body in space, this is the parietal lobe has got a lot to do with that. And when that gets disturbed, you can have weird experiences. You can have the experience of not recognizing your body or parts of your body, like you don't really, like alien hand syndrome, where this left arm seems like another person's arm, and people try to disown half their body, and you can trick people with visual changes of display. Like you can wear headgear where you can make me feel like it's called the body swapping illusion. I can feel like I am located. My consciousness is located in your body, looking back at me. There's a clever experiment that they did where there's the ultimate extension of what has long been called the rubber hand illusion, where you can put, like, my two hands are on the table now. You can set up an experiment where if you put a rubber hand, if you set this up in a way where I am assuming I have my two hands here, you can put a rubber hand in its place and touch this rubber hand with a brush, right? So I'm seeing the rubber hand get touched with a brush, and I can feel like my hand is being touched. So it's like if my hand is being touched, my hand is elsewhere under the table being touched with a brush at the same time. I can feel like my hand is now the rubber hand, right? Like so I can feel like my hand is in place of the rubber hand, based on visual and tactile. The simultaneity of my seeing the rubber hand get touched with a brush and my feeling my hand, which is now under the table, being touched with a brush. I'm not explaining that setup great, but people can look it up. But you can do the same thing to the ultimate degree with this video goggle display where I'm getting visual input from where you're standing. So like if you come up to shake my hand, right? I'm seeing you come up to me and shake my hand, but I'm seeing it from your point of view, right? So like I'm getting visual input from I now feel like I'm walking up to me, shaking my hand,
Right.
And you can just kind of feel like your consciousness is over there, outside your body, and it's just to say that our sense of self, our sense of being located where we are in our heads, is largely, and in some cases, almost entirely, a matter of vision, right? It's a matter of the fact that you feel you're over there is because that's where your eyes are. Right? You're behind your eyes. You feel like you're behind your eyes, and tricks of vision can seem to dislodge that sense of being located there.
So stimulating one area of the brain electrically has been shown, like even just transdermally, just in the, I guess, what do they do? They put little, what are those things called? Those little glue-on things? Electrodes,
Yeah,
is that what it
yeah.
is? And they can...
You're talking about EEG there. That's reading from the brain rather than...
No, I'm actually talking about some new experiments that they've been doing that they were talking about on Radiolab. And apparently there's a bunch of do-it-yourselfers that are...
Uh-huh.
You ever listen to Radiolab? It's
Yeah,
amazing.
Been a while, but yeah.
Amazing podcast, like one of the best ever. But it had this one episode that dealt with people learning certain skills while the outside of their brain is being stimulated with like a little electrode. And this woman, who was one of the reporters, went to a sniper training thing where they set up the scenario and they give you like a fake gun and you point at the screen, you try to hit the targets as all these things are happening. She did it once. 9 Volt Nirvana is the name of the episode.
Right.
It is an outstanding episode. So fascinating. Anyway, she goes through one. She's terrible at it. She sucks terribly. Then they hook her up to this machine. They attach this electrode to a certain area of her brain, stimulate one area of her brain,
Right.
and she goes through it like a fucking sniper. Time slows down. She gets 20 out of 20. So she goes from being a complete failure to being awesome at it in some weird flow state that she described.
Right.
And they're talking about the U.S. government's using it. They're trying to train soldiers and snipers and people to try to understand this mindset and try to achieve this mindset, and that they're trying to do it, and there's certain companies that are experimenting with it, at least, by stimulating the outside of your head.
So I could not know this particular story. I remember hearing that title though, but it was a transcranial magnetic stimulation is magnetic energy, which is the flip side of electrical energy. So if you apply a big magnet to the side of your head, you are changing the electrical properties of your cortex.
Is that what they're doing?
Well, no, I'm wondering if they've just made a transcranial magnetic device so small that it's
I don't think it's magnetic.
so it's direct current. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, okay, direct current stimulation. Transcranial direct current stimulation. Yeah, that's what it's called, TCD.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, I'm unaware of the specifics of this, but it's been true for a long time that with a much bigger device in a lab, you can change a person's performance for good or for ill on various tasks just by and it's just an electromagnet which is focusing its energy on various areas of the cortex.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, because what you're doing, I mean, you are disrupting neural firing, but you can disrupt areas that are inhibiting other things you want to release. So it can be, it's not always synonymous with the degradation of performance. You could increase performance on a certain task by taking one region of the brain offline, or more or less offline. But I'm not aware of how far they've taken it in terms of doing anything that seems useful in terms of performance. The research I'm more aware of is just using this to figure out what various regions of the brain are doing. I mean, they're kind of mapping function, because you want to see, if I disrupt an area here, how does that show up in an experiment? And that gives you some clue as to what that region is doing, at least in that task.
As much as we know about the mind and being able to do things like this, like overall, if you had to really like try to map out the exact functions of the mind and how everything works, how far do you think we are along to understanding that? Are we halfway? Do you think we understand half of how the brain works?
No, well, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to quantify it at this point. It's just, we know a ton, right? And we know, it's like, we know a lot about, you know, where language is and where, you know, facial recognition is, and you know, so your visual cortex has been really well mapped, and we know a lot, and you know, for the last 150 years, based on just neurological injury, and then the last decades based on imaging technology, we know regions of the brain that, you know, absolutely govern language, and regions of the brain that have basically nothing to do with language. You know,
Oh man.
we know a lot about memory, and we know a lot about the different kinds of memory, but it's there's, you know, I think there's much more we don't know. What's even more the kind of the greatest friction in the system is like there's not often a lot to do with what we know, right? So like knowing is not enough for certain things. It's not, because to intervene is another part of the process, where there are no guarantees. And the way we can intervene in the functioning of a brain is incredibly crude, you know, pharmacologically, or with surgery, or with, you know, a device like that.
Hey, what's up?
To get from a place of really
man.
knowledge to a place of being able to do something we want to do with that knowledge, that's another step, and that's a step that is, you know, there's no reason to think that we're not going to take it at some point, but it's an additional complexity to get inside the head safely and help people, you know, or improve function. Even if you know a lot about what, you know, those areas of the brain do, but we don't know. We haven't cracked the neural code. We don't know how consciousness is arising in the brain. We wouldn't know how to build a computer that does what we do, to say nothing of experience the world as we experience it yet, and we may be going down paths where we will build it more by happenstance, whereas, you know, like we might build it and not quite know how it's doing what it's doing, but
I'm doing good, chillin'.
more or less what we do. I would be doing it very differently. And so there are two paths, at least two distinct paths in artificial intelligence, and one path could try to emulate what the brain is doing, and that obviously requires a real detailed understanding of what the brain is doing. Another path would be to just ignore the brain, right? So like, there's no reason why artificially intelligent machines, even machines that are superhuman in their capacities, need to do anything that is similar to what we do with our brains, you know, with, you know, neurochemical circuits.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
because they're going to be organized differently, and or, you know, could be organized quite differently, and obviously made of totally different stuff. So whether you want to go down the path of emulating the brain on the basis of a detailed understanding of it, or you just want to go down the path of maximizing intelligent behavior in machines, or some combination of the two, they're not necessarily, they're distinct, and one doesn't entail really knowing much about the brain necessarily.
So there's really two different ways they can go about it. Either they could try to reproduce a brain.
Yeah,
Which,
and people
if they can make
are
fake
doing that.
meat. Yeah, I mean, if they can make fake meat, why can't they make fake brain tissue? It seems like they could. I mean, I know a woman got her bladder replaced with stem cells. Did you hear about that? They took stem cells and recreated her own bladder, and she had bladder cancer.
Right.
And so they built her a new bladder in a laboratory and put her own bladder back in her body. That is
Yeah, it's
insanely fascinating. Now, if they can figure out how to extract a little bit of brain tissue,
Thing is, that the brain is, famously the most complicated object in the
Oh,
universe.
fuck.
A bladder is essentially a bag,
yeah,
so it's
big leap.
it's a big leap, but it's not. I think it's a leap we will take, and whether we take, maybe a leap we take in this stepwise way where we build machines down a path that is not at all analogous to recreating brains, which allow us to then understand the brain, totally, in the Ray Kurzweil sense, where we can, upload ourselves. That makes sense. But it's I think information processing is at bottom what intelligence is. I think that is not really up to dispute at this point. That any intelligent system is processing information, and our brains are doing that. And any machine that is going to exhibit the kind of general intelligence that we exhibit and surpass us will be doing, by dint of its hardware and software, something deeply analogous to what our brains are doing. But again, we may not get there based on directly emulating what our brains are doing. And we may get there before we actually understand our brains in a way that would allow us to emulate.
It's always very interesting to me how it seems to be there's always pushes and pulls in life. And when you have things that are as horrific as factory farming and people are exposed to it, then there's this rebound and where people are trying to find a solution. And I always wonder, like, will that be the first artificial life that we create, like zombie cows? Like maybe if we've figured out that meat in the lab is not good because it has to actually be moving around for it to be good for you. Maybe they'll come up with some idea to just, look, we're gonna make zombies. We're gonna make livestock that essentially can just move forward and consume food. There's no thought whatsoever. These are zombies. You can go right up to them, you wave your hand in front of them, they don't even move. Is it okay to kill those? And then go from that to making artificial people. Because it seems to me that artificial people, it's gonna happen. I mean, it's just a matter of how much time. If they're making bladders, and then they're going to start making all sorts of different tissues with stem cells to try to replace body parts and organs, and they're going to work their way through an actual human body. It's going to happen.
Do you mean a brainless person that would be like spare parts for you?
That for sure. That's an option. But I think also an artificial human. I mean, it might take 1,000 years, but I think if we stay alive, if human beings continue to evolve technologically, within the next 1,000 years, we're going to have artificial people that are completely.
So you mean that people? So we're
Yes.
going to build a biological person.
100%.
So it's a synthesized person, right? So it's
Yeah.
You're not talking about the perfect robot. You're talking about an actual person.
Yeah.
Built up cell by cell. There's no reason why that's not possible. And whether or not we would do it is another question. But I had a
Somebody would. China.
Presumably there are limits even in China.
Aren't they doing experiences already with human embryos?
I don't know what they're doing in China.
I believe they are. I believe they got the
I just know they have
go-ahead.
that dog festival that every year I see people tweet about.
China's a big place, though. Can't run them all in there. But, what is that gene splicing software? CRISPR.
Yeah.
They're using CRISPR on human fetuses or human embryos.
Right.
So good luck. Good luck, world.
Yeah. Well, so
China's creating super athletes.
there are many issues there, but so when you're talking about changing the genome, and especially when you're talking about changing the germline, that it gets passed on to future generations, that has big implications. But I don't see why. This goes to, it's like the artificial meat conversation. So to grow meat in a vat is ethically the same thing as, at least in my view, would be the same thing as producing a brainless cow, right? So you have the whole cow that you could slaughter, but it has no brain, so presumably there's no experience in this animal, but it is the fully functioning animal, right? So let's say you could produce that, and you would produce healthy meat. It's just a messier. Presumably, you have to feed this thing, right?
Ugh,
You have
shoot.
to eat, but you say feed it intravenously. It all begins to look weirder and weirder, but there's no suffering there because there's no brain. I think we would, and I think we have decided to bypass that vision and just go straight to the vat and just build it up cell by cell and build up only what we need, which is the meatball or the steak or. So why have the fur and the organs that you don't want and the mess and kind of the energy intensive aspects of producing a whole animal? And I think with like spare parts for humans,
Okay, I'll send
rather
you.
than creating
I'll show you
clone
my
yourself that has
profile.
no brain that you just keep in a vat somewhere in your garage where you can get spare kidneys when you need them.
Send me request to Moscow.
We would just be able to print the kidneys, and that is because that gets around a lot of the weirdness, right? It'd be weird to have a copy of yourself that's just just spare parts, whereas it wouldn't be weird, or at least in my view, it wouldn't be weird. It'd be fantastic to be able to go into a hospital when your kidneys are failing, and they just take a cell and print you a new kidney.
Oh no.
I think
Oh,
that
no.
can be expected.
Yeah.
That's gonna. I mean, if it's possible, it seems like it's going to
No,
be
it's,
possible.
the
Yeah.
bladder example you just
Right.
gave is what's happening there.
It's amazing, but I always want to extrapolate things to some bizarre place 1,000 years from now for some reason, because I've been, since I got into Dan Carlin's hardcore history, it really fucked my mind up about how I think about the past in this way that I look like 1,000 years ago in comparison to today. And I try to think, well, how much different will people be 1,000 years from now? And probably way more different.
Yeah.
I mean, the fascination that we have with ancient history is that one of the things, obviously, we want to know where we came from, but also we can kind of see people today doing similar shit if they were allowed to. Like if everything went horribly wrong, people at their base level are kind of similar today as they were 1,000 years from now.
Yeah. Well, one of them might be running for president.
We can talk about that. And when I think about the future 1,000 years from now,
What happened?
with the way
Froze?
technology is accelerating and the capacity that we have and ability to change things, to change the world, to change physical structures, to change
What's up?
bodies,
Okay.
to dig into the ground and extract
Finally.
resources. We're getting better and better at changing things, manipulating things, extracting power from the sun and extracting salt from the water. There's like all this bizarre change technology that's consistently and constantly going on with people. And it continues to
Hey,
get better.
here's my
About
profile.
1,000 years from now, and artificial people, and this concept of being able to read each other's minds and being able to map out imagery and pass it back and forth from mind to mind in like a clear spreadsheet form. Like, what is that movie, the Tom Cruise movie? Minority Report, thank you. I mean, that's on the way. It's on the way. It's going to be incredibly strange to be a person.
Yeah, whether we will be people in 1,000 years, I think you would, unless we have done something terrible and knocked ourselves back 1,000 years, I think we will decide to change ourselves in that time in ways that will make us. There may be many different species. It's like the tattoos. You have a bunch of tattoos. I have none. You could take that a lot further if you can just begin really tinkering with everything.
Oh yeah, if you want to get nutty and put bolts in your head and shit.
Or just give yourself just fundamentally different genetic abilities, right? I mean, like you could just go. You could become a different species if you took it far enough.
Maybe that's what the aliens are. Maybe that's why they all look the same. Maybe we figured it out. Like, look, you gotta look alike. Otherwise, you can't appreciate each other. One guy's weird looking, one guy's short, one guy's got a big nose. Everybody's so confusing. There are too many people I could hate. Should everybody look exactly the same? So the government gets together with all the people to their planet and they go, look, we have a problem with this good looking thing. It's bullshit. It's holding us back. A lot of people
Man,
are
send me
stupid,
request.
and
What
they
the
all
hell?
look the same. Blank, emotionless, and big giant eyes.
Yeah.
That's it. And they all just went in.
With a passion for
That
molesting cattle.
Allegedly. I think that's people. People are blaming it on the aliens.
I have this guy on my podcast, David Deutsch. You ever heard of him? He's a physicist at Oxford.
Yes, I have. Why have I heard of him?
He wrote a book. He gave at least one TED Talk, and he's written 2 very good books. The first came out about 10 years ago, The Fabric of Reality, and the more recent one is The Beginning of Infinity. And extremely smart guy and very nice guy. And he has this thesis which he and I don't totally agree about the implications going forward for AI, but he's convinced me that of his basic thesis, which is fascinating, which is his the role that knowledge plays in our universe, or the potential role that it plays. And his argument is that in any corner of the universe, anything that is compatible with the laws of physics can be done with the requisite knowledge. So that so he has this argument about how deep knowledge goes, and therefore how valuable it is in the end. So I'm cueing off your notion of building an artificial person, literally, cell by cell, or atom by atom. If that, there's every reason to believe that's compatible with the laws of physics. I mean, we exist, right? So we got built by the happenstance of biology. If we had what he calls a universal constructor, the smallest machine that could assemble any other machine atom by atom, we could build anything atom by atom, right? And so he has this vision of you could literally go into an area of deep space that is as close to a vacuum as possible, and begin sweeping up stray hydrogen atoms and fuse them together and generate heavier elements. I mean, literally, so you could start with nothing but hydrogen, right? And with the requisite knowledge, build your own little fusion reactor, create heavier elements, and based on those elements, create the smallest machine that can then assemble anything else atom by atom, including more of itself, right? And you could start this process of building anything from a person to something far more advanced than a person.
To a planet?
But just anything that's made of atoms, right? Anything that's organized. And so the limiting factor in that case is always the knowledge, right? So it's either the limiting factor is either the laws of physics, either this can't be done because it's physically impossible, or the knowledge is what you're lacking. And given that human beings are physically impossible, there should be some knowledge path whereby you could assemble one atom by atom. Right? There's no reason why. There's no deep physical reason why that wouldn't be the case. So the reason is we don't know how to do it, right? But presumably it'd be possible for us to acquire that knowledge. And so the horizon of knowledge extends functionally without limit, right? We're nowhere near the place where we know everything that's knowable. As witnessed by the fact that we don't yet know how to build a human atom by atom. Imagine just the changes that could occur in our world with the frontiers of knowledge explored, 10,000 years beyond where we are now. We would be unrecognizable to ourselves. Everything would be equivalent to magic. If we could see it now. And most of human history is not like that. I mean, most of human history, if you dropped into any period of human history, it was, for all intents and purposes, identical to the way it was 500 years before, 500 years before that. It's only very recently where you would drop in and be surprised by the technology and by the culture and by the what is being done with language and the consequences of cooperation among apes like ourselves. And so I think that this is one place where someone like Kurzweil makes a lot of sense. This is clearly accelerating, and if we don't do something catastrophic to set us back, this acceleration is the implication is that the future is going to be far less recognizable than it has been in any other period of human history.
The idea of creating a little machine that you could shoot out into the universe and build you a planet.
Yeah. But a planet's not the most. Planet's obviously big and the basis for our biosphere and everything we care about. But the planet is not what's complicated. It's the
Ecosystem.
It's the life on the planet, and
Right.
our own brains being the ultimate example of that complexity. But presumably, intelligent systems can become much more complex than that. Right? There's no reason to think that we are near the summit of intelligence, biological or otherwise. And it's once you begin thinking about building things atom by atom, then the future begins to look very weird, because it's automating that process, right? Where you have, and this is the promise of nanotechnology, where you have tiny machines that can build more of themselves and more.
Come on, send me in Moscow.
Tiny machines, or assemble anything atom by atom, or treat your own body like the machine that it is, and deal with it atom by atom. I mean, that's the possibilities of intervention in the human body are then virtually limitless. So it's I mean, that's where the physical world begins to look just totally fungible.
Whatever.
We're not talking about surgery where you're cutting into someone's head and hoping, in very coarse ways, hoping you're not taking out areas of the brain that you need, but you're talking about actually repairing. I mean, if you can tinker with atoms in a way that you understand, then you're talking about repairing anything.
And creating anything.
Yeah.
Like literally Dr. Manhattan style, build ice condos on Mars.
Moscow, man. Send me Moscow.
You couldn't do anything with it. It would just somehow or another have to be programmed with whatever pattern you were trying to create. So
Yeah.
you could essentially like make an Earth somewhere else with all the biological diversity, water, even intelligent life. It all could be done through some sort of a machine.
Well, it is
ultimately one day.
It is at bottom, again, just the information. It's the knowledge of how it's organized and how to implement it. So it's like, it's analogous to what has happened in films now, where like the animation in film has gotten good suddenly, right? Where you can see, like they can animate, waving hair and flowing water, and it looks pretty damn good. It looked terrible 30 years ago, right? And we just acclimated to it looking terrible. But now you can really trick the eye. You can build up scenes of nature where they're not actually using any photography of nature to build it up. It's all a confection of ones and zeros, right? They've just built it in software.
Like the Revenant, perfect example. That giant bear that attacked Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right. See, I don't know how that was done, but I mean, I had heard that was all just pure CGI. Right?
Yeah, but there was a dude in a costume that acted it out with him, but essentially
Right.
it was just all CGI.
Yeah. So the fact that that's beginning to look good, that's just, obviously that's just all surface. That has no implication for the building a rendering of a bear on film is not the same thing as building a bear. But the fact that we can move so far into building, modeling that kind of complexity visually, you just imagine what a super intelligent
Alright.
mind
Let me play a little bit,
1,000
maybe.
years to work at it, right? And that's we're on the cusp of, and when I say cusp, I don't mean 5 years, but let's say a century. We're on the cusp.
Alright, guys, who wants to play
of
next?
the kind of
Send me a
technology
request.
And if we put it into perspective, photography, I don't believe was even invented until the early 1800s,
Mm.
right? Is
Yeah.
that when it was
Yeah,
first?
it sounds about
Is there
right,
photographs of Lincoln? There are, though.
Yeah, yeah.
So was that the early 1800s when he?
I
When
think-
was
I don't
Lincoln
know,
killed?
1860s,
1865. So somewhere after that, or somewhere before that,
No,
rather, they invented photography. 1820.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's so essentially, give or take 10 years, 200 years ago. That's really amazing.
Oh, yeah.
If you stop and think
Just
about the Revenant from 200 years
silent.
ago,
We couldn't figure out how to get sound in our movies until
but that
100 years ago.
that thought right there just actually just freaked me out.
What the?
The 200-year thought, like how little 200 years is in the Mongol days, and how 200 years ago they didn't even have cameras, and now they do. And now they have this insane ability to recreate things like Game of Thrones, wolves and dragons, and she's riding around a dragon. I'm like, yeah, it looks like she's on a dragon. It doesn't look like old school King Kong movies. You know, you ever try to watch those?
Yeah.
Harry Hughes.
Yeah, no, that was
They're awesome.
There's a pleasure in that. They were awesome.
They're so awesome to just get into for fun, but as far as like visual effects, what they can do now, and the idea that it's all been done over 200 years is just spectacular. Not just
Right.
capturing the image, but then recreating an artificial version and projecting it, which is 1,000 times more difficult.
And there's another feature here of the compounding power of knowledge and technology,
Yeah.
where there's certain gains that are truly incremental, where it's just everything is hard won, everything is just 1% better than its predecessor. But then there are other gains where it's just you have
Fuck.
created an ability that takes you. It seems like a kind of quantum leap beyond where you were, and where you go from just fundamentally not being able to do anything in that domain, and then all of a sudden the domain opens up totally. So it's like flight is an example, right? So for the longest time, people couldn't fly, and it was obvious that you can't fly. You're heavier than air, and you don't have feathers, and there's no way to flap your arms fast enough. We're never going to fly, right? And then at a certain point, flight is possible and opens this whole domain of innovation. But the difference between not being able to fly, there's no progress you can make on the ground that doesn't avail itself of the principles of flight as we now know them. That's going to get you closer. You can't jump a little bit higher, and it's just not. And so there's doesn't matter what you do with your shoes. So
Oh
the
man, I
fundamental
lost.
gains that open up, whole understanding and having access to the genome, and that's you go from the only way to influence your descendants is to basically make a good choice in wife, right, or husband. To you can just create a new species in a test tube if you wanted to, right? And that's a that kind of compounding power of understanding the way things work. That's I think we're at the beginning of a process that could look very, very strange very, very quickly. And I think obviously both in good and bad ways, but
Oh wow.
I don't think there's any brake to pull on this train. Knowledge and intelligence are the most valuable things we have, right? So we're going to grab more insofar as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. And the moments of us deciding not to know things and not to learn how to do things, those are so few and far between as to be almost impossible to reference, right? There are moments where people try to pull the brakes and say they hold a conference and say, should we be doing any of this? But then, China does it or threatens to do it, and we wind up finding some way to do it that we consider ethical. So there are things like germline tinkering that we, as far as I know, don't do and have decided for good reason we're not doing. But is that going to stop people from doing this? I don't think there's any way.
They're more worried about actual real diseases than they are man-made diseases. when we went to the CDCC, is that disease control, CDC in Galveston, I guess that's what it is. I guess the name of the organization, but it's a building where they house some of the most horrendous viruses and diseases known to man. Like they had anthrax in there.
Yeah, well, the CDC has a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they have these crazy walls, like thick walls, and vacuums in the ceilings, and everyone's wearing suits. And they wanted us to get in suits, and I went, "Fuck you! There's no way I'm going in that room."
You did this for one of your shows? Or?
Yeah, it's for a TV show with Duncan Trussell, the Questions Everything show.
Right.
Because we were talking about weaponized diseases, and the CDC was like, "Forget all that. Like the real diseases that are constantly morphing, we have to stay on top of. Like that's what we should be terrified of.
Oh,
Actual real diseases.
oh,
Like
yeah.
no one's shown any ability to create this stuff that's more fucked up than what we already have. But weaponized anthrax and things along those lines, like these Russian guys we talked to, they were talking about how they had vats of this stuff. They had all kinds of crazy diseases that they had created just in case we had gotten into some insane, mutually assured destruction, disease spreading thing. Like they were down for that. They were like, well, we have to be prepared in case the United States does that. And, whoa. But what their concern is, the Center for Disease Control's guys, they're concerned with things like Ebola, things morphing, things becoming airborne, natural things, new strains of the flu that become impossible. MRSA is a terrifying one. MRSA is one that has a lot of people scared, a lot of doctors scared.
Yeah.
It's a medication-resistant staph infection that kills people. I mean, it can absolutely kill people if you don't jump on it quick and take the most potent antibiotics we have, and even then it takes a long time.
Yeah. Well, it's I actually just tweeted this recently. I think I said, would some billionaire, would some 0.1%er develop some new antibiotics because clearly the government and the market can't figure out how to do it.
Wow.
It really is. It's falling through the cracks in the government market paradigm, where it's like, well, either the government will do it or the market will do it, but neither are doing it because the market can't generate the rationale for developing antibiotics because it's so costly, and
Right.
you take them, you take with any luck, you take them, once every 10 years for 10 days, and that's it. I mean, it's not like Viagra or any of the antidepressant or any drug that you're going to take regularly for the rest of your life, and so there's no real market incentive to do it, and
Wow.
there's not enough of one to spend $1 billion developing an antibiotic, and the government apparently is not doing it, and we're running out of antibiotics. This has been in the news a lot recently. We're close to being in a world where it's as though we don't have antibiotics. We're a superbug away from being in that world. And
You're freaking me out, Sam Harris. I don't like to get freaked out.
So
Yeah, superbugs are the big concern, right?
Did you think about that in jiu-jitsu?
Yes, I've gotten staph.
Right.
My friend Ari had it, and we were playing pool, and he was limping. And I go, "What's going on with your leg, man?" He goes, "I got a spider bite." I go, "Let me see." He pulls up his pants.
MRSA.
Like, "You got staph. You got to get to the doctor." And he hasn't even done jiu-jitsu in years, and I think he got staph again. And I think it's one of those things where I guess everyone has it on their body, and when you get an infection, then it spreads and grows, and apparently it can be a recurring thing. So people who get it, particularly MRSA,
Oh man, I lost it.
It can get pretty bad.
I lost
There's
it.
one fighter
Fuck.
who just died. I don't think related to that, but he had these.
Oh, Kevin Randall.
Kevin Randall, yeah.
Yeah.
That was MRSA, right?
100%, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. Well, it was staph. I don't know if it was MRSA. It could have been just staph that he.
Oh no, you
Staph,
didn't.
staph.
Yeah.
And
Shit.
he died.
I have
don't
a
know
fucking
what exactly was the cause of his death, but I
best
can't think
luck
that
ever.
way. I mean, it had gotten so bad that it.
I don't even know if
through
I
his
can
body.
get it
If
there.
you're
Saw
interested
those
in
photos,
this,
yeah.
yeah. For people online that are listening, Google Kevin Randleman's staph infection, and these are
Fucking no
where
way.
something took a bite out of him, like under his armpit. I'm like a fist-sized chunk
Yeah.
of meat was missing.
Second chance.
Yeah, it's really, really scary
Nice.
stuff. So yeah, skin infection. There it is, right there. You can see. You can look deep in and see his muscle tissue.
Yeah, that is hardcore.
No exaggeration. It's sort of like a baseball size.
Dude, why the
And he's
fuck
got
you
two of
sending
them.
me
He's got another one lower down
Sydney?
his back, which is
Moscow.
eating its way through his body.
But that was years before he died, right? Or some years.
Yeah, it was years before he died. But who knows, like, how devastating that might have been. Like, that's a really, really bad infection. And I think that once your body's that compromised, I mean, you're like really close to that. I mean, he was a really tough, strong, healthy guy. He was a super athlete.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm assuming his body probably fought it off pretty well. So it's probably one of the reasons why he let it go so long. Probably didn't even understand like how dangerous it was. Or who knows, maybe it just jumped on him really quick.
My dad's girlfriend just got it on her face, and she was in the hospital for 2 weeks, and they were afraid it was going to spread to her brain, and it almost did. And she's not 100% out of the woods yet, but she's back home now. She's got a little scratch on her face, and it spread into her cheek, and then from her cheek, she's got a little red swelling, and then she couldn't see, and she had to go in the hospital. Like, you got staph.
Whoa,
Chill out.
boy.
Like, heavy antibiotics right away.
Yeah, that's it. Like, this is one area that this worries me. That where there are the bad things we do, and obviously there's a lot to be worried about there. You know, the stupid wars and the things that it's just obvious that you know, if we could stop creating needless pain for ourselves
Shit.
and this conflict, you know, that would lead to a much nicer life. But then there are the good things we neglect to do, based on the fact that we don't have a system where the incentives are aligned to just make it easy or truly compelling to do them. And I mean, the idea that we are not producing the next generation of antibiotics as quickly as possible is just unthinkable to me. And yet it's simply, we're just hamstrung by the fact that we have a political and economic system that is where there's no incentive, right? The government, we don't want to raise taxes, right? We're so overcommitted in the ways we spend money, the public money, and we're so short-sighted that we, even if we suddenly saved money in one area, it's not like we would immediately direct it to this life-saving necessary work, right? And the market can't get on top of this. So it would be like, you know, something that, you know, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation could do. And maybe they're actually doing this and I just don't know about it. They're doing a lot of medical work, obviously. But we're talking about some billions of dollars to just get a kind of
Man, for real?
problem. But it's such an obvious problem.
Really, the only thing that's
Shit.
holding back, that's what's going on. It's not a research issue, it's just a financial issue.
Well, I'm sure the research has to be done because it's, you know, if it was totally obvious. how
Yeah, I
to
should have done that.
a generation of antibiotics that would not be vulnerable to having their efficacy canceled in 3 years by
Nice.
just the natural selection among
Nice, very nice.
You know, someone would do it very, very cheaply, but so it's I'll admit that it's probably not easy to do, but it's got to be doable, and it's super important to do. I mean, you look at just what cesspools hospitals have become, where people come at you, something like 200,000 people a year die in the U.S. based on essentially getting killed by the machinery of the hospital. Right? They're getting killed by their doctors and nurses. Some of this is drug
Overdoses?
or kind of incompetence in dosing or giving someone the wrong medication or whatever.
200,000 people?
Yeah, 200,000 people a year, right? But a lot of it is just doctors not washing their hands, right? But some of this is also, you know, superbugs, where it's like it's the burden on hand washing in a hospital is higher and higher because hospitals just are just covered in super germs, right? So
It's like a haunted house.
Yeah, you
It's
know,
like you're trying to fix people, and around the house are a bunch of demons that
Yeah.
are trying to kill people you're trying to fix. I mean, obviously it's not, but if you were a
Getting
person
close.
who was inclined to believe
Getting
things
close.
back in the day before they figured out microscopes, I mean, what
Ah,
else is
stop
there?
right
Your hospital is
Wow.
filled with superbugs. Where
Oh,
else is
why
that?
did I
There's
do
nowhere
that?
else, just in the hospitals.
Yeah, right, and gyms.
And now I have no
Some
shot.
of the big gyms where they're getting them probably from
Yep.
the hospitals.
Yeah.
I have no shot.
It's just like a haunted house. It's like a haunted house that's trying to kill the people that live in the house.
It is, well, and it's also just ironic that you go to the hospital to save your life, right? You go when you are, by definition, you're most vulnerable, and you are, and you're laying your body open to the intrusions of the place, because that means they have to get into your body to help you, right? And yet, that is the very mechanism whereby you're getting all this misery and death imposed on you. And it is as simple as hand washing, though, in many of these cases, right? It's just doctors and nurses not washing their hands.
That is insane.
Wow, you
So
let me
insane
win.
to think
You let me
that is a
win.
gigantic issue. That you have these bugs that try to get into your body and kill you.
You
There's
let
one-
me
there's one
win,
area that
brother.
we're
You let me
bad
win.
luck to be associated with a
It's
NICU,
a good-
neonatal
good
ICU,
sign.
but, our first daughter, who's totally fine, was born 5 weeks early and had to be in the NICU for a week. And there are people who were in the NICU for and it's just
Bro, no Tokyo, no
totally
Tokyo.
harrowing, but also just these incredibly compassionate, just amazing places where you just
Requests?
doctors and nurses are totally
Anyone?
heroes. But that's a space where you see the hand washing protocol just exactly. as
Damn,
it
I can't
needs to
believe
be.
I won
People are- they just
155k already.
have understood, finally.
But
that
only
if
17 in the
you're going
bank.
to the NICU and see your baby or be around anyone else's baby. You
Come
are
on, send me
washing
requests,
hands.
guys.
It's complete
Who's
waste.
next?
It's, 21st century science.
1,
understanding
2,
to do that.
3.
It's
Gone.
it's almost like the decontamination zone of Silkwood or the nuclear reactor.
She got hosed down.
Yeah, but it's hand washing. The fact that we can't even do that perfectly is pretty impressive.
Now, is it a fact that MRSA was created by medications, or is that a belief, or has that been proven that it was created by a resistance to medications that got stronger?
Yeah, well, no, yes, it's a fact that all of these bugs are evolving, and just by dint of happenstance, they are producing changes in their genome that leaves them no longer vulnerable to antibiotic X, right?
Right.
So whether it's methicillin or any of its related antibiotics, and so that this is what antibiotic resistance is. These bacteria, their genomes mutate, and unfortunately with bacteria, they also can swap genes laterally across bacterial species. So it's not like only their descendants in that line can inherit these genetic changes. They can transfer genetic changes across bacteria. So it optimizes the process. And again, this is all blind. It's not like bacteria want to become drug resistant, but some percentage of them
Ooh.
in any generation will tend to become, or in some generation will become drug resistant. And then in the presence of the drug, they will be selected for. If you keep bombarding people with penicillin, you will be selecting for the bacteria that isn't sensitive to penicillin in those people. And so the overuse of antibiotics and the overuse of antibiotics in our food chain is also part of this picture, right? So it's, the fact that we are, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's more antibiotic use certainly in cattle and pigs than in people, and the same evolutionary principles are happening there too. So you don't know what we're doing to ourselves. I mean, it can't be good to be using antibiotics everywhere in agriculture and then waiting to see what happens.
Well, we know for a fact that we get diseases, I mean, swine flu, avian flu,
With the xenoviruses, yeah.
yeah, and a lot of these are coming out of these facilities where they're processing cattle,
Well, that's-
processing
yeah.
pigs.
And that's another element to it. So it's just that most of infectious disease over the ages has been born of proximity to animals, and that's the result of agriculture. So the fact that you have
Man,
people in
I don't think.
bird markets in China who, you know, they're
Shit, no.
dealing with chickens and ducks endlessly, you know, in confinement, and then you've got, you know, wild birds flying overhead, dropping their droppings into that space,
Nope.
and you have viruses that jump species from birds to pigs. And
I think I can do it.
stuff only stays in
Wow.
those animals and doesn't become
Good shot.
Again, it's just evolution is just this endless lottery wheel where it's just, you just change and change and change upon change, and something makes the jump, in this case, between species and thrives or not based on the opportunities to thrive. So you have something that becomes airborne, right? You have a virus that is, you know, absolutely deadly in people, but isn't airborne and is difficult to contract. Right? Well, then it's a fairly well behaved, you know, it could be scary, but it's not going to become a global pandemic. But then suddenly you get a mutation on that virus or that
Oh.
bacteria that allows
Oh
it to
yeah,
aspirate
I
it,
think
you know,
I can do it.
become airborne in the cough and inhaled and spread that way. Well, then you have this you know, the possibility of a pandemic, and also
I
the
think
time
I
course
can
of
do
illness
it.
is relative
I
to,
think
you know,
I can.
something which kills you very quickly and horribly, and that's the kind of thing that is going to be harder to spread because people become suddenly so sick they don't.
Alright, bro. Now we're gonna do it in Moscow.
They're not starting new relationships. They're in bed dying.
Ah, man.
But if you had something
I just
that
accepted
at a time
the other
was-
guy.
You felt great for a month, but you're infectious, and then it kills you. Well, then its spread is only limited by the damage you can do in that month of gallivanting around, right? You know, so it's a and again, these mutations are just happening spontaneously. So it really is it's a matter of good and bad luck.
And they all have one function. They
What-
kill things. They
What are they?
devour, they overcome. They overcome bodies with their life form. They spread.
Well, obviously this is all blind and there's no intention or purpose behind it, but there are viruses and
Okay.
infectious diseases that produce
2 and 2.
they produce functions which are behaviorally relevant. I mean, so that there's a spread. I forgot the name. Is it toxoplasmosis that makes mice less fearful in the presence of cats?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, there's behavioral changes.
It makes them attracted to urine.
Right.
They get erect
Right.
around cat
Shit.
urine.
Yeah.
So
So.
it leads them to their demise, so it spreads to cats.
This was the
And there are
shittiest
diseases
shot.
There are various infectious diseases that change human behavior. That, you know, the depression is the result of infectious
Yep,
illness
not
we're
today. Fuck.
aware of. Yeah, and so
Yeah, I can do it.
Could be going on with us that we haven't attributed to
Come on, Adam.
viruses and bacteria, which in fact are.
Do your best shots. You gotta show some
Actually,
good shots.
There was recently a report.
I see you're already trained well
suggested that
with this game. Show me some good shots.
Is the result of a brain's immune response to infection,
Cause I can't do any tricks, so
bacterial. This is just in the last week or so that the plaques associated with Alzheimer's that you see throughout the brain, like
boom, nice.
the the remnants of in response to something having invaded
Whoa.
across the blood-brain barrier.
Oh wow.
So it's Alzheimer's
Really?
as a result of infectious disease.
Really?
That's insane.
For that as a major problem.
Oh man, I don't even know what to do.
Antibiotic regime.
Could you imagine? I mean, that would have been fascinating if that existed during Reagan's time. If they could just clear him up. Because you remember when, when someone publicly starts to go like that, and it's a guy like Ronald Reagan, who was an actor and a president, and you see him starting to lose his.
No way.
That
No,
is
yeah, I know.
particularly disturbing because it's exhibited. I mean, that's the head guy. You know, to think that that was just a disease, that's crazy.
Yeah. I don't remember when that became at all obvious.
Do it.
I remember people were trying to do kind of a retrospective analysis of it, but I don't remember when anyone started to talk about the possibility that he was not all
Wow,
there.
you're helping me
I
again?
remember it happening actually during his presidency, but I was.
That's really good.
I do remember comedians doing jokes about it.
Yeah.
That's like one of my main points of reference.
Boom.
Is to be like, well, they did have this.
Ooh la la,
weird
don't
sorta out of
stop,
it
don't
grandpa
stop, stop.
type
Right there.
character that they
Should
would
be
do.
good.
That was towards his second run, you know.
Right.
But I don't know.
Fucking
I
A.
was before they were referencing, like when was it all going bad for him?
Yeah, I mean, neurologists are very. Neurologists can spot neurological illness really well. I mean, they're walking around seeing neurological illness all over the place. I'm sure there were neurologists who were talking
Oh
about
man.
him long before
Hmm.
anyone else was in those terms.
Well, there was this old joke that Jimmy Tingle did. Jimmy Tingle is hilarious, political comedian from Boston.
Wow.
Ronald Reagan
Don't tell me you knew it was gonna happen.
Arms to Iran. It was Mr. President. Next time you sell arms,
Ooh la la, this is tough choice.
jot it down. Make a note. Put it on the refrigerator.
I think
that was his.
I think
that was
left
his
bottom,
excuse
but
when he was
no,
in trial.
not
And everybody
today.
thought that this is bullshit. This is his defense. He doesn't remember. And then it started coming out that the conspiracy theory was he was always fine.
Can you
So,
imagine
what was that guy's name? Vincent the Chin Gigante,
that I
who would walk
can
around in
miss?
the bathrobe, pretend to be crazy. Remember that guy?
And
the
you
mob
all
guy?
set to go?
There's a famous mob guy who was running
Shit,
the
I
mob,
think
but
I'm gonna
pretended
miss
to be a
this
crazy
one.
old man. So he would walk around with people. I forget how they busted him, but he had it nailed. He'd walk around in a bathrobe and talk to himself, and he would put on an act. Like he'd go out on the street and act like a crazy person.
Alright,
Go on
wow.
walks with like these capos and tell them
Middle,
"Kill this fucking
left,
guy,
or
give me
right?
$1 million
Middle.
all that
I
kind of
think
crazy shit.
middle.
But all the while, he had an
Someone wore a
act.
wire, yeah.
Somehow or another they caught him. I don't remember exactly how
I
they caught
think
him.
middle, but
everyone knew.
probably
Like,
not.
They kind of knew he was doing that. And so some people were thinking that's what Reagan was doing. It was getting to like, I don't remember what I did when I ran. Matter of fact, I don't remember shit.
Ah,
I can't think of the
shit.
disease. I can't remember anything. And it just started pretending.
I didn't even think it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
You clearly did. Have
Nice.
That would be a great movie. Like, how good of an actor was Ronald Reagan? He was such a good actor in the latter days of his years. He avoided like, tending to have Alzheimer's. He felt like that was the only way out. So he just, him and Nancy, they prepped their lines, and when you know, he'd go out there into the public, he just started acting like he couldn't remember anything.
Alzheimer's, unfortunately, is going to be a bigger and bigger
Damn
story.
it.
It's really, and the baby boomer moment is coming. And it's just going to. This is something we need a full court press on too.
Yeah, if you can find that that's actually a disease, and you can cure that disease, that's
An
insane.
infectious disease.
An infectious disease. Well, have you ever seen the Sapolsky stuff on the toxoplasma? Robert Sapolsky, the guy from Stanford.
Right.
He's the guy that's like one of the forefront researchers, and one of the guys is like really vocal about it. They were also talking about.
I know what you mean, brother. I know.
relationship between motorcycle
This fucking
crash
sucks
and
when
people testing positive
not one of them
for
goes in. That
toxoplasma.
sucks.
And they felt
You
that
try so hard
might
and
have
it's
either
like
hindered
nothing.
reaction time or loosened inhibitions. The same way it sort of triggers these mice to go near cats.
Shit,
Yeah,
what next?
yeah, yeah.
Now I have nothing.
Yeah. So
That was stupid.
I think it's a lot of it's speculation, but there's a lot of there's a
Oh,
strong
man.
correlation apparently to motorcycle crashes.
Probably
And
not.
I guess one of his professors had told him that
Boom!
remembered it while they were dealing with some guy who came in.
What happened
A
there?
victim of a motorcycle.
Oh shit! I got the
It
white
kind
one.
of makes sense.
Yeah, well, the underlying biology of risk avoidance and not risk seeking is that's fairly well conserved in mammals. It's not like there's a reason why we do most of our research.
I got my camera here.
It's not a
I need more light here in my room.
Mice are similar enough to us that doing research on dopamine receptors in mice
Okay, who's next?
allows us to extrapolate to
Is it me next?
yeah. So it's it's not. It wouldn't be a surprise that it's having an effect on people.
Was it Steve?
Stripe.
I remember I was supposed to bring something
Stripe
up.
right there, right there, Stripe.
Plants having some sort of
One more?
consciousness.
Do
Was
I
it
have
Steven
one
Pinker?
more?
See if you can find this. Who gave a speech where he talked about how some plants you can actually use sedatives on them, and that some of them actually produced certain neurochemicals.
Maybe
like
one more?
dopamine. That
One
makes
more?
any sense? I think it's Steven Pinker. No, it didn't make any sense, right?
Well, it would surprise me if Pinker said anything about this, but I haven't heard anything about it.
I think it was a speech he's given about something, but I think it's controversial. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up to you, because I had never heard that before, that a plant could produce, it was either dopamine or serotonin, and that somehow or another sedatives would be effective.
Ooh la la.
Like, that doesn't even make any sense.
That was close one.
I don't know what effective means.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I mean, the plant is pretty well sedated as far as I'm concerned.
I remember as soon as I saw this,
You
I'm
do
like,
it right.
Let's get this to Sam Harris. Please decipher.
But I actually, almost everything I remember about, or that I learned about plant biology, I've forgotten, so I don't know what, but I'm pretty sure that they
You can't
refer
find
to
it.
some of a brain.
Good stuff with Steven Pinker and plants and consciousness, but nothing with sedatives specifically coming up with that.
So-
Maybe it was two. Maybe I can combine two different articles. Maybe I did. The Pinker one I know was.
What did Pinker say about plants and consciousness?
He was just talking about the surprising amount of calculations. I think that was one of the. You'd have to read the entire piece. But I think it was just they were just highlighting what we know so far.
I've reached the limits of a human bladder.
Oh, how dare you? This is early. You're too healthy, man. Coffee and water. So what have you found, Jamie?
Really, to be honest with you, nothing about it. But
What do you
I did
think?
have something earlier that was kind of.
Can I do it?
I'll show it to you here. When you guys talk about AI, I pulled up something on Minority Report and I pulled me to this article, which Microsoft has an app that it's actually developed by Hitachi. It's called Predictive Crime Analytics. They can predict crimes up to 91% accuracy. And then it's also already being
You almost set.
enacted in Maryland and Pennsylvania as of 2013.
You should be on your way
Crime prediction
to
software
win
to
this
find out
game.
which inmate that's going to be released is going to predict or commit another crime, and so they're using that to follow them. And there's some.
I don't know. Yeah, that one.
Do that obviously. That's not good.
Whoa, hold on.
Whoa.
What is it?
See
Professor
it?
Burke says his algorithm could be used to help set bail amounts and also decide
I
sentences
think
in the future.
And then I got down.
You have a chance to win today.
It's called a heat list in Chicago. They have 400 residents that are listed as potential victims and subjects with the greatest propensity of violence. And they go and knock on their door and tell them that they're being watched.
Yeah, I think
And
it's the winner.
I clicked on this thing and it's an actual Chicago directive from police.org. It's a pilot.
I have another bro. Send me a request now.
Someone might be after you.
I have another bro sending me a request. Come
I don't
on.
want to interrupt you guys to tell you about this, but
I got you here. I see you here.
Violence Reduction Initiative, in partnership with the John Jay College of Criminal Justice Community Team, will serve as outreach partners within the social
Let's
service
do
and
it.
community partner. Show him this. This is crazy. While we were doing this, Microsoft has these programs. Scroll up to the top. they revealed an application they think that can predict crimes in the future and decide if inmates get parole.
It uses all
Right.
sorts of data,
Right.
public data from Twitter, closed circuit camera feeds, public Wi-Fi signals. Just like in LA, there's all sorts of microphones all over the place, listening for gunshots and whatnot. There's those new light poles I told you about that are adding 4G connectivity to the city.
Yeah,
That obviously can be added to this probably if they needed it.
I'm sure.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, I think that is all of that's coming. I mean, you just look at just consumer behavior and just look at how much
Solid.
someone can understand about you based on your zip code and your last 3 Netflix movies you watched to the end, and it's just a few other data points, right? And then we basically know, we can predict, with some horrendous accuracy what you're going to like, given the menu of options. I mean, we can advertise to you with immense precision. Facebook obviously is at the forefront of this, but when you talk about, when you add everything else that's coming, even more intrusive technology of the sort we've been talking about, it's none of that's surprising, right?
Nothing's surprising anymore. It's if you had read that 30 years ago, it would have looked like an article in the Onion,
Yeah.
right? You'd be like, "What? They're gonna have this is Judge Dredd. This is crazy."
Well, here's the Onion version, which did just happen, right? With Microsoft, where they put out what they were calling an AI bot on Twitter. There was an AI
Right.
Twitter
Don't
account that
say-
became a
don't
hit-loving
say
sex
over
bot
until it's over.
because it was being tuned
I
up by
can get
interaction
fuck up
with, people trolling
pretty
it.
quick.
Did you see the guy who got arrested for
Like
false and
right
sexual
now,
assault
almost
on
got
Donald
fucked
Trump?
up.
No.
That was close one.
He got busted. I don't know if he got arrested. He got busted though. They have camera photos of him rolling through an intersection, completely unconscious on his way to work. Look at this guy. Look at this. The car's driving.
Just like that.
Asleep.
Just like that.
Autopilot. This is insanity.
So
man.
this is going to be a great moment to see, and I'm sure this is coming, where once self-driving cars become just obviously the only truly safe alternative, then you'll be arrested for the opposite violation. You'll be
Ooh,
arrested
man,
for
why
the
so
act on the wheel. Like
close?
you're
Why so
driving a
close?
car that is
I got a green one.
piloted as opposed to robot driven, and that's maybe 30,000 people a year dying every year based on ape.
What the heck?
So the moment
Again.
we crack that, which we're very close to doing.
I'm getting better.
You've got your old muscle cars or whatever you're into.
Ooh la la, man. You got two chances to win.
You're gonna reserve
Boom.
the right to, like, at your wedding,
Yeah, no
future,
more
you
chances
start 15
to
in the air,
win.
knock you over the
Ah,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a license to operate them.
You're gonna have to
I'm
move
gonna
out
do
of the
this
big somewhere.
side.
You gotta take them to the hills and unload them out of the back of a truck
Right.
and drive for a very short distance.
That's right. Yeah.
Probably monitor how much.
Governor on them, they
Yeah.
can go 5 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it in
Yep.
terms of safety, for sure, and then it seems to be the thing that's the trend for, right? You give up your privacy for safety. You give up your ability to drive a car wherever you want, whenever you want, however you want. You give that up too. You give that up for safety. And people are reluctant to give up fun shit like lying, driving their car fast. Like those two things, people are gonna have a hard time with you like actually getting into their mind, seeing their actual mind, and being able to do that so we can know without a doubt whether or not someone's guilty or innocent. My question to you is, if you could get inside someone's mind,
Oh,
is it
man.
that really,
no more.
suggestive guy
All
I was
right.
talking about earlier. That
Let's
just
do it
does all the
again.
horrific demonic possession stuff and eating babies. What if it's like getting to that guy's mind? What if you can't tell?
Well, the case that worries me, and this is perhaps an inept segue to politics, but we're in people's minds. I mean, you get someone talking long enough, you know their minds. They don't conceal what they're about.
So I'm solid.
Maybe
I'm
you can,
solid.
'cause you're a super smart wizard type.
I'm
dude. But
solid.
Jamie, I don't know about. I don't know if he's a mind reader.
But the question is, will people care?
That's
You know,
why I
like-
don't
like
turn
if you
on
have
the
literally
camera all the
a lie
time
detector,
because
have someone who
I have to
puts
shoot
lines,
and I have to
right?
look at the
Just get
screen
caught in lines,
at
get-
different
get-
angles.
See it too. You feel it, right?
But people don't seem to care, right? At least in a political process. I mean, I'm thinking in this case of Trump, where you have someone who
Man, I don't even
is
have.
in some cases lying or just changing his mind in such
Not
a
gonna go. Not gonna
incoherent
go.
way
Not gonna go.
that, it's the functional equivalent of lying. It's someone who becomes totally unpredictable. He has a stance that is A on Tuesday and it's B on Wednesday, and when the discrepancy
Yep.
is pointed out,
That's a
it
good
doesn't
one.
compensate, right? So it's just there's just no there is no accountability to his own states of consciousness that he's going to be held to, and the people who love him don't seem to care. They actually, as far as I can tell, I don't know so many of these people personally, but it's based on social media and seeing the few articles where someone has explained why they love Trump. People view this as a kind of this dishonesty. What is in my view, both dishonesty and a kind of theatrical hucksterism. A sort of person who's pretending to be many things that he probably isn't. They see it as a
I got
new
that
kind of
one.
authenticity. Right, like this guy, he's just letting it rip. He doesn't care what is true. He doesn't care what your expectations for coherence are. He's just going to tell you to fuck yourself every which way, and this is the new way of being honest, right? This is a new form of integrity. It's amazing to watch. It's been. I'm someone who actually I remember on my own podcast. I think I was talking to Paul Bloom, this Yale psychologist who's great. And
Oh man, I
we got
fucking
involved
missed that
at
shot.
least a year ago, but at that point I said, "There's no way we're going to be talking about Trump in a year. This is going to completely flame out." And I don't tend to make predictions, but this was a clear moment that I remember of making a prediction, which is now obviously false. But I just couldn't imagine that this was what people were going to find this compelling enough for him to be on the cusp of getting
Who's
elected.
next? Who's next? Who's next?
Have you talked this issue to death on your podcast, or?
I guess we kind of have. Well, I think this is how everybody feels. Everybody feels like you're supposed to be like with their person, whether it's Bernie or whether it's for Hillary or whether you're a Trump supporter, whatever it is. Like you have to be all. But like, if you look at the choices that were given, none of these could really be described as ideal.
No.
Like Hillary Clinton, you could want a woman in the White House, and you want to show everyone that a woman can do that job just as well as a man, and she's got the most experience. She certainly has the most experience dealing with foreign governments, and she certainly has the most experience in
I
politics.
play like a
Amazing, but she's also
newbie.
involved in 2 criminal investigations. She had a server in her bathroom. And there's all this squirrely stuff going on.
She's terrible
She's
in many
connected.
ways.
She was anti-gay marriage until
yeah.
like 2013.
And then wouldn't admit the change of mind either.
Yeah, she's a politician. She's probably a brilliant woman, but she's also set in her ways and a politician, and a politician to the end. And part of
Think
being a
I can get
politician is being a fucking huckster. You got to be able to get those people to see your side.
Not.
And the way you do
I knew that.
is to talk like this. You can't talk like a normal person.
You do it.
Speech coach.
You do
They
it.
all do. He's terrible too. Trump's not even good at it, and he kicks their asses.
But no, but
I mean, it's
her
not like-
voice, she
Yeah.
has a kind of, to use
Boom.
sexist trope,
Straight
she
up.
has a shrill voice.
How dare
When
you.
you get her in front of a mic and there's a crowd and she thinks she's talking over the crowd, which she doesn't have to do because she's in front of a mic, the sound you get is just, it's yelling when she doesn't need to yell. Someone has to teach her how to dial it back.
What you just did is called mansplaining.
No,
it's
I'm
a terrible
explaining.
thing.
I'm explaining to the men in her crew who should talk some sense into her. But she's a bad candidate, right? I have no doubt that she's very smart and she's well informed and she's qualified and she is absolutely who I will vote for given the choices. But I totally understand people's reservations with her. She's a liar. She's an opportunist. She's just almost preternaturally inauthentic.
Oh
She's just-
man, how did I
just
do
goes every
that?
third sentence, and you
Tell
feel
me,
that.
how? How did I do that?
And this is all true, and yet I also believe the people who say I've never met her, but people who know
Just
her,
two
and
shots. You have two shots to win.
One-on-one.
That's
she's incredibly
it.
Impressive and
You
great.
can do it.
But that
Boom,
doesn't translate
one more.
to candidacy. She's
Probably thinks she has
To the
do it
right.
old school.
Right bottom.
I mean, the way she's doing it.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at what worries me is I went on Facebook the other day, and I've said very little
See?
about this, but I've made
You got it.
enough noises of the sort that I just made.
You got it, bro.
That I'm for Clinton, despite all my reservations.
Yeah,
Um,
let's do one more game.
what I got on my own Facebook
Ah, no
page, which
Vegas,
is
man, no
people
Vegas.
who are following me on Facebook and already like me in some sense.
You want me to
Thousand comments.
take all my money?
I mean, no one loves Hillary. No one.
I know you got a lot of money to
someone
play.
supporters for Hillary. It was all just Bernie people and Trump people flaming me for the most tepid possible endorsement of Clinton. All I said was, listen, I understand, Clinton's a liar and she's an opportunist.
All right.
She's,
What we got here? So,
completely get your
man, what did you do?
At least she's a grown
The
up.
black one. Thanks.
She's
Thanks.
the candidate.
Thanks to you.
So it's the moment-
It was
the
a
moment to
easy game. You gotta watch that black ball when it sits somewhere next to the pocket. That
I forget how I said it on Facebook, but it was just the most. It was
That's
just,
the
it
most
really
that you
was
have to
lesser
watch.
evil's argument. And
especially in the beginning of the game.
it's amazing to see how energized and passionate people are.
Oh, man.
Defense of Trump and Sanders.
No power, no power.
It's like people are just sheepishly saying that just divulging that they will vote for Clinton, but they are. And maybe somewhere that I haven't noticed, someone absolutely loves Clinton, but she does not have her defenders the way these guys do.
Have you seen the Man Enough to Vote for Her campaign?
No.
It's with like hipster dudes with tattoos and beards that are gonna vote for Hillary.
No.
I hope it's fake, because it's so brilliant. I hope it's not real. Is it fake? Thank God. Is it? Thank God. Whew. It's so good though, because it's not that fake. It's pretty good. Like you could almost see.
So wait a minute. This is not bad for her, right? This is
No, it's not bad for her. It's just funny that someone would make a joke political ad.
Right.
You know, that you have to be man enough to vote for Hillary. Like, there's guys out there that would buy that. They would.
Oh, man.
They'd do it. It's a scary time because it doesn't seem like anybody that you would want to be president wants to be president. And so we're left
I'll let you
with,
win.
all right, what do you pick? It's like as if we're going to play the Super Bowl with three of the shittiest teams we could find. We're just going to go get some drunk high school kids. We're going to get some inmates with club feet. We're just going to throw
First one.
We're going to have the worst game ever. And this is what this game is. This is not a good game. This is not a game where you've got like a John F. Kennedy versus a Lyndon Johnson, or it's not like powerful characters. It's Trump, I guess, is a really powerful character, but in more ways like a showman character.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what he's
Everywhere,
doing
yeah.
is like he's putting on a great show, and he's gonna win probably because he's putting on such a great show, and people like a great show. But
I do think I'm now among the people who think something new, we're witnessing something new with Trump. It's not just the same
Man, that
old
was a
thing
shitty
where
shot.
the process is so onerous that it's selecting for the kind of narcissist or thick-skinned person who
I don't know.
is willing to submit to the
I don't
process. And there may
I'm
be
trying.
also good people.
Boom, nothing.
I mean, yes, there's that too, but
Your turn.
there's something. It's a moment among the electorate where it's
Hey guys, if anyone wants to know how I'm streaming this game, you please hit me on my Facebook.
with Sanders too. where people just want to jam a stick in the wheel
Wow.
of the system just to see what happens.
You
It's like, this is
set me up
the
for
main gripe against Hillary
for
really is
one
that
for
she's
one nice
politics as
shot
usual.
right
She's not gonna
there.
change the system, right?
Right.
That
People want to
yellow
change the system, but they're not really
is
thinking
going
about
in.
the implications of radically changing the system. And in the case of Trump, I mean, here is someone who is advertising his lack of qualifications for the office in every way that he can. It's like there's no.
I almost lost
I'm
it.
not even bothered by his racism or his misogyny or his demagoguery or his bullying. I mean, all of that I'm willing to guess is an act, right? That he's decided that that's somehow pandering to his base, and he's actually, in truth, he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. Say, I'm willing to believe that. I mean, I don't know why I would think that's plausible, but it's a, you know, I have a hunch that he's far more liberal than he seems, and it's just pandering.
Which
But
one? The blue one?
That can't be true.
I think it's
is
the blue.
There's no way he's actually brilliant and well informed about all the issues, and is
Nah.
saying the things he's saying. He's not pretending to be as uninformed and as incoherent and as irresponsible as he's seeming.
Because you win with
Boom.
him,
It's
it
just-
makes you a better leader.
Well, it's just the vacuousness of his speech. It's like he'll say the same thing 3 times in a row, and it was meaningless the first time, right? He'll say it's going to be amazing. It's going to be very, very amazing.
Did I just get lucky?
And he does
Or
this
what?
with everything. If you look at the transcripts of his speeches,
I think
and
so.
the fact that he has never, I mean, so far as I've
I don't even know how
seen,
that
he
happened.
has never once strung together a string of sentences that was
It was a good one?
even interesting,
Oh, what?
right? But he's never, he just, there's never a moment where I say, oh, this guy is smarter and better informed than I realize. That moment never comes, right? I keep expecting to see that happen. And it's a little bit like, I mean, I have this image of, like, imagine you have an urn, right, and you keep pulling things out of it, and all you pull out of it is junk, right? You pull chicken bones and broken marbles and gum, and it's still possible that if you root around in that urn long enough, you're going to find the Hope Diamond. If you root around, that you pull something out, that really has no logical implication for the next thing you might pull out of the urn. The mind on Isaac, when you see what this guy says, does not say anything that a well-informed, intelligent person would say. And it's just, and ideas are connected, right? It's like you can't fake this stuff. You can't fake being this uninformed, and you can't fake being really well informed. And he's just, look at
Challenge me in Moscow, please, guys. Who's next?
In the rounding up of illegal aliens, right? Round up 11 million illegal aliens. Now this gets stated as, we're gonna round them up and send them back to Mexico. And what worries me is no one seems to care that if you just look at the implications of doing this, it is this one policy claim alone is so impractical and unethical. It's just what are we talking about here? You're talking like your gardener, your housekeeper, the person who works at the car wash, the person who picks the vegetables that you buy in the market is going to get a knock on the door in the middle of the night by the Gestapo and get sent back to the vast majority of these people are law-abiding people who are just working in jobs that Americans by and large don't want to do, and many of them have kids who are American citizens, right? So someone's got kids under the age of 10 who are American citizens, and what, you're going to send that person back to Mexico, and you're going to do this by the hundreds of thousands and millions. It's just that one point alone, held in isolation from all of the other things he said, the crazy things like climate change is a hoax, concocted by the Chinese to destroy our manufacturing base, and the fact that he likes Putin, and everything else he said, right? This one policy claim alone should be enough to disqualify a person's candidacy. It's so crazy the moment you look at it, and yet no one seems to care. In fact, it's just
Wow.
more energizing to the people who already like him.
I know that he said that he wanted to build a wall, but I didn't know that he said that he wanted to get rid of the illegal aliens.
Round him up and round him up.
And do what with them? That's
Send them back to their country.
Oh, that is so crazy. It's such a crazy idea, and it's so brutal. The idea that, I mean, it's a subhuman thing. The only reason why people would come to America is because they felt like it would make their life better. So people take a big risk. It's not an easy way to do it if you're poor, you don't have any qualifications for any unusual jobs, and you're trying to get across to Mexico. But everybody who does it because they want to improve their life. You know, and the idea that one group of people shouldn't be able to do it, one group should, just because they were born on the right side of some strange line that is only a couple hundred years old.
But I'll go further in meeting him in the middle. So I think we should be able to defend our borders, right? So it is. I don't have a good argument for having a porous border that we can't figure out how to defend, and we don't know who's coming into the country, right? So I think building a wall is almost certainly a stupid idea among his many stupid ideas, but I think
Nice.
it would be great to know who's coming in the country and have a purely legal process by which that happens. I mean, ultimately, that's got to be the goal, right?
Right.
And we are imperfectly. So I don't have an argument for open borders or porous borders, but the question is, what do you do with 11 or 12 million people who are already here doing jobs we want them to do that help our society? And the vast majority of them are law-abiding people who, as you say, are just trying to have better lives. The idea that you're going to break up families and send people back by the millions, and the idea that you're going to devote your law enforcement resources to doing this when you have real terrorism and real crime to deal with is just pure insanity, right? And also totally unethical, and yet he doesn't get any points docked for this aspiration. It's one of the things around which people are rallying. But the climate change thing is also insane and dangerous.
Well, he's a birther.
Right, yeah, right.
He was one of the original birthers. He was saying that Obama's birth certificate was bullshit. He was born in Kenya, right? Wasn't he one of those guys?
Oh yeah, he was
I would love it.
self-funding that for a while.
I
Yeah.
would love if he got into office and just said, listen, folks, I am nothing like this person who's attempted to be in the presidency. I just want to show you that you can be manipulated and get it together.
And if he just punked all
Now,
of
I'm going to
civilization.
hire some people who actually know how to run things. And,
Well, see, that's the smart people who are voting for him think, and this is, I think, a crazy position, but they think that he is just pandering to the idiots who he needs to pander to get into office. So he's not disavowing the white supremacist vote, with the alacrity that you would if you were a decent human being and you found out that David Duke supported you. Because he needs those votes, and he knows that most of the people in his base aren't going to care, and he can just kind of move on in the news cycle. And he's doing this on all these issues where where smart people see that he looks like a buffoon, and they are treating him as the people who don't like him are treating him as a comic figure who he can't really believe that stuff. He's too sophisticated to really believe that stuff, so he's just pandering. What is it?
Wow.
People aren't seeing, if that's true, just how unethical and weird that is, right? The guy has no compunction about lying and demonizing people. It's like, let's say he thinks that Clinton really isn't guilty, Bill Clinton isn't really guilty of a rape, right? And now he's calling him a rapist, right? Now at the time, he was saying he wasn't a rapist and he's just being
Hey,
vain,
what's up?
and this is outrageous. He was taking the side of a friend who he invited to his wedding, but now he's calling him a rapist, right? A sexual predator who harmed women's rights more than anyone. So which is true, right? So there's no version of the truth here that makes Trump look at all acceptable as a person. It's like either he knew he was a rapist and was defending him because he was just cozying up to power at that point, right? Didn't care that he's a rapist, or now he knows he's still the guy who thinks he wasn't a rapist, but now he's just for purely opportunistic
112, man.
Call a guy a rapist who-
You gonna beat me like a girl.
They're both horrible, right? And it's not like there's new evidence has come forward in the intervening years that would have changed his mind about what happened in Clinton's presidency. So he's, but I think people think that he's got to be much more sophisticated than he is, and that if he got into office, he would just be a totally sober and presidential person. There's just no reason to believe that. I mean, if he thinks climate change is a hoax, and that we should pull out of the Paris Accords, and we should ramp up coal production, and bring back the coal jobs, I mean, this is what he's saying, right? There's no reason to think he doesn't believe this at this point. That's just, it is a disastrous thing for a president.
How about you send me requests after this game?
This that I've been hearing from people that I.
But to Moscow, don't say send any higher, cause I suck at those
The
levels.
political version of the asteroid that killed the dinosaur.
Ah, fuck.
He's gonna come down and smash it, and it's gonna be so chaotic that they're gonna be forced to reform the system, and people are gonna respond in turn. Like the way people were responding against factory farming, and more people are going vegan, like that kind of a thing. They're gonna see it and they're gonna respond in turn.
Yes, give me a
That is
chance.
such so
Give me a
So
chance
he's
to
gonna
win
toss
to
the
a
apple cart
pro.
in the air. He's just gonna fuck this whole goofy system up, and then we'll be able to rebuild after Trump has dismantled all the different special interest groups and lobbyists and all the people that we really would like to get out of the system. We really don't like the fact that there's such insane amounts of influence that
Yeah.
big corporations and lobbyists have had on the way laws get passed. This might be the way to do it. You have some wild man. Everyone's fired. You're fired. You're fired, Jetson. It's like a character. Like he's coming in. His hair's plastic.
You gonna
he's all
finish
fired
me
up.
in 1 minute?
He's a billionaire,
That's what you're
he made all his
saying?
own money, sort of. Dad gave him some money, but he turned it into a lot of money. Point being, he doesn't need anybody's money.
The truth is, he's probably lying about the amount of money. But like,
He's a baller for sure, though, right? At the very least, he's got to be worth some cash.
yeah, I mean, there could be a big difference between what he's claiming and what is
Yeah.
in fact true. But he's a. I mean, there are many pieces here. I mean, people assume that because he's a
Oh
successful businessman,
la la, this guy is already on fire
there's
here.
no necessary connection there, right? There's a lot of rich people who are totally confused.
He doesn't know which pocket to call, cause
And, most
every
economists
shot
don't have
sucks
money, so
here.
there's no real connection there. But the
and I got still 3 to go. Holy fucking
what you're
A.
describing is
No,
a kind of just random.
no way.
Let's just smash.
140 million. You're
Right? Like I'm gonna light a fire.
that. I know what it's all
See
about.
what happens, and that's almost any process by which you would change the system is more intelligent than that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and,
Yeah.
and
You should
it's also
start
about
a
valuing how much
YouTube
harm
channel and show everybody how to play. If you
could do, right?
you got
So,
such a good
I think even-
skills to play to 140
I haven't
mil.
seen this, but I'm imagining that even
How about
Trump
that?
supporters would answer this question.
What device do you use?
Which is, like, if
You can stream on your phone or even tablet. That's what I'm doing.
It tells you how it works out for the next president. So, like, if I look in this crystal ball and it says the next president of the United States, is
You
a
doing that?
disaster, right? Just it's like the worst president we've ever had. You just think of just failures of governance and the
Oh
toxic
man.
influence of narcissism and hubris that comes along just like once every 1,000 years, right? Just disaster. I think you know, even if you're a Trump supporter,
He's
which
calling the
candidate
pocket.
that was,
I think
like,
this gonna be
only
the same
Trump
pocket.
is likely to screw things up that badly. It's not Clinton. Is
After
gonna be-
this game, I'll show you my profile ID.
predictable. She's going to be a politician.
Wow.
She's going to be basically centrist on a lot of on foreign policy and domestic policy. You know, she's going to be liberal on social issues. She is not going to try to dismantle NATO and to get into a war with North Korea or to get into an alliance with. She's not going to do something insane. And
Alliance with Putin.
yeah, he's said basically only favorable things about Putin.
They're
This one,
homies.
yeah.
They're tight.
So we should get hopefully we'll see pictures with both of them on horseback, shirtless.
I think
Spread-
Android, yes, Android is good.
don't see.
I have Samsung Galaxy tablet and Galaxy Note. You can stream video from both of them.
Between Bernie and Hillary and him, and
Oh, I think I won this
to me, it was
one.
like the last gasps of the dying system. It's
Okay,
like
but that's scary.
representative
right?
government system.
But a lot of people are saying
Is that you?
things like that, but they're not hearing
I think that was you.
just how nihilistic that is. If
But
true.
not Sydney.
Right. It's like there's so much stuff we have to get right,
Right.
and there's so much.
Moscow,
and the
send
only
me
tool to get
request
it
to
right
Moscow.
Is having
I'm
your,
poor.
your mind actually
Or give me some
understand
gold coins.
how to manipulate the world in the direction you want it to go.
Since you already rich.
To understand.
Oh,
whether
here's
or not
my
climate change is true.
here's my page.
Your beliefs about it have to be representative of that truth, right?
Right.
So, like, let's say I'm mistaken, and there is no human cause climate change. It's not a problem, and every moment spent thinking about it, worrying about it, correcting for it is just a waste of time. It's just throwing out, the wealth of the world, right? A terrible thing, right? So it really matters who's right about that. And the fact that we have a president or a candidate who is coming in saying this is all bullshit, in defiance of
No,
all
dude,
the
send me to
science,
Moscow. I don't
it's,
want to do anything higher than that.
It's true, but it's on every.
I'm not ready for higher bets.
I guarantee you, he doesn't know the difference between Sunni and Shia Islam, or which countries are Sunni predominantly and which are Shia predominantly. And I mean, I'm sure he's going to do. I don't know when he's going to cram for this final exam or one of those debates. He's going to get. Some
Send me request to Moscow,
bullet points. He's
not
gonna
higher
shit,
than
but
Moscow.
His head is just not in this game. It's never been in this game. It's obvious.
You're gonna beat me, and then what am I gonna do?
That is something you can't say about.
Come on.
Right, for all of her flaws as a person, I don't care how much you hate her as a person. She understands.
There you go. This guy wants to play in
And
Moscow.
That difference is so enormous. Forget about all the other character flaws of this guy who is just obviously perfect.
But are we attached too much to this idea of one person being the figurehead? If
Well, it's
we
not
all-
a figurehead. Someone has to.
Right,
Someone's
if we
the
all-
decider.
If we all woke up today, if everybody woke up and there was just no government, there was nothing, we're all just, what happened? I don't know, but we got to figure out how to run this thing.
Well,
We had no previous understanding of government. Would you think anybody would say we need one dude to just run this whole giant continent filled with 300 million people? Most likely.
I know,
if we woke up and
it
we
wasn't
had
you.
Technology like we have today. We have the ability to communicate like we have today with social media and whatever. We would probably say we need to figure this out amongst each other and find the people that are the most qualified for each one of these positions and start running our government that way.
Well, that's what we're attempting to do, but it's just, and I totally agree with you that it is astonishing that out of a nation of 300 million people, these are the choices. I mean,
Yes.
you would think, I mean, starting from your basic, your zero set point of just, now we're going to reboot civilization, you would think that if you had this kind of process, each candidate would be more impressive than the next. I mean,
Right.
you'd be like, I can't believe,
Right.
each person who came to the podium
Like
would be
looking at
so,
like
so
LeBron
impressive.
James.
Oh yeah, it'd be like the dunk contest, for the NBA. It'd be like, oh my god, like it's just when you thought you saw the best dunk in your life, the next guy comes along.
Exactly.
And it would be that on every topic, right? It'd be like you'd be talking about the science of climate change. You'd be talking about the actual dynamics of the war on terror. So topics that seem to have no relationship. Where you'd be amazed that anyone could be an expert in all of them. You would find someone who was an expert, a functional expert in all of them.
A Jeopardy winner, dude.
Yeah, but someone who's also ethically wise, who wasn't obviously an asshole,
Right.
and who had a mature relationship to changing his or her mind, right? So like there's this whole bit about flip-flopping and not being like someone who could honestly represent changes of mind in across a political career, right? It's nowhere written that it's a good thing to believe today what you believe 20 years ago. In fact,
Right.
if you do that on every topic, it means basically you haven't been in dialogue with the world. But there's something, it's so taboo to change your mind that either you have to hold it or you have to pretend it was.
I didn't think it was gonna
always
go.
that way, Or it's just a.
Let's do this, bro. Come on. Show you what you got.
But given the choices,
I know you can do it. You're challenging me
someone who is
higher bets,
for all her flaws,
but I'm still new to this.
game for long enough to be really well informed and capable of compromise and capable of not just
Oh,
breaking the entire machine. And you have someone who's just kind of stepped off the set of his reality TV show, and
Nice.
lied about everything, and elbowed his way, onto your television set, and never left because
oh.
CNN couldn't figure out how to give the mic to someone else. It's amazing.
Well, he's a product of attention because they realize that there's the heated race, right? The heated race. This guy was really famous, and in a heated race, this guy would say some crazy stuff, and so they would tune into him. So everybody had to tune into him. So because of him saying crazy stuff, he accelerated the amount they were talking about him. So they're constantly talking about him and barely talking about other people.
But he's created a wormhole in our political process now where there's nothing so crazy that could disqualify him among the people who like him.
Yes.
So he could just keep, just like nuclear bombs of craziness that the press can't ignore.
Ah, man, fuck.
This is the crazy thing he said that's going to harm his candidacy, so let's shine a light on it.
I
He just
fucked up.
helps it. He could get on Twitter right now and say, you know who I'd like to fuck? I'd like to fuck Nicki Minaj. and it would work for him. It would work for him. You would see a tweet storm of 1 billion people who say, I'd like to fuck Nicki
Something
Minaj.
like this.
And
How do you like it?
insanity. That's where we are.
Sometime I get lucky. Sometime I get lucky.
It should definitely be reworked, and it's so
Bro,
hard to
no
rework.
London.
The best way to
Please.
rework it, a Trump asteroid just slams right into the White House. Boom, blows.
I
the
know
whole
you're
thing
not the
sky
guy,
high. Who knows what terrible things have to happen, but.
but you're not the guy who's supposed to send me a request to Moscow.
Anyway, so when you look at 9/11 was an asteroid, right? So it's like or a superbug.
Moscow, yes, yes, we gotta do it. We gotta do it right.
You need people who are in touch
Let's go.
with reality.
Break this shit.
Like the moment someone advertises not only their ignorance, but the fact that
Fuck.
they don't care
One.
that they're ignorant, and they do this again and again, they keep doubling down. That person is like, if you put that person at the helm, what you have done is basically put chaos at the helm, right? It's like this person's going to believe whatever he believes, regardless of the information coming in and regardless of the consequences. That's just, I mean, it's worse than
You
no
have
one in charge.
interesting questions down there in the comment section.
This person's hands, right? So this person everything has to go through this node in the network. There's just like an information scrambling device, right? So like no matter how good the information is coming in, you've got a bottleneck here which just screws up the signal, right?
Do it.
That's what you're doing if you're hiring someone like this who, in the best case, what you stated earlier would in fact be true, which he'll get into the Oval Office. And even he will be scared of the prospect that he's now running the better part of human civilization. And he will hire the best people, or some semblance of the best people he can get access to, and say, tell me how to not screw this up. And that will be, and then it'll essentially be business as usual, right? Insofar as you've hired the best people.
Yeah, I'll show you my ID,
Are deeply in this game already, right?
my profile ID after this game.
Being really pragmatic about how they pick politicians and how they
Fuck, I'm
push
gonna
certain
miss
people
this one.
aside to push others. Do you think that something like
Wow,
Trump
what a loser.
changes how they move forward now? They realize that this can happen? Like now that you see that people are so
Yeah.
goofy, we're so WWE'd out that you can get this guy. You know, I mean, this is where we're at. We've got a guy. I told him the wall just got 10 foot higher.
Right.
Yeah, everybody gets crazy. Like, how could you say that?
Yeah.
Once they've realized that that's possible, how long before you get like some motivational speaker type dudes? How long before they start jumping in there? How Tony Robbins for president?
That's what we have. I mean, this is way worse than Tony Robbins for president.
Oh yeah, way.
Oh, yeah,
Tony Robbins is a
Tony.
positive dude.
Yeah.
But I'd vote for him.
Yeah, no, Tony
Very
Robbins.
positive guy.
No,
That's not what I mean. I mean,
right.
but that sort of ability to excite people.
Right.
Like if we're gonna get like one of those motivational speaker dudes, like those guys who wears a lot of yoga pants, and he's gonna be the next president. He's gonna get us in shape. It's gonna be a reality show.
Finally, I got
America's a reality show.
some movement here.
The best.
Did you see this press conference he held?
Boom.
yesterday?
No, I did not.
Oh, there was a very funny moment where there was one journalist. I
Gotta help a brother out. Let me win.
So Trump was being very combative with the press pool.
Boom.
He was basically shouting them down, not answering any of the questions. And one journalist, just aghast, said, "Is this what it's going to be like when you're president? Is this what it's going to be like to be in the White House press corps and deal with you?" And he said, "Yes, this is exactly what it's going to be like." But you could just see that, like the journalists, like they turned.
Not yet. Don't. Oh man, I don't know.
By what is happening here, they don't know they're participating in this process. In some sense, they have created this process.
Is this, no, not all of you, just many of you. Enough of us. Is this what you did? Is this what it's going to be like covering you if you're president?
Oh man, how I fucked up just now.
It's going to be like this, David. If the press writes false stories, like they did with this, because half of you were amazed that I raised all of this money. If the press writes false stories, like they did.
Bro, I like these offers. Let me win. I like those offers.
I wasn't looking for the credit. And by the way, more money is coming in. I wasn't looking for the credit, but I had no choice but to do this because the press was saying I didn't raise any money for them. Not only did I raise it,
I'll let you win
a
too.
long time ago. And there is a vetting process, and I think you understand that. But when I raise almost $6 million, and probably in the end we'll raise more than 6 because more is.
Wow, what a loser.
But when I raise 5.6 million as of today, more is coming in, and this is going to phenomenal groups, and I have many of these people vetting the people that are getting the money. And
you played the moment I was referring to. I mean, so here is a case where he's probably almost.
I think he's gonna do it.
Giving to veterans.
Wow, really?
Very recently.
You let me win?
Around to see if he actually had given the money that he claimed to have given to veterans. But
Boom.
I mean, this is
Shit.
what's difficult about this.
That's
is
not good. That's not good.
Yes, the press is highly imperfect, and also partisan, and there are false stories, and there are exaggerations, and they screw people over. Yes, and there are reasons to.
Yeah.
The
Sometime
press.
I get lucky.
In this case, you have
Okay, who's gonna let me win?
someone who there is no.
Now
amount of fact checking
send me
and
only if you're gonna let me win.
that forces him to ever acknowledge anything that he's done wrong, and the lack of acknowledgement that he has no
Ah, shit.
among the people who like him, and so the press is powerless. And
Okay,
then-
this is gonna be random
and
game.
The result of of a press conference like this, if you are a Trump follower, is
Fucking
he
A.
just showed how
None.
biased and petty the press pool is. And the press do need to just be beaten up by a strong man who's not going to stand for their bullshit. But it's a I mean
It's unbecoming, at the very least. That kind of communication. It's kind of unbecoming of the person that we expect, and that's pretty mild.
no, that's
comparison.
mild compared to his parodying of the disabled reporter who you saw that bit where he did like a a cerebral palsy imitation at one of his speeches?
No.
He was, yeah, he was interviewed by, I don't happen to know who
And he was
the reporter
about
was. Oh yeah, he was
specific
making
person?
fun of somebody with cerebral palsy. I mean, he's done so many things that you would think would be fundamentally canceling of a person's political aspirations. Like you caught Marco Rubio pretending to just goofing on someone's cerebral palsy at one of his campaign events.
Oh, it's so
Just be
true.
the end, right?
No, one of the things that sunk Ted Cruz was just that video of him with his family, the outtakes, where they were
I didn't
like,
see that.
"Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
It's a gem.
Uh-huh.
It's spectacular. It's him.
Oh.
He's like, I'm on praise for me."
Shit, what a stupid move.
She looks at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hours every day? No, I don't. You can't even say that. And so they have all these really awkward moments like, okay, I'm going to go in for a hug. And I'm going to say I love you. it's all like weirdly mapped out. And that got online and people were like, oh, Christ. Okay. See, this is a bad game. Like, you're not even good at this game. You're terrible at this game.
Yeah, he was effectively terrible.
Well, that's Trump's competition.
Well, the thing about Cruz that never even got out, which was the reason to be scared about a Cruz presidency, was his level of religious craziness. I mean, no one was even pushing on that because there wasn't just enough to push on before you even got to that door.
Yeah, you have to hold on to those weapons.
Yeah, but I mean, had Cruz been the nominee, it would have been all about religion.
What's odd is that that's not a handicap in 2016. That you can have that and people consider it an asset.
Well, the one thing that's surprising and actually hopeful in Trump's candidacy
Oh man.
is the fact that he has dissected out the religious, social conservative component of the Republican Party. So, like, the evangelicals, for the most part, were going for Trump over Cruz, when it was pretty clear to them that Trump was just pretending to be religious. And ever since Trump gave one speech at I think Liberty University where he spoke, he said, Corinthians 2, and that's not the way any Bible reader would speak about 2 Corinthians.
How would you say it?
2 Corinthians.
That's how you would say it?
Yeah. And so he said Corinthians 2 is like as though this is something he just opened every night before he went to sleep. And so it's clear that it was clear to them that he is just miming the language, or impersonating a person of faith, and but they don't care really as long as he does it. And that is, if you look for a silver lining to this, it shows that it's not. They just want a space where their religious convictions are not under attack, and they don't really care that the person in charge share them. If you pretend to share them, that's good enough, and that's better than actually caring that this person really believe in the rapture or anything else that is quite obviously crazy. So I don't think any Christian who's voting for Trump thinks. I mean, they'll say, "I'm not going to judge another man's faith," right? Or I'm not. Who am I to say what's really in his heart? Right? They'll say that, but he's just given. If you've been paying attention to who he's been, and if you just look at how he talks about these things,
Ah, fuck.
he's fooling any Christian. So I think they're willing to vote for someone for other reasons that are fairly depressing in their own right. They're willing to vote for someone who doesn't really play the game the way they do.
You have to believe in God to be president in 2016, right? Wouldn't you say that
You
that's...
have to pretend to believe in God.
You
But
have to.
I think with Trump, the pretense is obvious enough that I don't think he's fooling.
Oh man, I fucked up.
The people who are voting for him, who would say they care about a person of faith being in the White House. So one thing he might be breaking is the barrier on having an atheist president, because I think it's just nobody thinks he is a person of faith. I don't think anyone really thinks that.
So
He's
it'd be perfect.
he might be our first atheist president.
He would help us in that regard as well. Another Trump meteor right into the White House.
Yeah.
I'm starting to sound like a Trump supporter.
Occasionally, an asteroid does something good.
Who would be the ideal president? I mean, like, what kind of a person? I mean, it would probably be a person who doesn't seek attention. Probably be a person that,
Well, I don't think it could be that. I mean, the process is even an optimized process will be
I don't know how to find you here.
it will require enough sacrifice of what ordinary people want most of the time that it will be an unusual personality who has.
Here's
to
my
will
profile.
on some metric be. I mean, it's almost by definition narcissistic to think that you should be in this role, right?
Right.
Who are you, to think that you should be running civilization at this moment in human history? And for you to honestly stand at the podium and say, "I'm the guy," or the woman, right? I am the most qualified. I should be doing this, right? I can help. If you're going to scrutinize the kind of personality that could give rise to those opinions, it's not. Yeah, there are some dials you would probably want to tweak if you had to be married to this person, or it's not an optimal personality. So there's a kind of pathology of power seeking that might be just intrinsic to it, but you want someone who is actually wise ethically. I mean, just try to map that onto Trump, right? Imagine someone saying, the thing I like about Trump is that he is so deeply ethical and wise, right? It's just not. I mean, it's like saying it's because his hair looks so natural. There's just no. It's the antithesis of what he is, right? The thing I like about Trump is that he's so well informed about the way the world works, and where he's not informed, he recognizes his ignorance so quickly and he remedies it as fast as possible. He seeks out the best experts, defers to them, he's as mindful of the limits of his knowledge as he is about his expertise, and his expertise is vast, right? You'd want to be able to say that about a president. You could not begin to say that about Trump, right? You could probably say that, honestly, you could probably say that about Clinton, right? Like, for all her defects, she's very knowledgeable, and I'm sure she will just try, where she doesn't feel like she's got the knowledge, she's going to try to go to the source of the knowledge, right? Just grab the best experts she can find. I think she will be as aware as you or I would be of the consequences of not knowing what's going on, right? She's just going to want to find out what's going on. Whereas all Trump has advertised about himself is that he thinks that bluster and banality and bullying will win in every situation. It's just like it's just attitude. The guy is winging it. I mean, it could not.
See how many people here was the same name?
Winging it on every level.
I don't know how to find them.
It is. There'd be no way for him to signal the fact that he's winging it more clearly than he is with everything he's doing, and there's no penalty.
do you think it's possible that in this age of information, where we can communicate with each other, that we're going to experience these cycles, these waves, these in and outs, these high and low tides of really smart presidents and really stupid presidents, and people revolt, and it's so easy to stay alive. There's plenty of stupid people out there, and so they're only willing to vote for other dumb folks. So the other dumb folks get into position, they send out the frequency that only the dummies hear, and everybody else is going, what the fuck is everybody voting for this guy for? What is happening? And then it makes the smart people rebound in 4 years and challenge themselves anew, because they need some sort of an enemy to rally against to reach their full potential. And then without the low tide, you cannot have the high tide, Sam Harris.
Hopefully that's not an analogy that applies to The maintenance of civilization.
The smell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Another
maybe,
time,
man.
yeah.
Maybe well, at the very least, it's a wake-up call for the political establishment. This
Oh, yeah.
silly game you've been running of two candidates just doesn't work. Someone can co-opt your candidacy, get in there, throw the fucking monkey wrench into the gear system, and guess what? Trump's running for president now. He's the head. I mean, he's the head guy for the Republicans. How is that even possible?
Well,
It's
they don't know. I mean, what's amazing, it is a wake, if nothing else, it's a total wake-up call for the Republicans. I mean, they're just
it's June.
aghast, yeah.
It's June. Everything's decided, locked down. So we have July, August, September, October, November. We're that close.
But I mean, he's not someone who's aligned with the Republican platform in most ways, right? So it's like the truth is, virtually no one knows what his policies are because he keeps changing his position on things like taxation. It's like there actually is no. He's talked on both sides of core Republican issues, but I mean, in many ways, he's left of Hillary, right? He's left of Hillary in terms of being an isolationist. Like his
I'm just gonna play random.
is like both extremes. Like he's like, no, we're gonna get out of the world's business, right? We're gonna be isolationists, which is deeply anti-Republican. But I'm gonna be the maniac who you're never gonna know who I'm gonna bomb next, right? We're gonna wipe out ISIS. We're just straight away, right? Not a man left standing. And I'm not going to take any shit from anyone, including China and North Korea. And so he's that, but we're going to pull back in a huge way and not be anyone's business, right? He said both of those things. It's way too interesting. I mean, we don't want politics to be this interesting, and it's going to be November is going to be, if the polls are close, and watching those debates and waiting for a swing in the polls as a result, it's going to be way too interesting. It's going to be like watching the Super Bowl, those first debates. It'll be 100 million people watching those debates.
I have a prediction. I think it's entirely possible that this whole thing was a plot that didn't work out. I think he probably came out of the gate saying crazy shit, thinking he would tank the Republican Party and get his friend Hillary Clinton into the White House.
No,
It
that
just
wasn't. Well, she didn't get the
didn't
memo.
work out. He kept trying to insult her, kept trying to make stuff up about
Wow.
Mexicans. It just kept making him get better and better, and now he's stuck. He can't pull out.
That would be a great moment. That would change the system.
Well, we're going to have to go through something like this in order for us to realize that this is crazy. That a guy can just do this, can just not really have any interest in politics
But if he
until...
pulled out, then he should get the Nobel Prize for everything. If he pulls out at this point and says, "Listen, I took you to the precipice here, just because I wanted you to recognize how unstable this situation is. You guys could elect a demagogue who is actually an incoherent demagogue. I haven't even been playing an incoherent authoritarian. Right? I'm on one hand very liberal, right, and tolerant. On the other hand, I'm like getting ready to be Hitler, and you guys can't figure out who I am, and yet you're still prepared to vote for me, right? I mean, yeah, for him to do a post-mortem on his punking of the culture, that would be the best thing to ever happen. But I don't think that's what's happening.
Do we need someone like this so that we realize how silly this whole thing is? Do we need someone like this?
No, we need a qualified person to deal with all of the other hassles and dangers that are coming our way that have nothing to do with what we do.
Right,
Like,
but that person's not there.
and even if we were doing everything perfectly, there would still be this tsunami of risk
Right.
and hassle and waste and all the rest of the world's chaos that is coming our way. And it's just, even if we had our house in order in every respect, we still have terrorism and global climate change. You've got China and India, and what are they doing in terms of complying with climate goals? You have all the things we've been talking about. The virtual certainty that there's going to be a pandemic. We're not talking about bioterrorism. We're talking about just the sheer fact that in 1918 there was a killer flu, and there's going to be another killer flu. Right? There's just no way there's not going to be another killer flu. And we need people. We need smart people to optimize the system to deal with these kinds of things. And if we're promoting religious maniacs and crazy narcissists and liars and ignoramuses, and only those people, how could this end well?
This is just a weird year for like heavyweight boxing. You know, they have those weird years for heavyweight boxing, like Tony Tubbs is the champ, and then
or you could be the heavyweight champion.
Well, they went through a period of time in like the early '80s before Tyson came around. It was a series of like these champs that were like, you know, sort of like journeyman fighters,
right?
And then Tyson came along.
Maybe that's only with heavyweights, right?
Yeah, mostly with heavyweights. Yeah, lightweights they were always bad. But I think that maybe that's what's going on. Maybe we need to have this bad season. Get the season out of our way, realize the danger of having an inept person in office, whether it's a liar or a dude who hates money or Trump, whoever it is. Just go through it and realize how silly it is that we have it set up this way still.
Except people thought that of Hitler. I mean, this is, any comparison to Hitler obviously brands you as an exaggerator, but
they thought let him get in there and fuck it up and then we'll have somebody better.
Hitler was a comic figure for a while, for a good long while, and people were, including the American press, were incredibly slow to recognize what a sinister character he was, and he was considered a buffoon, and there was like a, well, this is, maybe Jamie could find this. I think it was Home and Garden. It was House and Garden, Home and Garden. There was a write-up on his, eagle's nest or his house. That was just this pure puff piece of Hitler love in our architectural magazine.
At home with Zafira.
Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, so this is a
man.
Guardian write-up of it or something.
I don't like those comments. I
people,
can't see shit.
The actual pages. I think they're PDFs online of the actual pages of the article. This is probably the actual text of the article. But it's hilarious. It's just, like Architectural Digest does, the Eagle's Nest. But it's at a time where it's not too far away from a moment where it should have been absolutely obvious to every thinking person that this guy was going to try to conquer the world for evil, right? And yet it wasn't obvious. And when you look at how it wasn't obvious, it's pretty humbling. I mean, you don't know you would have been necessarily different. Because up until this conversation, practically, I've been looking at Trump as a clown, right? But what would this clown actually do with the power of the presidency? I don't know that he couldn't be. I mean, he's given voice to a kind of authoritarianism that some people his enemies are noticing, his friends are discounting, but he's talked about going after the press, and I mean he's bragged about how many people he's going to torture, right? He's talked about well, of course we're going to do waterboarding and we're going to do worse, and maybe we'll kill the families of terrorists, right? And but there's a kind of a I mean it's just he's
gonna make America great again.
What would he do if he actually had more power?
Yeah, I know. I just accepted it.
It's a legit question.
The transition from comedy.
Oh man,
to,
it's my shot.
Oh my God, we can't take it back. In anything like short order. That could well be terrifying. But to go back to the question of heavyweights, why do you think you could be a fake heavyweight and not a fake middleweight?
There's not that many really good athletes that go to boxing when they're really large. They tend to go to football or basketball if they're really tall. It's like if you look at the amount of money that like guys in the NBA can make, or guys in the NFL can make, I mean, the really top level guys can make a tremendous amount of money. So when you get the really super athlete guys, they tend to gravitate towards the big name. I mean, there's no bigger name sport than football. So getting someone to abandon the whole team thing and having the balls to go one-on-one in a cage and having that mentality, that's also very different because it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do, but it's the most challenging thing to do. And there's some really smart people that do it. So even though cage fighting isn't the safest way to get
Getting
through life,
getting close.
for a lot of people that engage in it, it becomes like an extremely difficult pursuit. And then that's what it becomes to them. You know, and in the heavyweight division, those guys were being lured into other ways, and boxing was just kind of, it went through like a peak and a valley when Ali.
Okay,
and when Larry
yeah.
Holmes, even though Larry Holmes was amazing.
Just,
People didn't appreciate him
after
for
this
how good he
game.
was.
So that doesn't have like at the middleweight level. That
I didn't play with you yet, so I'm gonna play with
They
you.
get little lulls in the middleweight division, but it's always pretty fucking strong.
But I mean, why wouldn't you have the same competition for the high-level athlete at the 165?
Damn.
I mean, there's just not. Our favorite sports are require bigger people, like basketball and football, and
I think
baseball doesn't really apply here.
the amount of cultures that produce heavyweights
Ha, ha, ha.
are fairly limited. Like very few heavyweights have come from Asia, except like Polynesian guys, which I guess is kind of Asian. But like Samoans, Samoans known
Yeah.
to be great fighters, but giant, sturdy heavyweights. Like the Chinese don't really produce them that often, so they don't. People don't get that big in Japan.
Well,
It's
there's sumo, but
yeah, but they're very fat.
Yeah.
There's never been like a guy who looks like Mike Tyson that came
Oh,
out of
man.
Japan in the 80s.
Right.
We're seeing more of that.
Well,
You know what I mean? It would be.
Yeah.
We're seeing more of that now.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we had a guy that was like a Japanese version of Mike Tyson, just a super fast, blinding knockout fighter with a fucking head like a brick wall and a giant neck that started above his ears and went down to his traps. You remember Tyson when he first came on the scene?
Oh yeah.
He was unbelievably terrifying. So there's never been a Japanese person that has that kind of physical strength. So I think it's limited genetically. And I think in a lot of the competitive boxing countries, they tend to be poorer countries. And I think also in a lot of poorer countries, you'll see much smaller men. Like you'll see like some men are like flyweights. Like it's very rare you find an American flyweight. Most Americans are larger. They get more food.
Right.
I think probably has a lot to do with it, or just the genetics in general. But like South America produces a lot of flyweights. Like the Philippines. That's of course where Manny Pacquiao came from. He was like 8 weight classes lower when he first started.
Right. And if you're a great athlete at 120 pounds or 130 pounds an hour,
I think it's a
What
winner.
else can you do? Especially if you. I mean, some of these guys are really tiny, but they're amazing boxers. Like, there's a ton of them. But in the United States, Johnny Tapia was a smaller guy. I think.
Moscow,
who did
man.
Johnny Tapia
Moscow.
fight out? See if you find out. But there were some lightweight guys that were just so incredible. They brought so much attention to those divisions. But there's like little peaks and valleys where greatness comes in, and then people have to recover, and then new people come along that are great. But there's always been pretty steady. What did he fight at? Super flyweight. Yeah, so he was one of the rare Americans, Mexican-American Johnny Tapia. He was a bad motherfucker. Super flyweight, which is, what is that, like 126 or something? Maybe 130? I don't even know what that means. Because bantamweight, I think it's, in the UFC, it's different. There's different weight classes. 115 pounds. Wow. Crazy.
Ooh, some
he was
good shots.
Wild guy. They did a documentary about him. Or was it
so he died.
I know.
He died. don't
I can
remember.
do it.
But he had a lot of problems with drugs and crime and craziness. And he had like Mi Vida Loca tattooed on his chest.
Right. Well, that might get you the presidency. Now,
He was a wild man, but just an amazing fighter to watch. It was so much fun. But I think, in where the bigger people are, I just think they tend to gravitate towards other sports. I think that's all it is. And boxing, always 160, 147 to 160 has always been like the promised land. It's Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Roberto Duran, Floyd Mayweather's in there, Sugar Shane Mosley's in there.
Yes,
So many
yes,
guys
I see. I accepted it.
That's the sweet spot. It's always has been. There's great fighters in pretty much every weight
Optimizes
class.
strength and speed.
Yeah, I think you see it in the UFC too. There's well, I think when it comes to just freak movements, I always think that the flyweights.
I think I'm gonna
25,
fuck this one up.
fastest and
They're
best
moving
guys.
like 20% faster than yeah.
But I always wonder, like, how much of that is because they're just not.
That was
affected by
close.
gravity as much.
And they're also not affected by the blows that are being landed by the other guy. It's like
Unless it's Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is one of the few guys in that division that consistently stops people.
Yeah.
Did you see his last fight with Henry Cejudo?
no.
It was incredible. It was insane. I mean, he
Man.
Henry Cejudo's an Olympic gold medalist, one of the best wrestlers to ever compete in MMA. I mean, he is just a stud wrestler and a really good kickboxer too. And Mighty Mouse clinched up with him and hit him with these knees to the body that were just out of this world technical. Just so perfect, no wind up, no slop. Just drilled him in on each side with perfect precision. And he just crumpled. He was like, what the
So
fuck?
he got the victory on knees?
Knees to the body. Just
Wow.
kneed the shit out of his body. Beat him in the face. But it was the fluidity of the way he was moving his knees into perfect position. I mean, they were so perfectly oiled. Like everything was going down a path that it had gone a million times. It was
Just
just
like a
bam,
Muay Thai
bam, bam.
punch or
Oh yeah, but it was better than I've ever seen. I mean, it was without a doubt one of the most. Well, there's two. There's another one between Anderson Silva and Rich Franklin, but that was like a prolonged, brutal beat down where Anderson just keep beating him up in the clinch and broke his nose.
Is that, there's one where, I remember a victor, was it Weidman or was it Silva? I can't remember. Someone just won on a knee to the chest against someone who was, can you knee someone who's?
Who's down? It was
Yeah.
Chael Sonnen and
Yeah.
Anderson Silva.
Right, Chael Sonnen,
Yeah, that was pretty brutal.
That was a
But
brutal
what Mighty Mouse did in this fight that was crazy was the precision of the placement of the knees and how quick they came. He just bam, 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 just controlled him. And he's controlling a guy who's an Olympic gold medalist wrestler, just a stud wrestler. It was really pretty impressive stuff, like really, really amazing, sharp technique. But I wonder, like, could a heavyweight even move like that?
Yeah, probably not. No, I mean, as you get bigger, there are just things you can't do.
Wow.
Clearly,
Nice shot.
there's a limit to the size you can be and be not only athletic but even ambulatory. I mean, you couldn't have a 30-foot tall person who could walk around and your bones would break and because mass goes up with a cube. Of,
Boom.
Just the size. It's why if you
Oh, where do I
Well,
start?
it's kind of a different point, but like if you
Where do I start?
Empire State Building, and it'll fall and hit the ground and be fine. Drop a horse off the Empire State Building, it's it'd be a liquid horse. It's I mean there you have kind of the air resistance with surface area. The air resistance goes up by the square with the surface area. So, but that doesn't counteract for the mass and the cube,
Shit.
the volume. So the
I fucked it up
horse
again.
is bigger. You'd think it might be able to
Yeah.
act like a wing more than
Lucky.
as much as the ant would. It's
You are
air
lucky.
resistance
Look, I
is
got
giant,
no
of
shot
course, but
here. I don't know how
it's,
to.
It's mass.
Oh, it's not gonna go anywhere.
With the cube. Size.
Yeah.
Air doesn't resist its fall at all compared to what it's doing for an ant.
I'll let you win.
Yeah, we have a limit on this. This is one function. Like if you're gonna engineer the super athlete, if we're gonna give you like chimpanzee muscle proteins or whatever to make you super explosive and strong, you'd have to get that right with your your connective tissue and your bones and everything else because you can rip your own arm off with your ballistic moves.
Yeah, if you imagine if you had chimp strength and human tendons, like good luck.
Yeah,
Just
it'd be
break your
one
hand
fight.
off.
One fight. You take your own arm off and beat the person with it.
Well, I'm sure you saw that video of the little boy who got into the gorilla cage.
Yeah.
Was they had to shoot the gorilla?
That seemed. I heard a lot of. I didn't pay a lot of attention to the commentary, but it seemed pretty straightforward to me. I mean,
Did you have to shoot the gorilla?
yeah, like I'm with the zoo on that one. I mean, it's totally tragic, and it's. I mean, how is a zoo? I mean, the zoo is certainly culpable for having an enclosure for a 3-year-old or 4-year-old, can get into, right? How the hell did
Right.
that happen? But, so you gotta fix that. And, but it's totally tragic, but once you have a 400-pound gorilla that has a human child and is not letting it go, is kind of dragging it around. I mean, it wasn't looking aggressive towards the child, but it just the fact that it moved it around with that kind of force, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, that looked like you had to end that as quickly as possible.
We have to assume that that gorilla is going to know that a baby's more fragile than a baby gorilla. We'd have to assume.
I don't assume anything.
We can't
Oh,
assume.
yeah, no.
There's no way it could know. It never has experienced
He
it.
could have just
Ripped
torn
her arms off.
his head off.
Yeah, easily, accidentally,
Oh, yeah.
easily.
No, it's totally tragic, and
Yeah.
I'm sure the parents and the zoo are reaping sufficient criticism. But once that situation is unfolding, I think you can't tranquilize it because it doesn't work fast enough.
Right. No.
So and would
And it might grab the
agitate it,
baby
yeah.
in fear and
Yeah.
think it's being attacked. Jesus Christ, that's scary though. But if it was your kid, I think you'd probably like shoot that fucking gorilla. You know, if it was your kid,
Yeah,
you saw,
no,
I mean,
it's I mean, if more people were carrying guns. You know, it's, where was it? It was in Cincinnati.
Bro, I don't have money for Vegas.
Some innocent bystander who was going to take the law into his own
Yeah,
hands.
let's play, блин.
North pants.
You play now.
Really? Open fire. Yeah. I saw some horrible comments too. People like they should have just shot the parents while they were at it. I'm like,
Well, it's easy to be outraged.
It's really fucked up. It's a little
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have been able to get in. First of all,
No.
you got a gorilla enclosure.
It is an architectural failure. I mean, it should be impossible. to get in.
Yes.
It's not like
Yeah.
not just
Not like a
hard,
3-year-old could
but
do it.
How could a 3-year-old it should be impossible for an adult to get in there with a gorilla.
Yeah. Well, it's been happening like pretty regularly lately. Like guys have been breaking into zoos and there's like some guy trying to
Crazy
get killed
people,
by the
yeah.
lions recently, right? Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, you gotta realize there's a lot of responsibility when you have monsters in the cage in your city. You can't let babies get in there with them. I mean, that's a gorilla as awesome as it is.
Well, but-
If it wanted to attack you, it's a monstrous beast. It's a thing with power that you couldn't even fathom. A gorilla could literally pick you up and throw you like you could a football. I mean, they can launch you. They're so strong.
Oh yeah.
Didn't we Google it? They get to be like 500 pounds or something crazy.
Yeah, well, this was like 400 pounds. Right?
Oh,
Yeah. But not 400 pounds like
A
Bob
person.
Sapp, 400 pounds. I mean, he was 300 pounds. But it's like a 300-pound gorilla is much stronger than Bob Sapp.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not equivalent pounds.
It's unfathomable
Yeah.
the amount of physical strength they must have.
Yeah.
Just sucks that they keep them in zoos in the first place. It sucks that they had to kill them, but it really sucks that they keep doing this zoo thing with smart stuff. Like if you want to have giraffes in the zoo, and I had a whole bit about it that they look like real relaxed because there's no lions around. You know, like they don't care. They're just giving them some food. But there's some animals that look tortured,
Yeah.
and primates in particular. They just look so freaked out in this enclosure, in this weird place where people are staring at them. They're pacing and trying to get away from people's gazes. It's just, I think it's very, very stressful to them.
I think, well, it's a hard question what to do given certain of these species are on the verge of extinction, right? So,
Right.
like, how do you preserve them? You obviously you can preserve them in all kinds of technical ways, like have their DNA frozen and be able to reboot them at a certain point when we haven't when we figure out how to preserve their habitat. But I think I gotta think there's a role for good zoos to because also you just want to maintain the public's connection to these animals because the decision to destroy habitat is made by people who don't really care about the prospects of extinction, right?
It's a very good point when you present it that way because the people that are over there are facing, I mean, any people that are over in Africa trying to save gorillas and chimps, and I mean, that is an unbelievably difficult struggle, and they might not make it. And there's real concern that if there was no regulation at all and there was no one telling anybody what to do, that they could just go in there and wipe them all out.
Well, historically, that's what
Yeah.
we've done, right? So
With kind of everything that we've profited
yeah.
from. anything that you can make money off of, anything that you can. I mean, I don't know what the hell they use chimps and gorillas for.
Well, there's the whole
Trinkets
bush
and
meat
stuff.
trade. Well, no,
Yeah.
they just, I mean, there's bush meat, they eat them,
Right.
but then there's the,
Why do they call it bushmeat?
well, it's just you go into the bush, you go into, I mean, it's like hunting, I mean, but
You
hunting,
just shoot everything.
well, it's just they're hunting species that, you don't think of as food species, but they're eating monkeys and gorillas and,
And that's why they call it bushmeat.
well, I mean, they call, bush is like the jungle.
Right.
So it's,
But
but
I just-
it's just hunting species they're not, I mean, there's the other component of it, which is they're like, the crazy ideas that the Chinese have about the medicinal properties of tiger bone wine, right, or rhino
Yeah.
horn, or so you have these species that are being hunted by poachers because there's a market for the ivory trade, but some people eat species that are endangered.
Just the term bushmeat is always associated with primates for some reason. I was always trying to figure out why.
I don't know, is that true?
No, I mean it's probably not, but
Maybe
in my
there's-
mind it
yeah.
was.
I don't
When I
know.
read about people eating chimps
Right.
and how common it was. My friend Stephen Miller did a show in Bolivia where they shot and they ate a monkey, and it's so weird to watch. These people, Yanomami, is that what they
Yeah.
say? Yanomami. They live in Bolivia and they live in very much like the way they probably lived hundreds of years ago. They have handmade bows and arrows, these long spear-like arrows.
Yeah.
That it's not like a regular bow and arrow. It's like a 5 foot long arrow. Very
Right.
strange.
Yeah.
They walk around barefoot, and they have some Russian shotgun. And their favorite thing to do is eat
They
monkeys.
have a Russian shotgun.
Yeah, they got a Russian shotgun that
Right.
somehow they got from somebody, and it made it all the way deep into the jungle.
Uh-huh.
But the shells are very precious. But their favorite thing to do is shoot and eat monkeys. It's
Mhm.
like their number one favorite thing to eat. And they cooked it on the show, and it's really weird to watch. You talk about some strange genetic connection that you have with a very, very human shape, like the lips and the eyes and the face. Like you could recognize a certain amount of human in that little fella, or fella, female, whatever female version of fella would be. But so they cooked it over this fire and then made like this stew out of it.
Right. Yeah. Well, actually, to go back to our culture.
Okay, you're gonna be next.
Weird about that prospect.
Ha!
If in fact, so.
What happened?
You're just growing cells in a vat, then there's no problem with cannibalism, right? So you could be growing human meat in a vat, right? There's zero ethical problem, but it's
Oh my
as
god.
grotesque as at least to my palate, it's fairly grotesque thing to contemplate. But these are just the distinction. We're just talking about. I mean, there is no, in principle, human DNA, right? And at the cellular level, the difference between human muscle protein and bovine muscle protein is not this. If this was never attached.
What's
to an
next?
animal,
Next.
It's,
My next shot.
we're dealing with concept here. It's like if you bite a fingernail and swallow it, are you practicing auto cannibalism? Right? I mean, it's a
Oh man, that was stupid.
at some level it is the concept. is
And
doing a lot of work.
I
It's
might
probably
lose it.
horrible when you're talking about depriving another person of life, but if you're talking about spinning up cells in a vat, then it becomes, well, does it really matter that whether this was a person?
Maybe people would decide that would be the only ethical choice. Is to
Cultured human meat.
if you're gonna eat meat, you have to eat human meat.
There's this,
You can't harm any other animals. Not only can you have to eat yourself.
This is
So
this
you
is
have
what
to make.
the cattle industry could do to just quash this. Just to spread the rumor that there are human cells in those vats. And
Yeah, you
it's
go
actually
to
Ooh.
your local center, you get scraped, and then they start making your monthly supply of you.
Soylent Green is people.
And they just have it in a vat, and they break you off a cube every week.
That was cute, you know.
Yes.
And you
That
eat
was
yourself.
cute for
And that's the
sure.
only meat you're allowed.
Yeah, now I have no
We
shot.
figured out a way to live in harmony with
You
nature.
know.
We just have to kill everything except us, and then eat us.
And I think I have no
All you
shot.
wanna eat for the rest of your life. And go with it, so.
Well, I know it was you that I was having this conversation with once, I believe, where we were talking about how when areas become more educated and women
Shit.
become more educated, it tends to slow the population down. Like people tend, and they tend to even worry that if these graphs continue further on, that people
Oh,
in industrialized parts of
shit.
the world, as you know, they get into the first world, if they do, they'll more likely to have less and less people.
Oh, yeah.
Less and less children.
Fertility goes down.
This is
with
too much
literacy
fun.
and education with, among women, yeah. And is that,
Oh man,
map that on.
that was perfect setup. I fucked it up.
Given all the choices available, you know, the educational, economic, and an ability to plan a pregnancy. So here we have women who want to have careers, want to go to college, and they delay pregnancy to the point where
Nice.
they realize a lot of those aspirations, and so pregnancies come later and later and later, and families get smaller and smaller, and so virtually no one chooses to have 10 kids in the face of all of this other opportunity that were the things they also
Yeah.
end up with.
Looks good to me.
If they can avoid it. If you can't avoid it, well, then you just find yourself with 10
Looks
kids.
good to me.
Or if you have some religious dogma which says you, though it's possible to avoid, you shouldn't avoid it because you were put here to have as many kids as possible.
But are you allowed to bring that up when you talk about the population crisis? Are you allowed to? I mean, that's a fascinating piece of information.
Which population crisis are you thinking of? Because there
There's a bunch of them,
there are
right?
two different ones. They're two opposite ones.
Right.
Which is
China, where they don't let you have girls.
Well,
Or
just-
you
Do do do
don't
do
want
do
it.
do
Less
do.
than
Guess
that.
which one?
relax that. I think they've relaxed the one child.
Sometime I
policy.
get lucky.
I remember hearing something about that.
And the other one, you would say India,
Well, no,
the
I'm
United
saying
States.
no. There are the other. There's an overpopulation crisis in certain countries and
Yes, just like that.
And there's underpopulation in the developing world. Most of Western Europe is not replacing itself. We're having these senescent populations who have
Okay,
to,
now I'm gonna play with the other guy
rely on immigration
who just joined. Moscow, send me to Moscow.
just to carry on the functions of society because they're not at anywhere near replacement rate. It's the most surprising detail that brings this home is that there are more adult diapers, and this is Japan, there are more adult diapers sold in Japan than baby diapers.
Alright, send me
Now, just think about that, for the implication of that for society, right? How do you have a society, and how do you have a functioning society, barring perfect robots?
Yeah,
and
send me
beings,
request now.
where you have just a disproportionate number of people who are no longer economically productive, relying on the labor of the young to keep them alive and cure their diseases and defend them from crime and all that. But the ratio is totally out of whack, right? So we need to, the world is a giant Ponzi scheme on some level. You need new people to come in to
Right.
maintain it for the old people, apart from having some technology that allows you to do that without people. But I think everything I've heard about population recently suggests that we are on course, even globally, to
Right.
peak around 9.5 billion and then taper off. I don't think anyone now is forecasting this totally unsustainable growth where we're going to wind up with a million.
Oh shit, I didn't see that one coming.
Where we're going to hit something like 20 billion people, right? I don't think anyone, even the most Malthusian people, are expressing that concern at the moment, which was the case like 20 or 30 years ago, where they thought this is just going to keep going, and we're going to hit the carrying capacity of the Earth, which is something like 40 billion people. I don't think anyone thinks so. I mean, because fertility is falling everywhere, but it's falling actually below replacement in the developed world.
Do you think in our our lifetimes, or in our children's lifetime, it's feasible that we figure out a way, in some way, to, I'm not endorsing like taking people's money and giving it to other people, but in some sort of a way to eliminate poverty. Is that even possible? Is it ever going to be possible to completely eliminate poverty worldwide and within like a lifetime?
Well, I think we talked about this the last time when we spoke about AI, but this is the implication of much of what we talked about here. If you imagine building the perfect labor-saving technology, right? Where you imagine just having a machine that can build any machine that can do any human labor, powered by sunlight, more or less for the cost of raw materials, right? So you're talking about the ultimate wealth generation device. And now we're not just talking about blue-collar labor, we're talking about the kind of labor you and I do, right? Artistic labor and scientific labor, and just a machine that comes up with good ideas, right? And we're talking about general artificial intelligence. This, if in the right political and economic system, this would just cancel any need for people to have to work to survive, right? It just would be, there'd be enough of everything to go around. And then the question would be, do we have the right political and economic system where we actually could spread that wealth? Or would we just, we would just find ourselves in some kind of horrendous arms race and a situation of wealth inequality unlike any we've ever seen. It's a we don't have the.
Ah man, what the fuck did I
now.
do?
If someone just handed us this device, if
Fuck.
and it were, all of my concerns about AI were gone. I mean, there's no question about this thing doing things we didn't want. It would do exactly what we want when we want it, and there's just no danger of its interests becoming misaligned with our own. It's just like a perfect oracle and a perfect designer of new technology. If it was handed to us now, I would expect just complete chaos, right? I would explain if Facebook built this thing tomorrow and announced it, or rumor spread that they had built it, right? What are the implications for Russia and China? Well, insofar as they are as adversarial as they are now, it would be rational for them to just nuke California.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Because
Not
having
today.
this device is just a winner-take-all scenario. I mean, you win the world if you have this device. You can turn the lights off in China, at the moment you have this device. You can just, it's just the ultimate, because literally, we're talking about, and many people may doubt whether such a thing is possible, but again, we're just talking about the implications of intelligence that can make refinements to itself over a time course that bears no relationship to what we experience as apes, right? So you're talking about a system that can make changes.
Wow.
To its own source code,
I have so many
better
choices
and
here.
better at learning, and
I don't even know
more
what
knowledge
to
points.
start with.
If we give it access to the internet, it has instantaneous access to all human and machine knowledge, and it does, thousands of years of work every day of our lives, right? It's thousands of years of equivalent human level intellectual work. It's just our intuitions completely falter to capture just how immensely powerful such a thing would be, and there's no reason to think this isn't possible. The most skeptical thing you can honestly say about this is that this isn't coming soon, right? Like this is not, but to say that this is not possible makes no scientific sense at this point. There's no reason to think that a sufficiently advanced digital computer can't instantiate general intelligence of the sort that we have. There's no reason to think that. I mean, the intelligence has to be at bottom some form of information processing. And if we get the algorithm right with enough hardware resources, and the limit is definitely not the hardware at this point, it's the algorithms.
Wow.
There's just no reason to think this can't take off and scale, and that we would be in the presence of something that is like having an alternate human civilization in a box.
Moving somewhere.
That is making thousands of years of progress every day, right? So just imagine that if you had in a box, the 10 smartest people who've ever lived, and every week they make 20,000 years of progress, right? Because that is the actual. We're talking about electronic circuits being 1 million times faster than biology.
Oh man.
So even if it was just, and I believe I said this the last time we talked about AI, but this is
I set you up for a winner.
Even if it's just a matter of faster, right? It's not anything especially spooky. It's just this can do human level intellectual work, but just 1 million times faster. And again, it's totally undersells the prospects of superintelligence. I think human level intellectual work is it's going to seem pretty paltry in the end. But if you just imagine just speeding it up. If you imagine if we were doing this podcast, imagine how smart I would seem if between every sentence I actually had a year to figure out what I was going to say next, right? So I say one sentence, and you ask me a question.
Cool.
And then in my world, I just have a year. I'm going to go spend the next year getting ready for Joe, and it's going to be perfect. And this is just compounding upon itself. Like not only am I working faster, ultimately I can change my ability to work faster. I mean, like we're talking about software that can change itself. You're talking about something that becomes self-improving. So there's a compounding function there. But the point is it's unimaginable in terms of how much change this could affect. And if you imagine the best case scenario where this is under our control, there's no alignment problem, where it's just doesn't
later.
It surprises us. This thing will always take direction from us. It will never develop interests of its own, right? Which is again the fear. But let's just say this is totally obedient. It's just an oracle and a genie around, in one. And we say cure Alzheimer's and it cures Alzheimer's. You solve the protein folding problem and
Hey, what's up?
It's off and running. You develop a perfect nanotechnology and it does that. This is all, again, going back to David Deutsch, there's no reason to think this isn't possible because anything that's compatible with the laws of physics can be done given the requisite knowledge, right? So you get enough intelligence, as long as you're not violating the laws of physics, you can do something in that space. But the problem is this is a winner-take-all scenario. So if Facebook does it tomorrow, and China and Russia find out about it, they can't afford to wait around to see whether the U.S. decides to do something not entirely selfish with this, right? Because their worst fears could be realized. If Donald Trump is president, what's Donald Trump going to do with a perfect AI when he's already told the world that he, hates Islam, right? We would have to have a political and economic system that allowed us to absorb this ultimate wealth-producing technology. And again, so this may all sound like pure sci-fi craziness to people. I don't think there is any reason to believe that it is, but walk way back from that edge of craziness and just look at dumb AI, narrow AI, just self-driving cars and automation and intelligent algorithms that can do human-level work. That is already poised to change our world massively and create massive wealth inequality, which we have to figure out how to spread this wealth. What do you do when you can automate 50% of human labor?
Were you paying attention to the artificial intelligence Go match?
Yeah.
I
don't actually play Go, so I wasn't paying that kind of attention to it, but I'm aware of what happened there.
Do you know the rules of Go?
Not so that no, actually I don't play it. No, I don't. I know vaguely how it looks when a game is played, but I don't.
It's supposed to be very complicated, though.
Oh yeah.
More complicated and more possibilities than chess.
Oh yeah. And that's why it took 20 years longer for a computer to be the best player in the world. It is.
Did you see how the computer did it too?
Well, I didn't. I know. So the company that did it is DeepMind, which was acquired by Google, and they're at the cutting edge of AI research. And yeah, well, it's the cartoons are unfortunately not so far from what is possible, but yeah, I mean, there's again, this is not general intelligence. Like we're talking, so
Right.
these are not machines that can even play tic-tac-toe. Right now, there have been some moves away from this. So like DeepMind has trained an algorithm to play all of the Atari games, like from 1980 or whenever, and it very quickly became superhuman on most of them. I don't think it's superhuman on all of them yet, but it could play Space Invaders and all these, and Breakout and all these games that are highly unlike one another, and it's the same algorithm becoming expert and superhuman in all of them, and that's a new paradigm, and it's using a technique called deep learning for that, and that's been very exciting, and it will be incredibly useful. This is the flip side of all this. I know that everything I tend to say on this sounds scary, but this is all like the next scariest thing is not to do any of this stuff. It's like we want intelligence, we want automation, we want to figure out how to solve problems that we can't get solved. So like intelligence is the best thing we've got, so we want more of it. But we have to have a system where, it's scary that we have a system where if you gave the best possible version of it to one research lab or to one government,
Oh man.
it's not obvious that wouldn't destroy humanity, right? That wouldn't lead to massive dislocations where you'd have some trillionaire who's trumpeting his new device and just 50% unemployment in the U.S. in a month, right? It's not obvious how we would absorb this level of progress. We definitely have to figure out how to do it. And of course, we can't assume the best case scenario, right? That's the best case scenario.
I think there's a few people that put it the way you put it that terrify the shit out of people.
Right.
And everyone else seems to have this rosy vision of increased longevity and automation.
I don't know how that happened.
Everything fixed and easy to get to work and medical procedures will be easier. They're going to know how to do it better. Everybody looks at it like we are always going to be here. But are we obsolete? I mean, is this idea of a living thing that's creative and wrapped up in emotions and lust and desires and jealousy and all the pettiness that we see celebrated all the time, we still see it. It's not getting any better, right? If are we obsolete? I mean, what if this thing comes along and says, listen, there's a
No,
you
come
can
on.
abandon all that stupid shit.
10,000.
You can abandon all that
I'm
makes
still
all the stuff that makes
not
you
good
fun
enough
around. Yeah.
for
It
that.
also fucks with you. You can live 3 times as long without that stuff.
Well, I think it would, in the best case, would usher in the possibility of fundamentally creative life, where on the order of something like The Matrix, whether it's in The Matrix or it's just in the world that has been made as beautiful as possible, based on what would functionally be an unlimited resource of intelligence. I mean, it's
Right.
just like for there to be an ability to solve problems of a sort that we can't currently imagine. I mean, it really is like a place on the map that you can indicate it's over there. It's like a blank spot on the map. This is why it's called the singularity, right? It's like it was John von Neumann, the inventor of game theory, and a mathematician who is along with Alan Turing and a couple of other people, is really responsible for.
Yeah, you are a legend.
He was the first person to use this term, singularity, to describe just this: that there's a speeding up of information processing technology, and
Oh man, I fall asleep almost.
beyond which we can't actually foresee the level of change that can come over our society. It's like an event horizon past which we can't see.
Boom! Nothing.
And this certainly becomes true when you talk about these intelligent systems being able to make changes to themselves.
Shit.
and again, we're talking mostly software. I'm not imagining. I mean, the most important breakthroughs are almost certainly at the level of better software. I mean, we have, in terms of the computing power, that the physical hardware on Earth, that's not what's limiting our AI at the moment. It's not like we need more hardware. But we will get more hardware too, up to the limits of physics, and it will get smaller and smaller as it has. And if quantum computing becomes possible or practical, that will. And actually, David Deutsch is the physicist I mentioned, is one of the fathers of the concept of quantum computing. That will open up a whole another area.
Oh, wow.
Stream of computing power.
I'm special.
Not at all analogous to the kinds of machines we have now, but it's just when you imagine. People seem to always want to. I mean, I just had this conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson on my podcast. He
Name dropper.
Yeah, right. No, I'm just keeping people. I'm just attributing these ideas to him. He doesn't take this line at all. He thinks it's all bullshit, right? He's not at all worried about AI. Right?
What does he think?
He thinks that we just use. He's drawing an analogy from how we currently use computers. That they just keep helping us do what we want to do. Like we decide what we want to do with computers, and we just add them to our process. And that process becomes automated, and then we'll find new jobs somewhere else. Like you don't need a stenographer once you have voice recognition technology, and that's not a problem. A stenographer will find something else to do, and so the economic dislocation isn't that bad. And computers will just get better than they are, and eventually Siri will actually work. And she'll answer your questions well, and it's not going to be a laugh line what Siri said to you today, and then all of this will just proceed to make life better. Right now, none of that is imagining what it will be like to make, because there will be a certain point where you'll have systems that are, it's like the best chess player on Earth is now always going to be a computer. Right? There's not going to be a human born tomorrow.
Oh man, I don't know.
It's already,
What the fuck?
We have superhuman chess players on Earth. Imagine having
Not even close.
that are superhuman at every task that is relevant, every intellectual task. Right. So the best physicist is a computer. The best medical diagnostician is a computer. The best prover of math theorems is a computer. The best engineer is a computer. Right? And there's no reason why that we're not headed there. I mean, it would be the only reason I could see we're not headed there is that something massively dislocating happens that prevents us from continuing to improve our intelligent machines. But if you the moment you admit that intelligence is just a matter of information processing, and you admit that we will continue to improve our machines unless something heinous happens, because this intelligence and automation are the most valuable things we have.
Wow, I'm
At
special.
a certain point, whether you think it's in 5 years or 500 years, we are going to find ourselves in the presence of super intelligent machines. And then at
Oh,
that
this is the
point,
worst setup ever.
the best source of innovation for the next generation of software or hardware or both will be the machines themselves. Right, so then that's where you get.
Wow, I don't have shot at all.
What the mathematician I.J. Good described as the intelligence explosion, which is just the process can take off on its own, and this is where the singularity people either are hopeful or worried, but because there's no guarantee that this process will remain aligned with our interests, and every person who
Send me those coins
very
then.
Smart people like Neil, who says they're not worried about this. When you actually drill down on why they're not worried, you find that they're actually not imagining machines making changes to their own source code, and they're not, or they simply believe that this is so far away that we don't have to worry about it now, right? And that's actually a non sequitur. I mean, to say that this is far away is
Too
not
close.
actually grappling with. It's not an argument that this isn't going to happen, and
it's based on what too?
it's based on. I mean, first of all, there's no reason to believe.
Jamie, you want to find out where that is?
Oh man.
There's no. I mean, we don't know how long it will take us to prepare for this, right? So, like if you knew this, it was going to take 50 years for this to happen.
Right.
Is 50 years enough for us to prepare politically and economically to deal with the ramifications of this, and to do it, and to say nothing of actually building the AIs safely in a way that's aligned with our interests? I don't know. I mean, 50 years is like we've had the iPhone for what, 10 years, 9 years, something. I mean, it's like 50 years is not a lot of time, right, to deal with this, and there's no reason to think it's that far away if we keep making progress. I mean, it's not. It'd be amazing if it's 5 years, and that seems like it's more likely. I mean, from what the sense I get from the people who are doing this work, it's far more likely to be 50 years than 500 years. Like, you know. I mean, the people who think this is a long, long way off.
Send me request now.
They're saying, 50 to 100 years. No one says 500 years. No, as far as I know, no one is actually close to this work. And some people think it could be 5 years, right? I mean, the people who are, like the DeepMind people who are very close to this are the sorts of people who say, because the people who are close to this work are astonished by what's happened in the last 10 years. Like, we went from a place of very little progress to, wow, this is all of a sudden really, really interesting and powerful. And again, progress is compounding in a way that's counterintuitive. People systematically overestimate how much change can happen in a year and underestimate how much change can happen in 10 years. And as far as estimating how much change can happen in 50 or 100 years, I don't know that anyone is good at that.
How could you be? With giant leaps come giant exponential leaps off those leaps, and it's almost impossible for us to really predict what we're going to be looking at 50 years from now. But I don't know what they're going to think about us. That's what's most bizarre about it. Is we really might be obsolete. If we look at how ridiculous we are, look at this political campaign, look at what we're paying attention to in the news, look at the things we really focus on, we're a strange, ridiculous animal. And if we look back on, some strange dinosaur that had a weird neck, why should that fucking thing make it? Why should we make it? We might be here to make that thing. And that thing takes over from here with no emotions, no lust, no greed, and just purely existing electronically. And for what reason?
Well, that's a little scary. There are computer scientists who, when you talk about why they're not worried, or talk to them about why they're not worried, they just swallow this pill without any qualm. Like, we're going to make the thing that is far more powerful and beautiful and important than we are, and it doesn't matter what happens to us. I mean, that was our role. Our role was to build these mechanical gods, and it's fine if it squashes. And I've literally heard I've heard someone give a talk. I mean, that's what woke me up to how interesting this area is. I went to this conference in San Juan about a year ago, and there were like the people from DeepMind were there, and there were the people who were very close to this work were there, and to hear some of the reasons why you shouldn't be worried from people who were interested in calming the fears so that they could get on with doing their very important work, it was amazing, because they were highly uncompelling reasons not to be worried. It was just
so they had a desire to be compelled. They're not right at all.
Well, no, that people want to do this. There's a deep assumption in many of these people that we can figure it out as we go along, right? It's
so
like,
scary.
you know, it's just like we're gonna.
Sahar,
We're gonna get closer. We're far enough away now.
I think you wanna
Even
take
5
my
years,
money.
5 years, 5 years. We'll
That's
get
what
there.
you
Once we
wanna
get closer,
do.
Once we get something a little scary, then we'll pull the brakes and talk about it. But the problem is, everyone is essentially in a race condition by default. And you have, Google is racing against Facebook, and the U.S. is racing against China, and every group is racing against every other group. However you want to conceive of groups, this is to be the first one with incredibly powerful narrow AI is to be the next, multi-billion-dollar company, right? So everyone's trying to get there. And,
Okay.
if they suddenly get there and sort of overshoot a little
But
bit,
you know it's recorded. If you lie, you're gonna look bad after recording is done.
Attempting to do this, right? We don't have a system set up where everyone can pull the brakes together and say, listen, we got to stop racing here. We have to share everything. We have to share the wealth. We have to share the information. We have to. This truly has to be open source in every conceivable way, and we have to diffuse this winner-take-all dynamic. I think we need something like a
Oh, man.
project to figure out
So
how to do
close.
that. Not to figure out how to build the AI, but to figure out how to build it in a way that does not create an arms race, that does not create an incentive to build unsafe AI, which is certainly
Wow.
easier than building safe AI, and just to work out all of these issues, because it's not, because what I think we're going to build this by default. We're just going to keep building more and more intelligent machines. And this is
Wow. I'm one level up.
everyone who can
Not bad.
It will have the tools made by the prior generation that are more powerful than anyone imagined 100 years ago, and it's going to keep going like that.
Did anybody actually make that quote about giving birth to the mechanical gods?
No, that was just me. Yeah, but it was.
There was a scientist that actually was thinking and saying that.
But that was the.
Alright, let's do this.
Because we're going to build the next species that is far more important than we are, and that's a good thing. And actually, I can go there with him. I mean, it's the only caveat here is
We're
that
gonna do it
unless
right.
they're not conscious, right? Like, so the true horror for me is that we can build things more intelligent than we are, more powerful than we are.
Ah, you're good.
And they might
You're
be
so good.
There might be nothing, like the universe could go dark, or our corner of the universe could go dark.
Right.
This guy knows how to play this game. Wow.
So and this is just, the jury's out on this, but if there's nothing about intelligence scaling that demands that consciousness
funny.
come along for the ride, then it's possible that, nobody thinks our machines are.
Thank you for
machines are
letting me win.
conscious, right?
That was really nice.
Maybe it's possible to build super intelligence that's unconscious. Super powerful, does everything better than we do. It'll recognize your emotion better than another person can.
Dodie.
With the life
Oh, I got some girl playing here.
but maybe it's not possible. But that's the worst case scenario.
She's got 44% win.
And speaking outside of our self-interest now, but just from a bird's eye view, the ethical silver linings of building these mechanical gods that are conscious is that yes, okay, in fact, we've built something that is far wiser and has far more beautiful experiences and deeper experiences of the universe than we could ever
You wanna
imagine.
let me win again?
And there's something that it's like to be that thing. That's just it has a kind of godlike
You gonna make me rich
experience.
all of a sudden?
Well, that would be a very good thing. Then we will have built something that was, if you stand outside of our narrow self-interest, I can understand why he would say that. He was just assuming what was scary about that particular talk is he was assuming that consciousness comes along for the ride here, and I don't know if that is a safe assumption.
Well, and the really terrifying thing is if this is constantly improving itself
Ooh,
and it's under the
so
beck and call
close.
of a person,
So close.
so it's either conscious.
Well, not
It's either
necessarily.
conscious where it acts as itself, right? It acts as an individual thinking unit, right? Or as a thing outside of it. It's aware, right? Either it is or it isn't. And if it isn't aware, then some person
Oh,
can
shit.
manipulate it. Like imagine if it's getting 10,000. How many thousands of years in a week did you say?
Well, if it was just
I have
if
a-
it was just 1,000,000 times faster than we are, it's 20,000 years.
20,000 years in a week.
In a week. Yeah.
Ooh,
So
Not even
this
close.
thing constantly gets better at even doing that, right?
Yeah.
So it's reprogramming itself. So it's all exponential.
Presumably, just imagine. Again, you could keep it in the most restricted case. You could just keep it
2,000.
at our level, but just faster, just 1,000,000 times faster.
But if it did all these things, if it kept going, and kept
it's all about going more and more, get more and more followers.
a person.
No,
Instagram,
That's even
Facebook,
worse.
whatever.
Just imagine being in dialogue with something that lived the 20,000 years of human progress in a week, and you come back, on Monday and say, listen, that thing I told you to do last Monday, I want to change that up. And this thing has made 20,000 years of progress. And if it's in a condition where it has access, so we're imagining this thing, in a box, air gapped from the internet, and it's got nothing, it's got no way to get out.
It's
right?
easy to set up. Why don't you make a channel?
But just imagine this emerging in some way online, right? Already being out in the wild, right? So let's say.
And once you
financial
play
life, right?
Live, you can stream live.
Again, this is what worries me most about this, and what is also interesting is that our intuitions here. the
Oh
primary
man, I
intuition
don't know
that
what to
people have
shoot.
is, No. That's just not possible, or not at all likely.
Wow.
If you're gonna think it's impossible,
Wow.
or even unlikely, you have to find something wrong with the claim that intelligence is just a matter of information processing. I don't know any scientific reason to doubt that claim at the moment, and very good reasons to believe that it's just undoubtable, and you have to doubt that we will continue to make progress in the design of intelligent machines. But once you all that's left is just time, right? If intelligence is just information processing, and we're going to continue to build better and better information processors, at a certain point, we're going to build something that is superhuman. And so whether it's in 5 years or 50, it's a huge,
Oh yeah, baby.
biggest change
Oh,
in
yeah.
history I think we can imagine, right?
Right?
And people,
Ah,
what
shit, I
keep
didn't
finding myself
realize
people
that.
Seem, at least to my eye, to be refusing
Boom.
to imagine it. Like they're treating it like the Y2K.
And a
virus,
winner.
or the Y2K bug, where it just may or may not be an issue, right? Like it's a hypothetical. Like maybe this is just, we're going to get there, and it's going to be, it's either not going to happen or it's trivial. But
I didn't see your advice
you don't
after
have
I
an
did it.
argument for why this isn't going to happen. Then you have to
She
have
won.
then you
Wow.
have to- Okay, what's it going to be like to have
She doesn't want to play anymore.
systems that are better than we are at everything in the intellectual space, and what will happen if that suddenly happens in one country and not in another? Right? It has enormous implications, but it just sounds like science fiction.
I don't know what's scary. The idea that an artificial intelligence can emerge, it's conscious, it's aware of itself, and it acts to protect itself, or the idea that a person, a regular person like of today, could be in control of essentially a god.
Right.
Because if this thing continues to get smarter and smarter every week, and more power and more potential, more and more understanding, thousands of years, I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
This
Boom.
one person, regular person controlling that is almost more terrifying than creating a new life.
Yeah, or any group of people who don't have the total welfare of humanity as their central concern.
And
So
Close.
just imagine, what would China do?
Ah, that's a good one. Again, I was so thinking about next shot. I was really thinking about next shot.
North Korea had it. It would be rational to nuke them, given what they say about what, their relationship with the rest of the world. So it's
well,
yeah,
that
it's
kind of power
totally
just
destabilizing.
isn't rational. That kind of power it's so life changing, it's so paradigm shifting.
Right. But if you to wind this back to what someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson would say is that the only basis for fear is don't give your super
Random.
AI to the next Hitler. Right? That's obviously bad. But if we're not idiots and we just use it well, we're fine. And that I think is an intuition that is that's just a failure to unpack what is entailed by again, something like an intelligence explosion, a process that once you're talking about something that is able to change itself, and you have to guarantee. So, what would it be like to guarantee? Let's say we decide, okay, we're just not going to build anything that can make changes to its own source code. Any change to
Oh, wow, that's
software at a certain point.
that was a
is
good
gonna have to
one.
be run through a human brain, and we're going to have veto power. Well, is every person working on AI going to abide by that rule? It's like we've agreed not to clone humans, right? But are we going to stand by that agreement for the rest of human history? And is our agreement binding on China or Singapore or any other country that might think otherwise? It's just it's a free for all, and at a certain point we're going to be close enough. Everyone's going to be close enough to making the final breakthrough that. Unless we have some agreement about how to proceed, someone is going to get there first.
That is a terrifying scenario of the future. You cemented this last time you were here, but
Yeah,
not as extreme as this time. You seem to be accelerating the rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going deep.
Yeah.
Boy, I hope you're wrong. I'm on team Neil deGrasse Tyson on this one.
Yeah,
Woo!
no,
Go Neil.
So in defense of the other side too, I should say that so David Deutsch also thinks I'm wrong, but he thinks I'm wrong because we will integrate ourselves with these machines. I mean, so that there'll be extensions of ourselves, and they can't help but be aligned with us because we will be connected to them.
That seems to be the only way we can all go one. We have to merge and become one.
Yeah, but I just think there's no deep reason why. Like even if we decided to do that, right? Like in the U.S. or in half the world, I think there are reasons to worry that even that could go haywire. But there's no guarantee that someone else couldn't just build AI in a box. I mean, if we can build AI such that we can merge our brains with it, someone can also just build AI in a box, right? And that's and then you inherit all the other problems that people are saying we don't have to worry about.
If it was a good Coen Brothers movie, it would be invented in the middle of the presidency of Donald Trump, and so that's when AI would go live. And then AI would have to challenge Donald Trump, and they would have like an insult contest.
But that's when this thing becomes so comically terrifying. Where it's just imagine Donald Trump being in a position to make the final decisions on topics like this for the country that is going to do this almost certainly in the near term. It's like, should we have a Manhattan Project on this point, Mr. President? The idea that anything of value could be happening between his ears on this topic, or 100 others like it, I think is now really inconceivable. And so, what price might we pay for that kind of inattention and self-satisfied inattention to these kinds of issues?
Well, this issue, if this is real, and if this could go live in 50 years, this is the issue.
Yeah.
Unless we fuck ourselves up beyond repair.
Oh man,
Shower,
God, black one.
It
Shit.
keeps going.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I think it is the issue, but unfortunately, it's the issue that doesn't sound like a root.
Yeah, it does.
It just sounds. You sound like a crackpot even worried about this issue.
It sounds completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that might be how it's sneaking in.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just imagine the tiny increment that would suddenly make it.
Okay, give me
I mean, chess.
Yeah,
doesn't
let's do
it
that.
because chess is so far from any central human concern. But just imagine if your phone recognized your emotional state better than your best friend or your wife or anyone in your life, and it did it reliably.
I know everybody like that movie with Martin phone.
Her,
Yeah, he falls in love with his phone, right?
I mean, that's just not, that is not. It's not a very descriptive
Ah man,
ability.
you're
You could
fun.
do that without any other ability in standing. It doesn't have to stand on the shoulders of any other kind of.
Busy can play now.
You could do this with just brute force in the same way that you have a great.
Alright,
chess
so
player.
you can take my money now, right?
Yes. You could have the facial recognition of emotion and the tone of voice recognition of emotion, and
I never even played these
the idea
levels.
that it's gonna be a very long time for computers to get better than people at that, I think is very far fetched.
I was thinking, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's record it, yeah.
And your phone
It's-
is in your
it's-
pocket.
it's gonna-
Rational conversations with your phone. Like your phone.
After freaking 4 hours.
I don't think
That's a big winner.
And listen to every one of your
Yeah.
conversations with your friends. and
Exactly.
Train up on that.
Just talk to you about it. Listen, man, this is what you gotta do. You gotta stop
Way
being
too critical.
pussy.
And you're sounding angry.
You got defensive. You got defensive.
Why were you so defensive with Joe? Yeah.
Apologize, relax, let's all move on. You can accelerate it, or okay, you're right, man. And like you're talking to
Whoops, it's stuck.
The first version of artificial intelligence that we suggest. We go, all right, let's give it a shot. Like self-help guys in your phone. You have like a personal trainer in your phone.
How to talk to girls.
tells you everything.
I don't know, it does this.
Talking too fast.
I have to quit, it's stuck.
Yeah, that would, I mean, literally like giving you information.
Resend it again.
Some Walkman. Or when you had a Walkman, like a cassette player, that was like,
That was like a VCR.
yeah, we were on our way to what we have today, where you have fucking 30,000 songs in your phone or something.
I think I remember the first Walkman. The first thing is when I back when
Adam, are you gonna let me win?
Astral Tunes or something. It was like a car radio that you could just put on in a pack on your chest. Yeah.
If they kept coming out with
8
those,
pounds.
they would get smaller and smaller. So then the little dude would start telling me, no, man, dude, listen, they keep replacing me every year. Just let them stick me in your brain. We'll be together all the time.
Yeah.
I've been giving you good advice for years, bro. Let me in your brain. And so you and this little artificial intelligence, you have a relationship over time. And eventually it talks to you, get your head drilled, and you screw it in there.
This game is going to be
Powered by
epic.
your central nervous system.
Have you seen most of these movies? Like, did you see Her? And
Oh, I never even seen this table, haha.
Machina? Did you
I
see
saw
that?
Ex Machina. That was one of my
That was good.
top 10 all-time favorite movies.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Actually, I like it. I saw it twice. I
Wow, I got one.
realized how
Two.
well, they
Ah man,
I thought
at least I got 2.
I wasn't as impressed. And I watched it again, and it really, I mean, first of all, the performance of
I know how these levels work.
the actress's name.
If you got a bunch of good friends, you can win millions here.
Fantastic, but
Scary good.
yeah.
I'm flying high now.
Full on time.
Yeah, what are we, like 5 hours in?
4.5 hours in, but I just got a note. This is about to fill up.
Wait a minute, how many hours?
Adam, I don't know.
We just did a 4.5 hour podcast.
Yeah, we're ready to keep going, too.
Jesus.
Jamie didn't cockblock it.
I
You know what, man? Once you opened up that box, that Pandora's box of
have just one question about AI that I haven't heard you
Okay,
guys
good.
discuss yet. I've looked up. Is there any sort of concept of like autism in AI, like a spectrum of AI? Like
Oh.
there are dumb AI and there's gonna be smart AI, but
Oh, yeah. No, so, I mean, the
I see how they do it now.
Super autism.
First, I didn't understand how they getting so much
Across the board,
coins.
I I think that.
But if just two people
Motivation and goals are totally
talk about
separate.
it and agree to it, then it's possible to do anything, right?
It's purposed toward
It's
a
pretty
goal
cool.
that just seems completely absurd and harmful. And not-
Thanks, Maren, for coins.
The example that Nick Bostrom uses in his book, Superintelligence, which is a great book, and did more to inform my thinking on this topic than any other source. He talks
Now
about
it's
paperclip maximizer.
easier to
You
challenge
build a
other people.
superintelligent paperclip maximizer.
Adam, you wanna give me coins?
The point is, you could build a machine that was smarter than we are in every conceivable.
So I don't even have to use my all powers to win here.
Dig deeper into this. There's no reason why you couldn't build a superhuman paperclip maximizer. It just wants to turn everything, just literally the atoms in your body would be better used as paperclips. And so this is just the point he's making is that superintelligence could be very counterintuitive. It's not necessarily going to inherit everything we find as commonsensical or emotionally appropriate or wise or desirable. It could be totally foreign.
Break it nice, break it nice. So they all go at the same time.
Something that means nothing to us, means everything to it because of some quirk in how its motivation system.
That's some kind of trick shot? Wow.
It can
That-
build the perfect nanotechnology that will
Wow,
build more
I couldn't do the break like that.
At least I don't think anyone just wanted to rule it out in advance. I mean, there's no reason why we would intentionally build that, but the fear is we might build something that either is not perfectly aligned with our goals and our common sense and our aspirations, and that it could form some kind of separate instrumental goals to get what it wants that are totally incompatible with life as we know it, and that's I mean, again, the examples of this are always cartoonish, like Elon Musk
Nice.
said, if you built a super intelligent machine,
I
to
have
reduce spam,
so many
well, then
choices
kill
here.
people to reduce spam, right?
Ugh, not enough time to win here.
This last one, Like you have to have anticipated all of it.
Damn.
Take me to the airport as fast as
We're
you can.
rolling
Yes,
here.
Ostrom, and you have a super intelligent automatic car, self-driving car, you'll get to the airport covered in vomit because it's just going to go as fast as it can.
So many people on these levels.
So it's
29,000, 67,000.
What it would mean to be super intelligent.
Moscow, 132,000 people playing.
We have to correct for them because I think our intuitions are bad.
You're freaking me out.
Players
You're
online.
freaking me out for over an hour and a
I'm
half.
freaked out that we did 4.5 hours and I thought
Yeah,
it was
ridiculous.
coming up on 3.
I never even seen those tables, to be honest.
Doesn't,
And you have to
I don't know. Doesn't look that road
call
anymore.
pockets all the time. It's pretty cool.
Or look to the woods. Might have to figure out how to live off the land.
Well, you're the ultimate.
Trust me, dude,
You're
it
the
ain't-
prepper.
No, it ain't easy,
I'm gonna
man.
call you when,
It's fucking. I'm bad at it. I'll starve. Well, I'll starve.
I won't be a vegetarian. I'll come to your house for bear meat and.
It might be that, folks. Let's hope Sam Harris is wrong.
You know how to do it.
Podcast. Tell people how to get yours.
Waking Up is my podcast, and you can find it on my website or on iTunes.
You can get his book, one of his books, if you go to audible.com.
Thank you, man.
Right? Isn't that? You can get one of those books. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sam.
Oh, did I just reach some unlimited levels? Level up. This guy deserves some trust on the highest level, and this is
Hello, freak bitches.
hello, freak bitches.
About the prostitute situation.
Yeah. Good. When you encourage me to do.
Wow, you made me
It's so funny.
a fortune just in half hour. I was playing
There's now they're hour listeners.
the whole day.
Ellen Ron show. Thank you. Thursday at 1:30. But it's true. it's I lost my virginity when I was 18 years old to a girl, a prostitute in Tijuana, Mexico, who was overweight, and her teeth had no general direction or color, but she was well within my budget. But I got stationed at Pearl, and I found out after a while when she'd been on a one part of Oahu on Hotel Street, these really cute girls would jump in your car and blow you for $5. And it's like the best deal I've ever even fucking heard of. I mean, I was like there twice a day, you know, and I was there for 8 months. And like, you know,
Did I get one?
wasn't this
No.
documentary on
Oh,
transvestites
shit.
talking about the transvestite scene on Hotel Street on Oahu for been there for 55
Get it. Get it. Get it.
No, I let 150 dudes suck my dick. Like, what's the record? You know,
What's the record before you find out?
Playing like a
The
pro.
record is.
I don't know. But
Playing like a bro. Playing like a bro.
Kudos to
well, that was
whoever
the thing.
pretended to be a girl.
Apparently, a tongue is a tongue and a tooth is a tooth.
Doo-doo-doo.
You can't tell man mouth from woman mouth. Now, if it would have been a hand job, I'd have been going, hey, you're a plumber, dude. Get that hand off my cock.
Thick gorilla
Yeah,
hands.
Jesus. Who do you think I am?
Yeah, and I would imagine that somebody who has a dick probably knows how to work it.
I guess. But I tell you what, these girls that make quick work of me twice a day, 45 seconds.
Winner, winner,
My
chicken
little
dinner.
Datsun 210, heading back to the ship.
What am
You
I
see girls with air quotes?
With air quotes, girls. Yeah.
on a different level now?
You know, in my mind, I don't let myself go. They're still hot little girls. Not little girls, but these were fully developed men with tits.
They had tits?
They did. And I was always wondering, let me pose, you know? But
Damn, where did you get those coins from?
swatting your hand away.
I know how it works now.
Now that should have been, you know, maybe.
Break it nice. Break it nice.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
It's one
Yeah,
of those
right.
things.
1. White one.
Maybe? Is that what you're doing?
You know what?
You get the white one.
I wasn't in real long.
I'm gonna get this one.
You know,
If I get time.
I had to
Boom.
mouth for it. I stayed in trouble. I did a lot of drugs.
Yeah, I win. Because I got the blue one. In this game, if we get the blue one, we get the win.
So what did you have to get rehabilitated for?
Well, I had actually never seen drugs till I got to the Naval Drug Rehabilitation Center in Miramar, California. I mean, everybody had drugs. I mean, you know, I was positive for heroin on a Westpac, but so were 8 other people on the ship, and then when we ate a ton of acid, you know, it was 75, and I was 18 years old, and I was off the hook wild, and you know, they just I actually. in my hearing to get me out, the commander of our base called me a hole in our national line of defense.
We got some winners here today.
What's worse than that? I wonder. Nothing.
Like when you see their bodies, see a bear's body, you think,
Yeah. Let's do it again, bro.
right? Just think of
This
this,
is
right?
getting interesting.
Have you ever seen
Before-
like, a baby bear wrestle?
It was a regular game, it's not as much fun. Oh shit.
It's like Habib Nurmagomedov wrestling your grandmother. This bear just throws this fucking dog around like it ain't shit. It's a little cub. It's a little baby bear.
Wow.
Look at this. Look,
1.
the dog keeps fucking.
Stripe.
The bear's way smaller. The bear's like, alright, bitch. You wanna get crazy? Alright, let's get crazy. So they start going.
Double, 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 double.
Bear whips him to the ground. But the dog keeps fucking with it. Look at this. Boom! Look how he whips him around.
Boom.
He just throws him around. He's way smaller than that dog. And the dog's like, oh no, what have I done? Look at this. Boom, bitch. Boom. Side control. Like, the bear can do shit the dog can't do. The dog can only bite. But that bear has ridiculous power in those arms. Show that last 15 seconds again. Look, he throws him. He uses his hips. Like, look, go back a little bit. This bear is like a fucking judo champ. Like some Carlo Parisian shit. Look, boom! He just throws him around. Boom! Seriously.
stocky.
Look at how he throws him around. That bear, that's like Daniel Cormier, that bear. He uses his hips, man. Like, instinctively uses his hips. Now, imagine one of those that's 500 pounds and wants to eat you. Imagine what the fucking sheer terror of that would be.
Oh shit.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You know, or things they disagree with. It's like there's a lot riding on every aspect of fighting. Like, you see the Bernard Hopkins fight?
Looks like we're going far.
Bernard Hopkins, at 51 years old, fought this kid named Joe Smith Jr. If nobody's seen Joe Smith Jr. before, he's a killer. Like, Bernard Hopkins picked a killer, and this kid fucked him up. And this kid has extra long arms. He's got
TikTok,
weird
TikTok,
arms, with his
TikTok,
arms
TikTok,
go
TikTok,
below his waist.
TikTok, TikTok.
Like, I watched him fight, it was like
Wow.
the length of his fucking arms.
That was the
Like, he
fastest win I ever had. Oh shit.
You know what it looks like? It's like when people have fake hands, like the fake hands like sticking through the
It's
shirt
a little bit,
sleeve.
Yeah, he almost looked like a cartoon guy with his extra long arms, but he's a bad motherfucker, that guy. And Bernard got knocked through the ropes and fell on his head. It was crazy to watch. And he got up, he was all disoriented, didn't know what happened, thought he was pushed through the ropes, but he was punched through the ropes. That guy connected with like 4 or 5 big shots. And the last one was a left hook on the face as Bernard was going through the ropes, and it knocked him all the way through. But it was all 100% illegal. He didn't do anything wrong. He did everything with punches. None of it was a push. He was just bombing on him. And it just was a freak incident. It's one of the reasons why cages are so much better than a ring. A cage is so superior. Like, a ring is like, that possibility that you could fall through like that, that's terrible. They should stop using.
Yeah, let's do another one, Jakarta.
They should pad the shit out of the outside area. The fact that someone like Bernard Hopkins, who's been boxing,
Or I don't know.
can still get knocked.
Oh, I can start doing
like that and land on his
Toronto.
head, that's a possibility. That's a stupid way of containing people. They should have, instead of ropes like that, what they should have is something that has a crisscross pattern where you can't go through it. And you should have to just climb over it to get in. It should be real simple. And there should be a way that they could release the ropes, like if there was a medical emergency.
No, no, not even one. Come on. I thought it would go at least one.
Boxing matches, they should fucking outlaw those. The fact that Bernard Hopkins can get knocked through one like that.
I need to.
Or at the very least.
Oh wow, that's a nice one. I need to learn how to break better.
People around, and most of the time, 1,000 fights in a row, it's probably never gonna come into play.
Pew.
The one time it does, you're responsible for that guy falling through the ropes.
Ding.
It's fucking stupid. Like, look at him. He goes flying through, man.
Yay! Another 100K.
It doesn't look, looks photoshopped. He's built for it, I'll tell you that. He's got great genetics. Works hard.
Hey,
Kid, really good fighter.
this is a good game.
You like that, huh? Yeah, he's an animal. I was super impressed with his poise too. In fighting guys like Bernard Hopkins, I mean, that guy stepped up in a big way, and he was a 2-to-1 underdog leading into that fight, which is really crazy. What's that? Yeah, I was pretty convinced that Bernard was going to be able to stifle him and turn it into like the kind of fight that Bernard likes. But I wasn't sure if Bernard could win. You know, it's a long time off. 2 years when you're 51 years old. It's a long time off. He still fought amazing.
You probably know some kind of hack to get coins. It's pretty interesting.
He's a guy that would have been a real threat.
Send me another one.
In anyone's career, like this kid has real talent, and right now he's not.
This is like a gold mine now.
Closely like that, but Bernard was at one point in time. Bernard, like when he beat Felix Trinidad, a lot of people were saying that might be the best pound-for-pound boxer on the earth. Like a lot of people thought Trinidad was going to beat him. He fucked Trinidad up. And then he fought Kelly Pavlik, and a lot of people wrote him off against Kelly Pavlik. He boxed the shit out of Kelly Pavlik. And so you look at like Bernard's legacy.
I know I don't get too many views, but if we keep doing this, we can make more people come to visit to play, and that's how it can work. Because more people wants more gold coins, and you got coins, so you need to start your own channel too, and play with people and give them coins like you do to me, and more people will come to you to get more coins. If you already have some coins, that's how it works, right? Let me get one at least.
Crazy sport.
Good one. Oh, these levels you have to always call pocket. That's interesting. Oh.
Which brings us to the fight that was pulled off. Cain Velasquez versus Fabricio Verdun, the rematch, which everybody was looking forward to. And,
Yeah, definitely, man. You need to open your own channel too and start streaming from your phone
the Fighters Association and
and
he's gonna have to have a surgery.
play with friends like you do with me.
He fucked up. They're like, you can't say you need a surgery before you have a major fight. First of all, that's gonna fuck with the betting lines. There's a disaster there. That's gonna fuck.
It's
with
more fun.
Got physical examination in terms of his movement. Like, what can you do? Like, how do you tell a guy what's hurt?
Business-wise, you
Got
can't.
something in his back.
In his back or
Something
neck.
in
But
sciatica.
business-wise, you can't, because the UFC goes, man, you have a bulging disc. All right, you get a
Right.
cortisone shot, and then if you get punched in the face by Verdun, or he gets a guillotine, and you're paralyzed, you
Right.
sue the fuck out of the
It's true.
You can't. Business, you just can't do that.
No denying.
I don't think it falls on. Kane knows better. The people around this association shouldn't have let
Fucked
him
up.
do that.
Well, first of all, they should have known about the Bjorn Rebney thing is very weird. Like, I was reading what John Fitch had written. That John Fitch, rather, in an interview said that he was very disturbed by all this because there's a class action lawsuit, and what they're saying is that if the class action lawsuit is dropped, like they could form this union. And
Yeah, man. Yeah. Zenalden, you need to
form a union. And John Fitch was like, what? Like,
open the channel if you don't have it yet.
you as a union
Use a Gmail to sign up for it if you don't have it yet. And if you need help with how to set it up, if you can, if you have an Android phone or tablet, I can show you how set it up and live stream your games and play. You can play with other people, and if they join you live on YouTube, you can make money there.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, I think we all want the same thing. We all want fighters to be compensated fairly. We want them to make a lot of money because it's a short window of time and it's an awesome sport to watch. Right?
Correct.
So you gotta wonder, does this help that? Does this help them? Do any of these organizations?
They haven't yet because if they can't even get together and organize and make a fight,
Right.
then no one's gonna take you serious.
There's 3 different leaders, 3 different ones.
They all want different things, and then you gotta wonder who's the
Oh, man. I fucked up.
What it has to come. It can't come from a businessman. Can't come from another promoter. It has to come from the fighters. The fighters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying current fighters because
I just started playing with random person for 100k. Shit.
These guys with other hidden agendas trying to get things done, or in Bjorn's case, he has this weird jealousy with Dana and wants to see him destroyed. Well, we can't have that. Why are you speaking for us? What are you doing?
Yeah.
You don't have the respect for the fighters. What the fuck you doing? And notice he's taking the seat back because when everyone saw him speaking, they're like, "We're out, man." Like,
Yeah, well, he was
don't
going
represent us.
old school Bellator when he was running things over there, and when King Mo was pissed off at him, and King Mo to this day calls him a dick rider all the time.
Yeah.
It's not good. When you got a guy like King Mo, very respected guy, who has horrible things to say about you.
And so I talked to the association. I'm like, "What are you guys doing? Like, you got one way to make an impression, and you put your best foot forward with this guy." And they're like, "Well,
I don't know the dude. Do you know him?
I know of."
Oh man.
I never fought for Bellator, so I know inside the fighter circle that people have dealt with the manager and stuff like that. But I'm
See,
not personally.
I was looking at all the tweets and all the negative stuff. I think you can take a very positive angle about improving the life and the conditions of these fighters without attacking people.
Yeah, there's no reason to attack. And it's also, say what you want about Dana White, it's not his job to make sure you guys get your shit together and form an association. He's like, I'm a businessman, I put on fights. If you guys want to do that, cool, get your shit together and then bring it, and then let's figure something out. But if you guys are fighting with each other, you can't acknowledge it.
Hello, freak bitches. If you care about what you do, that's just part of the program.
Absolutely, and there's a healthy part to that, and then like moving on from it is, it's easier now than it used to be. It was just like it would live in me for a while. Oh, dude, you forgot the words to that song, and then it becomes a mental block.
Yeah.
You get up there and you go, oh shit, like a kicker or something. A guy going to kick a field goal is like, oh, I missed that one. I can't believe I did. Then the next one, oh my god, now it's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so
You can
getting
see
over
that
those
with
mental
fighters.
blocks. Yeah.
When fighters lose a fight and then they come back, and
Yeah.
then you can see the discomfort. You can see the confusion and the fear. That's one of the hard. I think psychological issues are some of the hardest issues that people ever overcome, and it's just literally like a pattern of thought in your mind. Where if
Right.
you just decide that you're not as good as you used to be, you can manifest that.
Yeah.
Even though, like, physically, you can do all the same things.
It is so crazy. The power of thought, the power of my mind is pretty dangerous at times. And being creative, I'll make up all kinds of crap. Like, oh, Mars is doing that just to fuck with me. I know it. And then you talk a bit later, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yes,
What? Yeah, that's pretty. It's a curse and a gift, that creativity.
How hard was it for you to get sober?
Fear was a big motivator in that for me. Losing my family was the thing that scared me so much. That was the bottom I hit, that my family's gonna go away because of my behaviors that I brought home from the road. I got kicked out of the house by my wife. I was living on my own somewhere. I did not want that. Maybe as part of my upbringing, my family kind of disintegrated when I was a kid. Father left, mother passed away, I lived with my brother, and then kind of just all like the
Oh, man.
stuff,
Shit.
where it just kind of floated away, and I do not want that.
Yeah, let's play next game, cause I'm about to lose this girl.
My wife's of the same idea, same thought that
Oh no, you didn't.
So we relate a lot. So there's no way we're gonna let any argument get in the way, or just we're survivors. We're survivors, and we're gonna talk through it no matter how much. And she did the right thing. She kicked my ass right the hell out of the house. And that scared the shit out of me. So, and she said, hey, you're not just going to the therapist now. You're just not just talking about this. You got to go somewhere and sort this shit out. So that's what I did. So rehab really worked for me.
How long did you have to go for?
Oh man,
Well, what worked for me was
this is impossible.
7 weeks someplace, like basically tearing you down to bones.
Wow, dude, you know some people.
Anything you thought about yourself or what it was, anything you thought you
Oh,
had,
man.
family or
20 million?
anything, gone. Strip you down to just, okay, you're born. Here's how you were when you were born. You were okay. You're a good person. Let's get back to that again. And then they slowly rebuild you. And then I went to another, they call them aftercare places. I went there to a couple different ones, and they fine-tune stuff and get you integrated back into life. Because when you're in this cocoon, you're freaking raw. I mean, I was raw meat when I came out, and you can see it in that some kind of monster movie. I was pretty raw still. I didn't know what I could or what I should or shouldn't do, you know. So the last place we went to was a place that helps relationships. So they got me and my wife together, and we'd see people separately and then come together and talk about what we did. And communication freaking saved my life, saved our family, and working through that stuff. So very grateful for my wife. She's the one that.
Oh shit! How did I do that? Why?
And we walked out together, stronger, way stronger than we ever would have been before. And you know, my kids know my story, my kids know my struggles, and they respect that. They respect me in a different way. I don't have to tell them what to do all the time or just be like I'm this. I can say
I just lost it.
You know, I don't need to preach to them. They got their own stuff, but now they goof with me. I ruined my trust with my family, and now, by some miracle, they are goofing with me. It's like, Dad, shut up. What are you doing? Like, come on. You know.
All right, send me request,
This.
please.
Dad, you're taking up way too much space here. Okay. So they help me, and I realize that there is help in a loving way.
How long have you been sober now?
15 years.
Did it start out when you first started doing it? Did it feel like as you broke through and you went to therapy and you got out of rehab and you're going through this whole thing? Was there like a shaky leg period where you're like, man, I mean, do I know who I am anymore?
Oh, absolutely. That was it. That is, you know, the power of the mind and how you know, here's how my life works. And to actually just completely.
Oh, I'm on level 21 now.
It's like, well, wait a minute. Who am I without this? I can't talk to people. I'm anxious. I'm shy. I'm always just.
This is getting interesting.
Helping me with, or, you know, booze, drugs, women, shopping, eating, gambling. You know, there's so many things that can manifest out there.
Damn.
It all goes back to one thing. It's like, I don't know who I am.
I was gonna start aiming.
It took years and years and years to figure it out. I like that. That's part of me. And this is part of me. The anger, the you know, the quirkiness, the dork part of me. All these little things that make me. I gotta hug them. I gotta accept them. You know, and quit running from them and pretending like I am some immovable object on stage that's tough and, you know, nothing can do, you know, nothing can hurt me. But inside, yeah, it's kind of a cliche saying, you know, the harder that external shield, the softer the inside and the more vulnerable, and balancing that, you know.
Almost like you're concentrating so much on the hard outside that you ignore the inside.
Totally. And then forget what I really want, and then you lose yourself in that other person. And yeah, being in a band certainly accelerated that. You know,
Boom.
I
break it, but I don't get no single one.
It turns into an escape, and then all of a sudden you don't remember why you're out there doing something.
Mohan, it's a app for Android phones and tablets. It's called YouTube for gaming, and you can stream your screen on your tablet.
There's a song on this album.
You download that game.
Directly talks about
Not the game. You download YouTube gaming app. Sign in with your YouTube ID and start streaming any game on your tablet or any game on your cell phone, Android cell phone. You can stream to YouTube from your cell phone. I can show you my if you're watching the stream right now.
There was a video that MTV put out. It was New Year's resolutions for white guys. It was one of the worst.
So this is YouTube for gaming.
It was so ridiculous.
So this is a
Imagine if
app you use to record and stream to YouTube.
about 100 million people.
It can be installed on your phone
Say, how many white guys
or
are-
it can be on your tablet.
Let's
Right now I'm playing on my tablet
Not enough.
and
Princess Leia is
I can also see what's going on YouTube channel in my comments. It's pretty cool and it's easy setup. You download this YouTube for gaming and sign in with your YouTube ID and that's it and start streaming.
31% of the population is 350 million people.
Stream name I'm gonna
Around 100 million.
copy and paste
Between 80 and 100 million, right? That's what a
my
crazy thing to
stream
do. Like to
my
see a
YouTube stream.
video about white men. Just like, hey, white guys, how about you get your shit together? Like, just white guys? Just white guys. Like, holy shit. You want to do this about black guys too? Why don't you see what happens when you do it about black guys? How about you do it about black women? See how quick somebody beats the fuck out of you. Like, how come you can do that about white guys? Like this, the idea is that white men are the privileged and that white men have this advantage, so you should attack that advantage by being racist towards them. Like the best way to stop racism is to be racist towards people you think
I didn't even pay attention. I'm
stupid.
trying to show you
That's unbelievable that MTV News thought they should do
my link to my channel in my live stream.
Have you watched MTV recently? I'm sorry, do you like MTV?
No, I don't watch it.
I try, I
I
mean,
don't watch TV anymore.
I don't have cable anymore, so I have, PS View or whatever, or Sling, and so I have certain channels I normally, but not as many as I used to have. So like I'll watch MTV more just because I have it. It's one of 30 channels, but MTV is just garbage channel now. Like there's nothing we're too old for it. That's like you have to be 18 to 22 to have any.
Well, they have that show. What is it? Ridiculous? Is that on MTV?
Oh God.
That show is just all a bunch of like videos of people getting jacked on the internet, right? And then everything else is they don't have videos anymore, right? It's not.
It's on YouTube. Every video's on YouTube.
What a weird time.
Yeah, but it's cool when they had videos as you learn about. new
Yeah,
things.
I just
All their videos.
posted those links
If
to
you-
my-
I guess
to my
like,
live,
versus people falling on their head, people
live
falling on
YouTube
their
in
head.
gaming.
So they just went where the money is. So this is the idea is that like they're just trying to appeal to social justice warriors by making.
It's
There's one girl.
yeah, this is my channel's links.
Funny is, and then don't do it. Ew. Like find out what what is a ridiculous idea that you can be condescending about someone being condescending and that's
Bro, where did you get all those coins, bro? I know where you got them. You got them from another bro.
They automatically want to do the other thing, even if they wouldn't want to do the other
Yes,
thing. If you hadn't said
yes. I got one. I got
it.
two.
You tell people.
Yes.
You make up ridiculous the way people are supposed to behave because you think they should behave like that, and that you are allowed to make gigantic.
Do I get one?
generalizations
Doomed.
of 100
Destroying this table. This table is already shaking.
That is how people like Trump get elected because people push back against your ridiculous political
This is
correctness.
you have to call the
What's the enemy of
all right.
correctness? That pussy grab.
All right. Why the hell did I call that?
What happens?
Fuck, it's not my ball.
The people that are so mad that Trump is in office are directly responsible for it.
I know.
They're sick of where the PC generation is pointing. It's an irrational point of view.
I didn't
It's
get
not-
it right.
it's not. If anything has to do with gender or homosexuality, whoever has to do with any of those things is no longer considered as an individual. Then you're considered as a part of an untouchable group that is almost always exonerated of anything they've done wrong. It's just you get to this weird fake world where people aren't people anymore. They're figureheads for ideologies.
Do some
That's the
trick
problem
shot.
with political
Some trick.
correctness As much as it's a problem with people that are super right-wing.
Wow.
Born-again
I always try to do one of those, but
Comedians have been
not always works.
how, like, they've had to stop themselves on stage.
Damn.
Normally would always go down.
We are rolling here.
Racist shit and PC shit's so much different, the last even 6 months.
Well, it's definitely more pushback, but there's always pushback.
This is pretty interesting how
Certain things you won't
it
say
works
now, or,
together
you
with
know,
comments and
Back up what you want to say better. It makes you reinforce your arguments better. It makes you, if you're gonna have something to say to people, you have to have,
damn it.
you know, you have to have.
Today I had only
you have to be able to
18,000.
back up what you're saying. You have to be able to explain what you're saying.
We are making some moves here on this platform. Do it nice.
Hello, freak bitches.
Hello.
That's what VD is. You know, VD is a sexual transmitted disease. When you think about someone having VD, when I was in
Don't you think it's gonna go into the pocket? Oh, that's close.
He got VD, and we went there the next day, and there was a chick with like fucking
But no single one in the pocket, huh?
face. Dog, it was fucking crazy.
Oh, this is pretty good setup here.
She had like syphilis.
Almost.
She had a cut in her lip,
Ah, I forgot I have to call him here.
and it ran. I'll never forget this. It's not even funny. It was really sad because I didn't know what she had. I just went there with my friend.
Yep, one special loser.
I said, let's go. What's the big deal? You know, you get pills, whatever. I didn't know. I wasn't sexually active. He was. Everyone in there while I was waiting.
So you're solid. Oh, you got a couple of them.
Turned around, and she had gotten something that started here. Like, you know, she had like a cut.
Oh man, what? Black,
This was like half purple and red. She fucking.
you play like a bro.
And after that, I was like,
I think you wanted to do that
VD.
in the first play.
VD. You know, someone got VD is like, whoa, do you hear? Betty got VD. Then it became ST.
We gonna do it right, brother.
the pussy wouldn't get wet. So they used to call them the dry up.
I don't know. Somehow I like to break him. Ah,
New Jersey.
like that. Not too many go in though. This is cool.
People are so fucked up. This girl was banging. This girl was fucking banging.
So you'd have to like bring Vaseline or something?
Yeah, she was from Wayne, New Jersey, and she was banging. She moved to Berkeley, and she was a sophomore. And she was dating a few guys and shit. And things happened. Like, I was friends with her. I knew she didn't like me. Like, she just didn't like me for some reason. I didn't think the world of her either.
Trick shot.
And one night in '84, I met a
I wonder where's it supposed to... Whoa! It went like, made a, like a circle.
They also said she had
How is that possible?
something called the Lori Jack.
Whoa! I got stripes.
DC sang a song. She's got the Jack. So they used to call her name and Jack. Like that.
Boom.
Like they just tormented us.
Boom.
And she
Boom.
did like a
And nothing more.
like long hair and shit.
I don't know. I'm just gonna... Guess I'm gonna get this one.
She was banging Joe Rogan. Right?
Uh-huh. Not today. Yeah.
I'm not heard that shit. Yeah.
Not today.
I'm a nanny, and she told me the guy's name. And I knew that guy. That guy had a massage parlor years earlier. The guy that she was being a nanny for. And I go, she's his nanny. He's just
Trick shot.
Something's gotta be wrong. She looks so good in that miniskirt. She looks to be
This is may work. Yeah.
at like 3, I'm sitting there, I'm like, what am I gonna do tonight? I mean,
Yeah, I think it will work.
so
Ha 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 ha.
I went to the dude's house.
I was gonna shoot the black ball, but the yellow got in the way.
And she came down and she comes out. She's got a robe on. And I look her straight in the face. I go, listen. I go, like, dude,
Sounds like the best game ever.
fuck out of here. She said, I can't. I go, you have to. And we were arguing there for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I want to suck your pussy. I want to do dirty things to you. I don't give a fuck about the VD or the Jack or the dry hump. I'm on fire. And she's like, well, give me 10 minutes. And how am I going to sneak out there? I don't know. So I waited outside for her. She's like, I'll put Lou in bed and I'll run out. About 15 minutes later, I see her run out with her purse with like a bank deposit bag.
She's like, fuck him, I can't take it anymore. Fuck him. We were on foot. It's 4 in the morning. There's a bunch of those dirty hotels. So I'm like, oh, I got to score. I got to coke. She's got money.
I wonder, like, we're already playing so long and I only on 21. I wonder how... Oh, Black almost there. Almost there. I'm usually better. Yeah, for sure. Usually you shoot right in the pocket. Boom.
Red. And she goes, they're green, but good enough.
Oh, I'm gonna try this one, but...
Eating ass. I mean, it was filthy. I woke up at 5 in the afternoon, and Doug Flutie was throwing that corner.
Loser.
In 1984, I was waking up, she was...
OMG, I know.
I'm waking up, and Doug Flutie's throwing the touchdown.
I don't know why I even called that pocket.
Never saw her again. Never said I even robbed the money. I took everything. She pops up on Facebook about 2 years ago, and I'm like, Lori, how are you? She's like, fuck you fat faggot, and all this shit. She's like, you left me there that night, but we had a good time. Fuck yeah, we had a good time. And I get it back and go, what color are you?
Oh, you got it. But it was supposed to go in the end of the game.
She had something.
Oh, fuck. Epic game.
I'm like, fuck it. So I knew I was going to get something, and I probably did. I got crabs after that, over the holidays. That was 84. I got crabs in the 84, 85 season. I got crabs. I found out in the bathroom in Port Authority. I went to Port Authority to take a shit, and I pulled my pants down, and I'm sitting there reading the paper. What the fuck? And I never heard it. I never heard it. Nothing. I went home and took my underwear off, got like a magnifying
Did I just win? Did I just win? OMG, 100K? Did I just win 100K? This guy is playing like a bro.
Oh my god. Lady next door knocked on my door. I was living in Tenafly, New Jersey. Lady next door knocked. Do you have a bug problem? I'm like, no. I don't know what happened. Ever since you moved in here, there's been crabs and shit.
And I can get 30 coins free right here. Bling. Bling, bling. Fucking ads.
Hello, freak bitches.
Ah, fuck. Ads. Somebody send me request. I pushed this bullshit.
Could Joe Rogan go live in, let's just pick New York, this is not a city question, but let's pick New York. Could you go live down by Washington Square Park in a studio
Please send me a request so we can rock this baby.
okay with a low bank account, or have you got, are you at an age now and you've had stability?
We are banking here. We are banking.
Definitely freak you out if you all of a sudden like
Boom.
one of the things that I've sort of
Come on, I thought I was
not needing
supposed to go in.
So, by not needing
in the
anything,
pocket.
I do because I enjoy it.
Right.
So like if I do stand up, I do it because I enjoy it. If I do podcasts because I enjoy it. If I do the UFCs because I enjoy it. I enjoy the money. Just don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But I'm not needy. I'm not in a position
Boom.
where I'm like worried about my next check. So,
Down the drain.
So if I got to that,
Yeah.
not even need that stuff. Like need the stuff is kind of. If you have a car,
It's actually kind of tough to play a game like this when you have to call pockets all the time.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice to have a good couch. Like, look, we have a 70-inch TV. Ooh, wow, this is nice.
It feels nice, but
Watch Westworld on a 70-inch TV. It's nice. Look how big it is. Ooh.
yeah.
But ultimately, what really counts is, are you nervous? Are you nervous about your bills? 'Cause,
Right.
like, do you remember that feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
terrible feeling.
I
Like,
know.
worried about what's.
Where that's gonna come from and what you're gonna do. But
I'm such a loser. Look, I can't even set it up
We're gonna put
right.
you back at square.
Boom.
We're gonna put you in that studio apartment. Would you be cool with it?
Studio's kind of small.
What?
I like a 4-bedroom house with a yard and somewhere. No,
This one.
Honestly, the big thing, and this is such a cliche.
Getting there,
the big thing
getting
is,
there.
Do I still have my friends? Do I still
You
have all
do.
the same friends? Because
You
like,
do.
if I lived
Oh,
in an
wow.
apartment, Ari Shafir lived next door. And
Oh,
Doug lived down the hallway,
wow.
and Joey was over the other side.
You're gonna
I'd have a
do
great time.
the middle
We
one.
all lived on the same floor or the same building. I would have zero problem with that. If they knocked on the door, hey man, you got any?
Oh, stop right there.
Like, that would be no problem at all. It's like, how
I
much
know.
different is that than when you stay on the road in a hotel?
Right.
Because a hotel is like a studio apartment.
Yeah.
And
You're right.
Good percentage of our lives, we stay in a studio apartment.
I'm special.
I bring it up because I was thinking about it, and it's like if it all fell apart, like you grab on to your lifestyle and what you're doing so hard,
Nice try. Yeah, no, right?
If it all, for whatever reason, washed away, and you still go perform, and you still had your friends at this club you could see, whatever. It's. I could totally do it. I could totally go back to. I have clothes that fit.
So if you
big
got the
closet,
wrong pocket,
just keep doing what I'm doing, but in those circumstances,
yeah, no.
In some ways, I think you're.
So I have to
You'd be
roll it.
right.
A lot of people do believe that, and a lot of people do go towards that minimalism life where they give up everything.
Yeah.
My friend Steve Maxwell, he's a really.
Oh man, I have a really good setup here,
For a lot of
and I don't think it's gonna work.
He lives out of a duffel bag.
Oh, I saw that guy. I saw you in a.
Yeah.
No.
He used to have a big house.
No.
And he had a
No.
gym in
No.
Philadelphia. He had like he's one of the very first
Huh.
American Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts, and he had this gigantic.
It's
gym.
actually pretty
He's
good.
teaching, and he's he's an interesting guy, and then he just decided he got divorced,
Right.
and he decided, you know what? Fuck this. He goes, I'm gonna live out of a van, and he got like a camper van,
Wow,
and,
yeah.
and he lived out of that, and he's like, fuck this van. I'm getting up. I'm just gonna keep traveling. So
Really?
now he just stays in hotels everywhere.
That's amazing. And that's what brings it up. It's the divorce. I see it.
Yeah.
I don't think willingly I would do it, but if
You
something
got
was
it.
forced upon
Okay, you got more.
divorce,
You got it.
or something, I would. I could go back. I could be like.
But you're thinking about it so much that you brought it up as a subject. Like, this is something you wonder.
Yeah,
You-
not
you
as
going
far as the
up?
divorce part of it, but just the
I mean,
social
Ah.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
just builds
close.
life that's bigger and
Right.
more complicated.
I'm gonna try
And
this one.
You want to know what? Last time I was in here, I had this back issue where it was like shooting pain down my arm.
Yeah, you had a cervical issue, right?
Yeah, and I was going to this really great chiro guy. I was doing cupping. I was doing all this kind of stuff, and it was just making it worse. I was just in
Worse.
I was in
Best
pain.
shit ever,
For a
yeah.
year, I was like in pain. Greg
I
O'Dell,
almost
you know, the comedian,
look like I know what I'm doing.
tells me he had really debilitating lower back pain, and he read.
Too far.
I read
Come
Sartre.
on.
He's like, just read it, and I got into this big
I
fight.
try
Uh,
really hard.
Who owns the Comedy Cellar? He's calling him a crack, and it's a crackpot, and it doesn't work, and all this stuff. And Greg is like, just
You think
read
it's gonna
just
go?
read it, just read it, and it's you know what it is. It's just basically
You think?
carrying-
Ooh.
Your brain wants to go to work on something simple, like pain in your body, rather than deal with issues of.
How
stress
did
and
you do
anxiety
that,
you
right?
carry all the time. And basically, just
I don't think I can get this one.
It's coming from. You don't have to solve the
This is
or the pain.
tough.
You just have to be aware. Okay, brain, I know what you're doing. I know what you're working on. It just kind of alleviates that stress, and then.
Oh, special.
Into your muscles and stuff starts to slowly release, and just it's gone. It's gone. I have no pain. I have no.
How long did it take after you read the book and adopted the principles?
Like a month and a half.
Really?
Yes,
So
no,
you're
maybe,
paying
maybe,
a month and a
no,
half of adopting
yes.
the principles, and like,
Oh,
what does he tell you to
man.
do? Like, what are the exercises that he tells you to do?
He says, just live. Don't just live your life. Exercise. Whatever you were doing, do it. Don't live timidly. Don't think I can't run now. I can't do yoga now because I've got a neck issue.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. Live
Oh
your life.
man, I'm
Like,
special.
this preventative-
I knew I wanted to change a little bit.
about like,
But-
physical issues. Like, what if you have a herniated disc and it's pressing against your nerve and it's causing your hands to go numb,
Nice.
arms atrophying?
He says those are very
Oh,
That's not
how
rare.
about left,
rare. I know.
left
Well, yeah, you're right.
bottom
But
corner?
He says it's very
Yeah.
rare cases where there's like a real pinched nerve kind of a problem.
Jesus, that
Is
seems
it
like crazy
is it
advice.
a trick
I
shot?
know a lot of people that have like real issues, like real physical issues. It's not a rare thing, I don't think.
Wow, that's a good one too. It's like
They don't strengthen
off
their
the
spine
wall
enough, they don't strengthen their core
to the
enough,
corner.
and they wind up doing something to yank it. And
Wow.
And then they try to work around it, and they wind up re-aggravating it, and then it gets worse and worse.
And a winner, and a winner, and a winner is
Like your disc will be a
Sahar.
little bit or whatever these little imperfections are, and we all have these imperfections in us. But when you are stressed and the muscles are tight,
Is it? Do I say it right? Sahar or Sahar?
Stuff that you're not working through.
It actually sounds like
around it, so then it's gonna
in my language we call sugar.
I definitely think that's true.
Your name sounds like sugar.
But there's legit, like, I had a conversation with a friend of mine about this, and the same sort of thing, and I was like, that's all well and good, but I know people who are very light and happy people who develop a legitimate back issue. It has nothing to do with stress that they're carrying around. It has to do with the soft tissue that protects your joints. bulging
All right,
out.
who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's the winner?
There's a zillion of us out there, and I'm sure there's all different issues for it. But back to your original question of why am I thinking about simplifying and all this kind of stuff? I am a pretty light, positive person, very optimistic, I kind of live in that world. But when I just started reading the book, I'm like, are things really pissing me off? Am I stressed? Do I have anxiety because I live in this house, because I'm trying to do these things with my career, because I'm trying to always do this, because I'm carrying children and parents and all of this stuff? I'm trying to make everybody I don't know, maybe just realizing that and thinking about it, no heavy meditation on it, no, just being aware that maybe that's where
Oh, you wanna go
I'm
up
telling you, over a month and a half, the
and
pain
then
is
done for
slowly
today?
away, and I don't have it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That is interesting. So, what
Yeah,
was
I'm
bothering
actually
you?
getting tired too.
Like, I
Maybe
know
a
that
done for
you're,
today.
you know,
I've been
successful,
streaming for a
you've
while
had
now.
television show for a while, and you've got a bunch of projects going on. You're always doing stand-up and specials. So you've had a lot of success. You've got a lot of great stuff going on. What was kind of chewing at you?
I don't know. I'm not really 100% sure what the source is. But I do feel like I have a lot of people on my back, and it's all quiet. It's all in my head. You know what I mean?
A lot of people on your back.
Oh man, I don't know what to
wife,
shoot.
I've got kids. I've got pets. I've got family. I've got.
Almost.
There's a weird way to bring this up, but is that how much of that, like having a wife and having kids? Obviously, there's going to be compromises and there's going to be stress that comes along with any sort of relationship.
Dude, that's a
But do you
that's a
feel like
good
it was
shot.
Tipping more toward the negative than toward the positive.
I don't think it was. I think I just the whole experience to me seems positive. My relationship with my wife is great. The kids I adore. I feel like it's all positive. But I do carry the burden
Close,
of everybody's
close.
worries and everybody's well-being.
And I
all
got-
the time. I was working on that.
I don't have
started thinking about all this stuff.
even
I
one
had this
yet.
moment when I was standing in this house. I moved to this bigger house. It's a really nice house. It's a bigger house.
Doom,
home.
doom,
I was
doom.
shutting off all the lights. This is what I was working through on the stage. And I was turning off all the lights one night and locking the doors for all the bad people that are coming to get us. And everyone's in their beds, and the cat's asleep, and the dog's asleep, and everybody, the lizard's asleep.
Doom.
And it just, all my responsibility washed over me. Like, everybody, every living thing here is depending on my success.
Not
If I
bad.
don't keep going, if I don't keep
Not
succeeding,
bad.
everything here changes. Everybody's little life, everybody's
All right, which one is which? Which one?
It's all washing over me, and I can't tell anyone about it. I can tell you, the audience, but I can't go.
I
sit
think
on my
I can
daughter's
get
bed
the
and
blue
say,
one
I
in,
have that feeling,
right?
honey, do you ever feel like
Yeah.
I can't do it anymore?
And maybe green one after this one.
You just want to stop. You just want to take
Maybe.
this whole thing about waking up my daughter with my fears. I can't do that. I don't tell my wife that stuff. I don't tell my kids that stuff. I just carry it.
Oh man.
So, when I started reading this book, I'm like,
I
maybe
think
I'm
I
just
can get the
taking
yellow
this
one.
really seriously and feeling like.
Did
maybe
you
that's where it
feel
comes from.
extended with the new home?
I
Is that
think
it?
I
'Cause a
can
lot of
do
times-
it.
I have a friend of mine who did that recently. He bought a big place, and he can afford it, but.
And I think I can get red one.
Now, think about this now.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big advocate in never doing that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Oh,
want you to
shit.
ever buy a big
That's
place
wrong
unless you're
decision.
Like, hey, we can get a nice place now and not even think about it.
It's no, we're totally cool. We can do it, and it's,
Shit.
you know, I had a really small place for a long time, and
Whatever.
So it's the outlay is no different from the little place before. It's all cool, but when you walk into a place like
Yeah, I
that,
need to hit the solid ball. Yeah, I know.
just, you know, the first time I
Ha
went
ha
up
ha,
in
but
Denver, I had this little
it
place,
was too
this
far away.
This little, you know, I remember laying on the couch like, I don't know if I can do this. I gotta sign this paper, and
30 years is a long time.
every time the mail came for the first year that I owned a home, I thought it was gonna be a notice saying you've got to get out of there now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just was fearful about it.
Wow, that's a good one.
It's like here's a bill for 30 years.
Right. Yeah.
That's heavy. That weighs on you.
Yeah. So that's what just brought me to the feeling of like, well, maybe just going back and living with my wife in that little
Is it going in
studio apartment
or
in
no?
New York
I don't
wouldn't
know.
be so bad.
The kids would freak out.
Oh, mine went.
Kids
No.
would hate it. The kids would have to be going.
Dad, you need to be more successful.
Yeah.
Keep it going,
Take your
right?
pressure like a man, bitch.
Right,
Why'd
exactly.
you downsize?
Who cares if your neck's crooked?
Son of a
I'm
bitch.
doing
Here's the
this
dumb-
one.
I want to go to Berkeley.
Carry things with your teeth.
So I don't know.
I'm
because
doing
it's a
that
real
one.
Self-aware moment because I do, like I said,
I think I can do it.
carefree, but why? Are they
Look,
always
I'm gonna fuck it up. Wow, that was close one. That was close one. Bro, you almost won. You playing like a pro or like a bro.
Hello, freak bitches. By 2018, you think Bert will still be fat?
100%. Absolutely.
You really committed to that. He's a guy with feelings.
I know, and I love him. He's one of my best friends. I'd do anything for that guy.
If you could get inside his head and change him,
Yeah.
would you get him to stop drinking?
No.
What about after January 3rd?
Definitely not.
No?
I want him to be happy.
The only way he'll be happy is if he keeps drinking.
Absolutely.
Maybe, with new technology, they'll figure out a way to fix your liver.
Maybe.
Oh no, he
Stem cells with your
didn't.
friends, and they'll just pump that shit in there.
I don't think I have enough. I think I have like
Something like that.
And maybe
900.
he'll have to drink more because his liver will be so good.
Oh, so I need. Okay, I got you. I need. It's a $500,000 game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. 500
Have the shirt on?
Yes.
to a million. 500 to a million.
I saw him for a while doing it. He used to do it right. He started doing that, I feel like, about 2 years ago, maybe 3. I feel like it's fairly recent in the time that I've known him and seen him do stand-up.
And
And I think it was
since then, have you ever seen him do stand up with a shirt on?
No. Yeah,
I haven't either.
Yeah. It's but it works. It's almost like part of the persona, you know?
Well, it's like I forget when he didn't used to do. Is he bigger than you, or is it just me?
No, man, no, we're about the same. About the same size.
How does his pants stay right above his dick like that? That seems impossible. It seems like.
There's a belt. There's a belt right there.
Yeah, but that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's motion
Let's
capture.
do it.
Show his
Okay.
kids.
Let's do it, bro.
He's a funny guy too, man. He's got a new show coming out. It's not on Comedy Central.
Yeah, that's
I'm sure it
Well,
will
we
be.
got to talk
He's
to
a
him.
very smart dude.
Yeah.
Very, very smart. Is that Brian Callen showing his abs with Bert Kreischer? Right below that?
Is that Eddie F?
Oh, it's Eddie F. See, I'm so sorry, Brian. But when that's a little tiny image, it does
Oh,
look like.
it's Jakarta again.
Damn, look at Eddie. Eddie, he's shredded.
So no, that's not true at all. Eddie is not CrossFit shit.
Oh, is he?
Loves CrossFit.
Birch has got that bloated, distended thing. You know I'm saying. That's it.
There's no way you can get out of that?
I think he could.
What's he down to now? What's he claiming?
I don't know. 'Cause he hasn't claimed it in a minute.
Oh, well, here's a photo that he keeps bringing up of him back when he was real thin.
Yeah.
When he was real young, like in college. That's how he keeps bringing that one up.
That's a amazing break job.
Ohio River that they're putting these catfish in lakes and they're taking them out of rivers. They're putting large catfish in lakes, but they can't survive. They can only live in these lakes for so long. But everybody wants to catch a big catfish, so they have these commercial catfishing businesses where recreational catfishing, where they'll take these people and they'll have them fishing in these lakes, and they use some sort
Oh
of
man,
chemical in the lake.
I don't know.
Forces the
I'm just gonna
catfish to
shoot
fight. Yeah, and this chemical
and get a bunch of different balls.
because it causes these lesions on the catfish's skin. So these people catch these catfishes, and they have catfish, rather, sorry, and they have these red sores.
I know, right?
Body because some chemical.
So many choices what to do with it.
The irritant causes them to like they're biting out.
Boom!
string,
Wow.
I guess, maybe.
The unspeakable.
Is that that
What's just so bizarre? Like what a strange choice.
some kind of
Go
speed?
decide, let's take this animal outside there. Here's one with legions on it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That I cannot get with my tools?
Catfishes are introduced into pay lakes. Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, they have these lakes. It's so I didn't even know there was a pay lake. Like look at all the spots on that one. Look at the
Yeah.
fucking spots on that thing. And see if you find what it says
Boom.
that chemical is that they dump into the water.
Just go to
Boom.
the Rappahannock River in Virginia. You'll catch a nice one. I've caught 70-pounder.
Well, in a river, really?
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, how many of them are out? Which fish you catch? Is it blue?
That's a
Blue
white
catfish?
white
Catfish is the big one.
White cats, blue cats, chow cats. But yeah, blues and whites are usually the biggest.
Did you? Oh,
Flatheads get really big too, but they don't live in Virginia. I don't think.
It's called juicing. Okay, the chemicals they put in the water make the fish bite. In the pay lake industry, it's called juicing. Oh, weird. Look at the fucking lesions on that thing. Scroll up a little, Jimmy. Back up. Look at that. That poor thing's body.
Do,
This is
do, do,
wrong.
do,
It's
do.
bizarre. It's not just wrong, it's bizarre. I tell you, I don't really
Ah.
understand how that ever
Yeah, I almost got it. I almost got it.
Natural one. The one below that.
But
Seems totally healthy that some got caught from
if you playing with a bro,
Lakes is like I guess it's like a private land.
It's
thing.
easier.
And it just keeps dumping these fish in there. And apparently they don't live there very long.
Yeah,
You think?
those little teeny.
No, left corner. Too far.
Go hunt elk on 40 acres.
How hard was it for you to get sober?
Fear was a big motivator in that for me. You know, losing my family was the thing that scared me so much. That was the bottom I hit, that my family's gonna go away because of my behaviors that I brought home from the road. I got kicked out of the house by my wife. I was living on my own somewhere, and I did not want that. Maybe as part of my upbringing, my family kind of disintegrated.
It's not
As a
gonna
kid.
go there.
Father left, mother passed away, I had to live with my brother, and then kind of just.
Why did I even
like
pick
the
this
family,
pocket?
Where'd my stuff go? Where it just kind of floated away.
I almost got the black one.
No matter what's going on, we're gonna talk this stuff out and make it work. My wife's of the same idea, same thought that her family. She was the invisible kid. So we relate a lot. So there's no way we're gonna let any argument get in the way, or just we're survivors. We're survivors. and
Right.
We're gonna talk through it no matter how much.
Up, up,
And,
down,
she did
bow,
the right
bow,
thing.
bow.
She kicked my ass
No,
right
no
out of the
go.
house, and
Doom.
that scared the shit out of me. So, and she said, "Hey, you're not just going to the therapist now. You're just not just talking about this. You got to go somewhere and sort this shit out." So that's what I did. So rehab really worked. For me.
Oh man,
Well, what worked for me was
lucky.
7 weeks someplace, like basically tearing you down to bones, ripping your life apart. Anything you thought about yourself or what it was.
Oh
anything you
man,
thought
this
you
is
had,
bad
family, your
position.
career, anything gone. Strip you down to just okay.
Nice
you're
try.
born.
No.
Here's how you were when you were born. You were okay. You're a good person. Let's get back to that again. And then they slowly rebuild you. And then I went to
And it's not
another-
going.
they call them aftercare places. I went there to a couple different ones. Fine tune stuff and get you integrated back into life. 'Cause when you're in this cocoon and you're friggin' raw. I mean, I was raw meat when I came out, and you can see it in that Some Kind of Monster movie. I was pretty raw still. I didn't know what I could or what I should or shouldn't do, you know. So the last place we went to was a place that helps relationships.
Interesting shot.
Together, and we'd see people separately and then come together and talk about what we did. And communication friggin' saved my life, saved our family, and working through that stuff. So very grateful for my wife. She's the one that didn't ask for this shit. She walked through fire with me, and we walked out together stronger.
I wonder if I can do it.
Never would have been.
I wonder.
And you know, my kids know my story. My kids know my struggles.
No.
And
What? What? I try. I try real hard.
I don't have to tell them what to do all the time or just be like I'm this. I can say sorry. I can tell them, hey, here's what happened when I did that. And, you know, I don't need to preach to them. They got their own stuff. But
Oh, you gonna get both of them?
I ruined my trust.
Or at least red one?
And now, by some they are
Almost. That was close.
Dad, shut up.
That was really close.
Come on. You know, you're overblowing this. You're way out of... Dad, you're taking up way too much space here, okay? So, they help me.
Brrr, brrr.
In a loving way.
I think we got a winner. Who's the winner? And the winner is Bro. Boom.
Let's go to the Amanda Nunes Ronda Rousey fight.
You gotta put some money down.
Toot-toot.
Here's the thing. Man, who the fuck knows? And I love saying who the fuck knows because we haven't seen Ronda fight in over a year.
We don't know
And
where her head's
you're
at.
looking at her body. She's in insane shape. There's some pictures of her online throwing punches, and you look at her back, and you're like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
I've seen them. Fuck
She's
yeah.
down. She's down at fight
Wow.
weight already, apparently. You know, I think losing to someone like Holly Holm the way she did, and to be tired and get beat up and the whole deal. Like, look at her back there where she's punching the speed bag. Jesus, look at that. That's redonkulous.
God damn.
So, if you think about the way she lost that fight and how she looked,
I was already like
she's got all these videos of her running up
trying
the
to
wall.
concentrate,
She looks like a really nice chick.
trying to concentrate on my next shot.
Big factor. It's also getting hit was a big factor.
I was trying hard,
Stunned right away, and
concentrating,
really solid conditioning will
and it
allow you to
helped me
recover
win,
not
I
in
guess.
good shape, especially when you get hit in the head. That's a big factor with the guys.
So we're gonna go for this one?
They bounce back.
What do you think, bro?
Maggie's a good example.
What's
You can
the-
stun that guy in the first round, but he's so fit, he bounces back.
For her too, that Holly fight, the one thing about her, she always comes to fight. She's always in shape. She takes that, personal, takes it kind of upon herself
But
to
she
be in
did
shape.
not have the same sort of dedication towards that fight with Holly that she's got towards this fight. Physically, it
I
doesn't
don't
look
think
like
we
it.
know. Physically, you can say that, but we don't know because she's been shooting movies. She won't do press conference, right? You know what I'm saying? So we don't know.
If she could take her down, use her judo, and not try to strike with her, just clinch up, do that judo trip, take her down, anybody's in danger.
That's what she's gonna
Armbar
do.
is so goddamn
That's what
good.
she's gonna do.
Amanda Nunes could easily get caught in that armbar, wouldn't shot.
Here's a question for you, Joe.
She's gotta drag her down.
Here's a question for you guys. Do you think she has the coaching to make changes where she just doesn't pull forward on
Alright, let's do 400
Of
then.
course she's gonna be calm. Of course she's gonna take her time. Of course. She's not gonna
Or if you're tired, that's okay. I'm tired too.
She should anyways, and it's
I'm probably gonna
don't fucking get crazy. Get
turn
in
off
there,
the
get the blood going. That's not
stream now.
her.
She didn't get
know,
to this.
man.
That's
She
like
might-
asking Mike Tyson can he stay on the outside.
Think that was a epic game.
Mistakes. It's just fight
If you playing with bros, it's always an epic game.
Surgery since then.
She could take Amanda down, I think.
100%.
Yeah, she could take her down.
Kat
Zingano
Zingano
did.
did. Kat Zingano had a real hard first round. In the first round, Amanda Nunes was beating the shit out of her. Kat Nunes.
What are the challenges?
Kat came back and stopped Nunes.
That's
beat
Nunes'
her up,
thing.
got her on the back, and
Nunes
slowed her
isn't known
down.
for her cardio.
No.
Like if Ronda, again, it's tough because what makes Ronda great is there's this flurry, there's the exchange. Next thing you know, she fucking hip toss you and you're an arm bar, right? That's the thing. She's not really gonna sit on outside, be patient. That's not her. But if she can, like,
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it with random people now.
She starts out like a tidal wave
And smash them, smash them.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be interesting to see if.
Well, at least I'm gonna try.
Who knows what kind of strength conditioning program she's under now.
The only problem I
We
see
should
on the
take fights
ground
quick.
is
Yeah, now I'm all loaded.
on top. She might have a hard time passing them. I mean,
Thanks to my bro.
Ronda's not. She's
Bro, you definitely have to start your own channel and start doing that with other people on your channel. And then you promote my channel on your channel, and I'm gonna promote your channel on my channel.
She goes to it and then she's going to transition from there.
You have to deal with it with a black belt in jiu-jitsu. You're gonna have to deal with the guard pass. It's
Magda
not
really
really
doesn't
easy.
submit anybody. It's not a
She's a
thing.
black belt, right?
If Ronda could get on top of her, well,
She's a black belt.
She submitted Misha Tate.
She's a black belt in jiu-jitsu,
And she
correct?
submitted
Sure,
Sarah,
after.
Sarah McMahon too. She battered both of them and submitted both of them.
She whooped both their asses and then but different
Didn't
submission.
did she submit Sarah McMahon?
She submitted
She
Kat.
definitely
correct.
submitted Misha. No,
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 I don't see her up. No, not Kat. I'm sorry. She submitted Misha.
Yeah, she submitted Misha. I think she did the same thing to Sarah McMahon. I think she cracked her and then put her away with a choke. I'm pretty sure.
The one thing she has over Ronda in this fight is power.
She has vicious power.
It's easy, you can do it.
I'd say that if Ronda does come at her full clip like that, it's a very risky proposition. She can crack so fucking hard. But if Ronda feels like she can get closer to that, here we go.
She's not
Sarah
dropping.
McMahon,
She's not
submission,
dropping
yeah,
chicks
rear naked
with
choke.
one
Yeah.
punch, right? She's not scary.
Oh yeah,
No,
that's
no,
Zingano.
no,
That's
she-
No, no,
Zingano.
I'm talking about Amanda Nunes.
Amanda Nunes is,
No,
yeah.
she's
Oh, really?
working girls.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
one shot, she's dropping them and
Shayna Blazer, look at
Okay,
that.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
No, she's murking girls.
Yeah, she needs
Amanda
to just
Nunes
clinch
can
up.
punch as
and
hard
go
as
judo on
any
her.
fucking woman in that division. She might be the hardest women puncher in the 135 pound
She's the
division.
hardest woman puncher outside of Cyborg.
Well, Cyborg's not 135.
No,
for sure.
I'm just saying.
Oh, wow.
She's the hardest puncher.
Yeah,
Outside Cyborg's a different.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
You want to see her
The
fight?
game
Watch
plan
this.
in my
Watch.
mind stays the same.
Did you see
gotta
the fight
clinch
with
up.
Misha?
I agree.
Did you see her fight with Misha?
Amanda Nunes,
Yeah.
Misha. Yes, but I forgot all about
It's
it.
vicious.
Pull up Amanda Nunes stopping Misha. She beat her
Oh,
up
this was the
standing
last
up.
fight.
Yeah,
This
it
was
was
the
like-
last fight.
Yeah, she won
Yeah.
the
Oh
belt.
yeah, I saw it.
Okay, what about the Sarah McMahon fight?
I don't.
Oh,
I
this is
saw it,
UFC
but I don't
200. Go before that because before that is when she's
Powerful
beating
yellow man.
her up on the feet.
Yeah, I was there.
She's got a nasty jab too, man. She steps in. I mean,
Good distance
look
too.
at boom, boom. It's a good scramble. The question is like, is she gonna? There's a big difference between dealing with Ronda and dealing with Misha. Look, this is a mauler, man.
She
Jesus
beat the
Christ.
brakes off of her.
Amanda's just putting it to Misha Tate, and she just has long ass punches too, and then she gets her back.
This is how I see it
Pounds her
going.
out.
If Ronda's in the right frame of mind, I think she does rush in like she usually does. Probably eats a shot, but then she gets inside, gets her underhook, takes her for a ride, and submits her in the first round.
God, I hope nobody tests positive for anything. There's so many people getting popped
How about
lately.
Cyborg?
Yeah, yeah.
Game over. No matter what it's for, game fucking over, man. Now everyone goes, told ya, fucking told ya.
My face when I watch a UFC promo these days, I see your skeptical input raise you a super skeptical thing. That's exactly where I heard from.
That's because they're not showing Amanda Nunes.
It is kind of fucked up, but it's also, you know, like someone pointed out, like when you're watching these promos
Oh,
movies now,
wow.
it's like this little film. It's
How
not like
did
training
that happen?
People talking about it like this
I'm
really
aware.
slickly produced movie thing.
Her
But
story's fucking great.
oh, Amanda Nunes' story's great. Yeah.
First openly gay world champion.
Yeah.
Freaking Brazilian. Knockout on
Highlight reel.
Highlight reels.
Yeah, smashes
Not a
girls.
fucking
Do,
word. Like she's
do,
there.
do,
And then
do.
they don't show any Ronda KOs. It's like that just. It's like Men in
Oh
Black.
man, I don't know
Shoot
what to
and
shoot.
race that
I don't know what to
There was
shoot.
Plenty of that video going around on its own. Everybody knows what happened. It's not something you need to discuss. I think they could
Oh, it's
have
not even
cut
me.
that video and then shown the workout to the return, and it might be even more dramatic. Showing her crying, showing her building back up, picking up the pieces again. I mean, that I mean, if you wanted to go deep, you could. I mean, that's going to be in the movie, right? If you have a Ronda Rousey life story movie, that's going to be in the movie.
Of course.
100%.
That's-
If she comes back and wins,
I mean,
that's exactly what you're going to see. You're going to see all the
100%.
pain.
Ronda Rousey today, right now, I mean, she is who she is right now. What's going on right now is because what happened with Holly Holm. You know, this is her comeback. This is
Yeah.
it. Can she pull off the comeback?
Mhm.
I mean,
But the only reason you come back against who, like I said, the average fans don't.
Yeah, definitely, bro. I see that you can play better because you have better Q.
Very little footage that they're showing in these promos.
Maybe you're
They're
just
showing
missing it.
Nunes.
Does it matter which one I buy? I don't even know which one to buy.
on FS1.
Yeah,
You got it
it's-
over there on Boxing Network. On
Even Joe tweeted him.
No, I tweeted it while I was watching it at home. I was actually in a hotel room. I was watching that UFC on Fox where Michelle Waterson beat Paige Van Zandt, and I was watching like this is so bizarre. They're not showing the champion. They're showing this giant promo, and it's all Ronda, which makes some sense because Ronda's huge.
That's what
You
sells
want to let everybody
tickets.
know that she's coming back. But don't you want to let everybody know that she's coming back against a killer?
Like,
Don't you want everybody to know that she's coming back to fight the champion?
But Joe, just from a business aspect, what it's a weird world in MMA. What if Amanda Nunes murks her in the first
There
round?
she is. Look.
No one knows it.
Yeah, this is one of them.
Look.
One of them you see in her
Right there.
face.
This is a great
Yeah, you
shot.
just see her face. But like most of the pieces about but there's a few of these, right? There's a few different
Yeah.
ones.
Do you know what I'm saying, Joe? What happened if she
Oh,
murks
look,
Ronda?
see, there we go.
Head kick.
Oh, this is somebody else's trailer,
This
bro.
isn't
This is
UFC
some
trailer
fan
stuff.
created shit.
I was gonna find the real one.
That's okay. You don't have to. It's
Yeah,
no
it's
big
all
deal.
good. Do you
This
see
is a
what?
lot longer than an actual promo too. Like how long is that video right there?
That's 2 minutes.
Sheep
Do you see
Q.
what I'm saying, Joe? What happened
Okay.
if some weird MMA world, Amanda Nunes
I don't think
murks
that's
her?
weird at all.
And then we're going,
Do you think that's weird?
not at all.
No, it's a real dangerous
The
fight.
UFC is acting like it. They're putting all their chips in this basket. Where if Amanda Nunes does her thing and it happens, people are going, "Who the fuck just won?"
But Ronda is 1,000 times more popular than Amanda Nunes. So
100%.
that's where the money's coming from.
Right,
Ronda.
but is
Now
it
she
more
loses
money?
it.
But okay, you've already established
she
that Ronda's
loses it?
But hold on, you're already establishing that Ronda's fighting. Wouldn't you want everybody to know she's fighting a killer?
Who's she fighting? That's what we're tuning in for. You want to see the
Okay.
matchup.
This
Aw,
is-
man, this ball
the
in-
whole
in the
thing
way.
you're seeing is her coming back. Yeah.
I'm saying in business 101, what happens if that other person
There we go.
wins? We don't know shit about it.
UFC channel. This is it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's a really good setup.
A bunch of different.
If she wins, then they'll blow her up. There's still time. It's like we have a deadline. If she
You only
wins,
can fight Ronda
then you
Rousey
blow-
once.
No.
Get this one
a
opportunity.
rematch.
Maybe, or
Maybe.
if
If
Ronda
she
gets
beats her-
worked twice, there's no
Who
rematch.
knows? But at least, you know, that's the girl that beat Amanda. She'll be just like Holly Holm, instantly huge on fucking Ellen and all that shit.
Holly's in an interesting place too, right? Because she was instantly huge, and then she loses 2 in a row.
2 straight.
Yeah, and she loses two to completely different styles. She gets choked out by Misha against a better grappler, and then she gets checked a lot by Valentina Shevchenko. Valentina just
I would like to see that promo if it's possible, Jamie. The UFC one on the UFC YouTube. I know it's YouTube. Like, there's
it's
no
not
library.
real, bro. It's not real.
There's
It's,
no
it's on
library.
YouTube. So here's her like in the top of her face.
Where do you get your promos from?
Armbar people,
YouTube?
You get them from CNN. We all know that.
smashing people.
Oh, I think I won. I think I lost.
So this is
I got
the
used to
show.
winning.
At the end of November.
What happened there?
They don't
Oh,
show it.
show it.
They cut it.
Oh, they go black, and then you see Holly winning. Wow.
You see what she
Look at my
went through.
skeptical snake.
Wow, you gotta like go down more. Your face has to be down more.
And he's all pointy.
Actually, like you see, he's up, right?
Oh,
You
that's
see
the progression
bottom
of the belt.
his mouth.
You see
Yeah.
the progression of the belt.
You see the progression of the belt, but you don't see her getting head kicked. That's crazy. Why would you not show the highlight? Wow. Well, what you're doing is you're showing preferential treatment for one athlete without a doubt. And the idea is that the ability and the fame that she's reached, you show preferential treatment because she's different. She's special.
She's different. I agree.
She's
She's
a
different.
massive star.
She is a massive star.
That's the girl that's gonna put the asses in the seats right there.
Man, this is
She's not
crazy.
bigger than Connor, though.
I think you're right.
But as far as women go, she's the Connor of the
I'm talking
women's
about
division.
fighters. I'm talking about fighters.
Oh yeah, the
Talking
women's
about
division is not even close.
No, not even close. There's no one like her.
There's no one like her.
But just because Connor sells more tickets doesn't mean she's They have multiple stars, multiple elite stars.
And here you see Amanda.
I don't see that.
You know, just lifting some
Her,
weights and
her
shit.
girlfriend's a strawweight in UFC.
Is she?
Yeah.
World bantamweight champion Amanda Nunes. Then you see some highlights. So this one is showing more. So this is a different one than
This
the
is
one
the
where they
one we see
roll
on
up
TV.
the
Yeah.
one that they see on TV where they roll up the garage door. You see her hitting the pad. Pop, pop, pop,
And that's
pop,
it.
pop, pop, pop. Yeah, pop, pop, pop. Looks good though. Looks good doing that. Very interesting, man. Very
fun fight.
interesting. Who the fuck knows? Who the
I
fuck
don't
knows?
see this
I
sheep
know
queue.
you're Watching. Everyone's gonna be watching.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy,
gonna be
man.
crazy.
It's gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be crazy.
I think you're gonna be surprised by the ratings.
You don't think anybody's watching?
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm not a hater.
It's no. Look at that. No. I'm not a hater.
That's
I'm
awesome.
hating on the promotional
I
game
understand.
plan.
I understand what you're saying. Hello, freak bitches. What? So, how long have you been raising bees?
Probably only maybe 4 years.
How'd you get started in that? How'd you start raising bees?
Start with one. Well, actually, start with two.
Really?
No. They're not like rabbits, but they do produce quite quickly. You know, my dad raised bees. We always saw boxes out in the corner of the house. You know, we grew up in LA here, and you know the weather's so great, so there's lots of bee activity.
This sounds like
That's
a
the
good
bummer about
deal.
being in Vail now. Not a lot of bee action going on. It's too high. It's too cold.
Right.
And certain vegetables grow there, but not a lot. But in California, the ranch, I love it. I had a friend who, in his backyard, he probably had 6 hives, and he had this one really intense kind of rogue hive where maybe the queen had some kind of strain of Africanized or something, and his wife could not go out in the backyard without being attacked.
Whoa.
So he says, "Hey, can I go put my bees?"
I think I got this one.
Pulled this queen out. They got some breeding, and it was just off.
Jesus Christ.
So he brought it out to the ranch. He pinched the bee, and then pinched the queen. Pinched it? What do you mean? Killed it, and then
Jesus Christ. That's a nice euphemism.
he didn't have to shoot it or nothing. Hold still.
So he just grabbed the queen and killed her.
Well, I just pinched it because she was reproducing. I mean, they lay like 1 million eggs in their lives. It's insane. I basically I could sit here and talk a whole hour about bees because they're so interesting.
Let's do it.
All right. Well.
Alright, I'm gonna go to do something. I gotta stop the live stream. Alright, guys, thanks for a game.
Cycle through all the deal.
Add me as a friend and send me more requests on my next live stream. Probably tomorrow or maybe tonight again. I'm gonna take a break and then I'll start over again.
Oh yeah. No. This wasn't me. This was my friend's wife.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
But
What's up?
yeah, I mean, but he's kind of used to it, and she was not. She was out to go
So
swimming.
he
or
would go
something.
out there and they would get crazy with him, but he's like, this doesn't bother me. But she was like, fuck this queen, fuck this hive.
Yeah, pretty much. And there's certain things. If you're wearing black, they'll attack you. Almost they think you're a bear. Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Thanks for a game. I'll take a little break. You have fun and be always like a bro.
Pheromone that they set off. So there's a few things I've learned over the years.
Don't eat bananas and don't wear black.
Exactly. That's all you gotta do. But I learned this stuff being in the bee club.
You're in a
I was
bee
in-
club?
I was in the bee club. Yeah, in the Bay
You
Area.
wanna play again?
Down at the American Legion's hall and have a monthly meeting.
Wow. What are those dorks like?
Me
People
and
are
my
super
buddy.
into bees.
Oh my god. We would just sit there and kind of laugh about them. But we're sitting there. I mean, we're here to learn some
Yeah.
stuff. But there were people up there that, okay, we inseminated the queen with this, and, you know, they were counting bees, you know, we put little numbers on every bee, and we caught their flight pattern, and how many were reproducing this, and, I mean, it's all, you know, it's all, they're doing research on how to make the bees stronger, because the bees are, you know, going away.
Right.
But, you know, it's this mite, this little varroa mite that's killing a lot of them too, along with the pesticides and herbicides. But, you know, people that are so into it, and we're just kind of sitting there going, oh man, what have we gotten ourselves into? But it's kind of, you know, it's funny in a certain way, but I'm glad that it's happening. But, you know, I get, you know, at the end of the season, you get like 500 pounds of honey. Whoa. And you're handing them out to your friends, and everyone's loving it.
500 pounds of honey. That's insane.
Stuck again.
And we're bottling it up. My kids are filtering it. We're, you know, bottling it up. And it,
I don't know why it does that, but sometimes it gets stuck.
Bottle, I mean, after you filtered it. And
Send me another request.
allergies. It helps with, you know, the whatever, getting the pollens and the nectars from the area. So when you take that in, it helps build your immune system.
Yeah, I've heard that. So you experience that personally?
Absolutely. And I think being stung by bees helps you too. It helps with something getting your immune system built up to
It's
the.
supposed to be really good for arthritis. They take people, like literally take bees, people that have like serious arthritis in their hands, and they sting their hands with it on purpose.
Right. I think there's some people that do it for their lips here in LA.
I think you need people that are so deep in the bee world, because you're not going to do it, I'm not going to do it, but if someone's just so far gone, they're measuring all their bees and monitoring their flight patterns.
Best shot ever.
I'm fascinated that there was a clear differentiation between a normal bee and the way these bees were behaving. And you could tell that the queen was kind of a freak.
But I tell you, those freak bees, the Africanized or whatever, now there's a zombie bee, and we can get into that too. But they are aggressive, and an aggressive, you know, to like any society, they do well. They produce a lot of honey. They're very prolific in what they do. You know.
Yeah, I've had killer bee honey. They make killer bee, like, what's it on it? I don't know, even know it's any better. It's killer bee honey's better than regular honey, but it's just pretty dope to have killer bee honey around your house.
Well, yeah, you know, that and the, what's this stuff called? I mean, there's lots of really cool healing properties in like, even the kind of glue that they use to plug up holes, and, you know, the royal jelly, which is, you know, comes from the brain, and that's how they produce a queen. And
That's what royal jelly is?
Yeah.
It's from their brains?
Brain juice. Yeah.
Holy shit. How does it come out? Does it come out of a hole somewhere? Or do they have to scoop it out of their fucking heads?
I haven't seen it that close, but, you know, they inject it into the queen cell, or there's a cell that they make when a new queen is being made. So all the bees that are flying around that you see out here, you know, they're all females. It's all female society. So the drones that are
Oh, it's my shot. Oh, I'm such a loser.
Out in the wintertime.
And
And they all die. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, man.
It's hard out there.
Brutal for us men in the bee world.
So if they all die, how do they continue to reproduce?
Well, there's some, I guess, the
Couples stay
you know,
around.
the queen
Nice.
makes more.
Wow. So those guys are just dead. The queen makes more, and the new ones take over. The new boys.
Yeah.
And they're just doing work.
They're just fertilizing. That's what
it.
they're doing.
They're just there to fuck, and then everybody else is doing all the real
You
work.
fuck and go die. That's what you get to do.
What a brutal world. That's what a fucking crazy world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the queen goes around the hive and finds the females, other potential queens, and stabs them while they're in the hive.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, they're all females.
Yep.
They're all females.
I won this game
And then
again.
If they're making, if she knows she's gonna die, or if they're kind of pissed off with her, she's not reproducing as much as she should, she will take off with like half the hive, and that's why you see a swarm.
Yeah, it feels better when you do this game. That's for sure.
They lay eggs and start to or 4 queen cells in there. The
We
first queen that's born,
are gonna start producing some results here.
Game of Thrones type shit.
Not even one.
And
You're gonna get bees, I can tell.
I'm right now. I'm looking in my head. I'm just looking at websites in my head. I'm like trying to find out where to get the bees. Yeah, that sounds like an amazing way to get honey. I mean, it just sounds like a really cool thing to do too.
It tastes so good, and we've got, you know, we have a place in Hawaii, so we've got Hawaiian flavors. Hawaiian flavored. Well, there's stuff from, you know, that they get the nectar and pollen from over there, and in Hawaii it's nonstop. You know, so you're getting honey year round.
What island?
In Maui.
Oh man, I love Maui. That's a beautiful spot. So when how do you know that a bee
Wow.
is Africanized?
Not
That was
bad.
the big thing that
Not
was
bad
about.
at
Remember,
all.
The early '90s, everybody was like, they found
How are you gonna get it there?
New Mexico or something.
This
Like,
is-
coming up. It's gonna swarm. They're gonna take over
Oh
the country
no.
inside of a few years. It was
Didn't
amazing.
work. Didn't work.
Well, and there are states where there are prevalent than others, and they're just more aggressive. They're more aggressive, and they're very protective. So you'll get stung if you're messing with them.
So that's all it is. There's
I
not
think
that.
so.
There was a big concern that they
Do
were
do
gonna take
do
over.
do
There
do.
was going to be that these bees were just going to come here and outbreed the regular bees, and you're laughing. You
It's
remember that?
possible. Oh yeah, for sure. There's some great movies about that too. Yeah, the killer bees.
But there's no way to tell by looking at them.
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm somewhat into it, but I haven't investigated that part yet.
So these bees that came over from the
I can do it this
Africanized
way,
bees that
or I
killed
can
the
do it
queen and then
this
introduced
way.
Those bees to the rest of the bees. Did everybody chill out?
Yeah.
So it's just that one crazy bitch.
Well, yeah. She's laying the eggs. She's passing on the whatever DNA. But the
Oh man. It was amazing. Yeah, I know.
And how long did she live?
Every time I try, it's always amazing. Boom.
Bizarre culture.
It's
Strange
really
society.
cool. And without them, I mean, there's lots of orange almonds, all kinds of stuff, especially here in California. Center of California, all that farming. There's no bees. There's no fruit.
Yeah, what a bizarre sort of symbiotic relationship that we have with some one weird insect.
Mm-hmm.
Pollination. I mean, you would have thought that would have been taken care of some other way.
Right.
And it wouldn't be that a bee has to do it.
Well, there are others that do it.
What are the others
like
do it?
butterflies and
Really?
certain. I'll tell you, not just honeybees, but there's probably over 3,000 different kinds of bees. They don't have a hive society like the honeybees do, but all these other bees are
Trick shot.
loners. They live in the ground or something, and they just get enough pollen for themselves. So they're kind of lone wolves out there. But the honeybees are the ones that have more of a society.
I
Oh
raised
wow.
chickens, and the chicken thing with us happened. We just got a couple chickens, and next thing you know, we got this giant fucking chicken house with 23 chickens, and they're running around my yard. Is that the same way with you? Like you just kind of like slowly step into this, and then get deeper and deeper?
Yeah. Just like getting your first tattoo. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, that's cool. I want more.
Right.
And you just start to appreciate it. I think when I come off tour, it's like my head is just like ricocheting around in there. I go and I sit and watch the bees. Just watch them go in and out. In and out. There's like this friggin' landing strip that they come in, and they look so busy. It relaxes me, you know? It's like, wow, okay, I'm not that busy. Just
Ah man, I'm not gonna get this
Now,
one.
Is there a way? Do you
I
have
can't
like a glass wall in any way where you can see into the hive? You ever seen those hives where they make them? Do you have it like that where you can look in there?
yeah, I've got one of the
Almost.
That's like a display one we bring into schools. and stuff.
Almost got it.
I
Almost.
have one of those, but I have a couple different kinds of hives, and it's fun to see. Sometimes you have the frames that are already kind of pre-built, and then they just deposit their stuff in it, or you watch them grow their own comb from nothing, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he knows how to trick shot.
How does it work? Like I see those boxes, and I know that bees do have hives in those boxes, but how does it initially start?
Well, it's the queen. Wherever the queen is, that's where they go.
So if she decides to be in that box, how do you get her to stay in that box?
You have a place for her to lay eggs. I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, and she will stay. And if she's there, you know, when they go off they swarm to go find a new hive. If you've ever seen a swarm up in a tree, just like a giant, like football size or even bigger, a shape of just bees, that queen's right in the middle, and they're all just around her. Then they send off the scouts to find a new spot. They come back, say, hey, it's over here. They do their little wiggle dance, and that shows them
Nice.
right there, and they all go there.
We had an incident once in Fear Factor where we covered these people with bees. There was like a beekeeper there, and he had his hive.
Bro, I already see you have a channel, so all you need to do is
with these bees,
to start
and
streaming.
they had to have a conversation. Like, it's literally what happened. They were in the air, just floating around, and then they worked it out. And then our bees came back, and they went back to the hive, and their bees went about their business. They were just like, what the fuck's going on? You guys
Yeah.
moving in here? Like, what are you doing?
Territorial.
Somehow or another, they worked it out, though. There was no bee death. There wasn't
Right.
a bee fucking Braveheart war. It's just they figured it out.
And a good negotiator.
I wonder do they communicate with bees? Are they using pheromones? Like, how are they?
Yeah, smells and dances. That's how they do it. Yeah.
Dances.
Somebody will find like a good, hey man, I found like a garden somewhere, and they'll come back and they'll see him do the little wiggle thing. It's like, how many wiggles this way, and then they turn left, and then turn. Okay, that's like a half a mile this way, and then left that way, and then turn it, and then they go. Or hey, I found some water. Here's a place to go.
So they literally can tell them where something is by their movements?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's crazy. So it's almost like a body language.
Pretty much. Yep.
And they all know it somehow,
Yeah.
instinctively.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. There's a lot to learn about those things.
That's really bizarre.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. They could tell each other where something is just by wiggling. Like they have like, this means a mile, that means go left. Wow. Man, I'm gonna get deep in bees, man. What the fuck have you done?
All right. Yeah, and I'm sure there's probably a feel of like, wow, there's a whole society right here in my yard, and I'm overseeing it. You know, there's probably a sense of importance, but you know, I lay off them. I mean, there are people that are, you know, checking them all the time and this and that, and oh, you got to put the certain pads in there to kill the mites, and you gotta do this and that. It's like, God, they're natural, man. They've been around longer than we have, so just let them go. They know what they're doing. I don't, you know, who's to say I know what I'm doing with them?
Do they need specific types of plants around them in order to survive?
Yeah, well, something that they can pollinate. And, you know, it's from, it's good to plant, you know, what I planted stuff that, you know, okay, it blooms in the spring, and then there's other stuff that blooms in the summer, and then there's other stuff that blooms, you know, like in the late summer. So they've always got something going on. But they hibernate. They hibernate in the winter.
No kidding, it's
Yeah.
like bears.
Yep.
So when you're in Vail and you have obviously really cold weather in the winter, what do? They just shut down and stay in the hive and don't move?
Well, I don't have bees in Vail yet, and I'm going to try to figure out how to do that. But I mean, just like cattle, you know, you winter them down in the lowlands. So I haven't found a place to have bees go where there, you know, there's less snow. But I'll figure something out because it's something I love doing.
So I've never been. It's a rare land, the land of wood.
It smells like money.
Does it?
Yeah.
Out here?
Yeah.
Really? It smells like white people, where white people come to free. Hank Shaw, ladies and gentlemen, we're live! Hank Shaw said Woodland Hills smells like money. You gotta go to Beverly Hills, it smells like diamonds.
They don't let people like me in there.
They don't? Come on, man, you're respectable.
Hey, no problem. Send me
Chef, how do you go from being a political...
maybe go to my channel and click to to go to my Facebook and send me a message on Facebook, and I can tell you what to do to set up your channel.
And voting and chaos and everything that's going around. The Russians are attacking. All this stuff that's going on right now. What does this feel like to you?
It feels so good to not be doing this job anymore. So good.
I see this guy Deepak has a big channel. He's got a lot of videos, and it's easy to do.
Columnist and author. After a while, you gotta realize you're fucking.
This guy Deepak, he's probably got a lot of viewers.
It
used to be, when we got into it for 18 years. Wow. I got into it because, I got into it, the essence of politics with people of different kinds of backgrounds and persuasions, different regions, would all meet in a room, like the Capitol, or state Capitol of Congress, and solve a problem somehow. So it was all about compromise and debate and dealing and that kind of stuff, which is inherently fascinating when you're reporting. Who's oxygen recording? Who's going to win this? And
Yeah, you can record it as long as you have a Android phone, and if you install YouTube for gaming application, you sign in with your YouTube channel ID, and that's it. You can record your screen.
kind of a former Republican guy, W. Direct kind of guy. And he hated FARC and wanted to get rid of all the earmarks in the transportation bill. As you the transportation bill is what they call Christmas.
Yes, you can stream from your screen.
An ornament on top of the tree so that they can go home to their district and say, look what I got. So Bud Schuster of Pennsylvania was the head of the transportation committee back then. So Bud would shut the door. Anybody in the transportation committee was one of Bud's boys. You weren't a Republican, you weren't a Democrat, you weren't Bud's boys. And so they all played game like this. And so, except for my guy would come out and hold press releases saying, oh, it's terrible, this is corruption, blah, blah, blah. Nah, that's how the game is played. Everybody gets a little piece. So it comes out and the bill passes over Frank's dead body, basically. And he holds a press release, or a press conference talking about how terrible it was. And I'm coming out of this press conference, and one of Bud Schuster's aides comes and says, hey, check out page, I can't remember, it was page 123 of the bill. So I did, and in there was a line item that gave the residents of Bud Schuster's congressional district a free pass to drive the Pennsylvania Turnpike for X number of years. So basically, anybody who lived in Bud's district didn't have to pay tolls for, I think it was 2 years. Awesome.
That's ridiculous.
Well, there was a reason, because the road that most of those people took to work there was going to be construction on it for like the next 2 years.
Oh, well, that's fairly reasonable then.
You could justify it in front of the court of law, it's not completely. But, cases were like, yeah, check out page 423, stuck something in there.
It's still going on too. That's what's so bizarre, that even in this age of transparency, they're still like stacking stuff in, sliding things into bills.
And there's very few people watching.
I'm gonna post my links to my Facebook.
Even if something does get in, there's gonna be some new scandal tomorrow. Kanye West gonna be visiting Trump at the Trump Tower, and you're not gonna think about the bill anymore.
Exactly.
There's too much to pay attention to, Hank Shaw. Which is why I find it fascinating that you went from that world to much more of an artistic pursuit of being a chef. And that's something that I've really come to appreciate over the last 10 years or so. And I credit the initial push to watching No Reservations when Anthony Bourdain's show was on the Travel Channel, because I always love food. I like eating. Everybody does. But I never really thought of food.
Dietitians don't like eating.
Which ones?
Registered dietitians.
They don't?
They don't like eating.
Well, they don't like the pleasure aspect of it. They want everybody to just there's a fucking guy that I know. It's like, I don't eat for taste, I eat for performance. He eats oatmeal with water and he doesn't heat it up. Get the fuck out of here, you asshole. There's people that you're missing the point. You can do both, stupid. But the point being that I thought of food as being great. This tastes good, I like this. I didn't think of it as an art. And then when I watched Anthony Bourdain's show, when he would have this like great reverence for these people that he would visit, who were these real artists, and they would put together these amazing dishes, and the enthusiasm and the passion that he had for describing it made me like super excited about it. And then I started realizing, oh wow, I never thought about it like this. This is an art form. This is just an art form, like, you know, in a way that you would like make a sandcastle. You know, it's not gonna last forever. You're making a meal. You need to take a photo of it.
It is not unlike stand-up comedy.
In a lot of ways.
It's performance art.
Yeah.
It lasts for as long as you're in the restaurant or as long as you're in that comedy hall.
Yeah, if like you couldn't record comedy where like you could record a meal and film it like on Anthony Bourdain's show, and I can't appreciate it at home, but I could watch you if you did stand up and I laughed at home. I don't have to be there.
That's true.
It serves more people, but in the sense the same way. Like if there was no recordings, it would be kind of very similar in a lot of ways, but shared with larger groups of people.
Right. I mean, and in cooking, when you bring it up to that kind of a level, and I hesitate to use the word artist with cooks and
It
chefs.
sounds pretentious, right?
We're artisans. We're craftsmen.
That's an artist too. Like, what's the difference?
Well, okay, so there are some people who will say that my cooking leaves you with a deep feeling of whatever, you know, ennui or happiness or joy or farts or whatever. And like, no, we're cooking good food. We are buying product, we're making product in a way that will make you interested in it and will delight you in some way, shape, or form. And, you know, there's a very famous old Spanish chef whose name escapes me. It's at the end of every Michelin-starred meal ends with good shit. So
That's a great way of looking at it.
I just don't want to take myself that seriously.
Well, good for you. But that's the same thing as comedians. Like, my comedy changes worlds, changes minds. It influences. I'm an influencer. I think it's important to get my message out there and use my platform. No, dude, you're joking. You're making people laugh, ultimately. Well, comics are freed from that today in this very unique form because of the internet and because of podcasts. So because of podcasts, comics, if you have actually something that you want to say that is not necessarily funny, you can do that now. Because podcasts are so open-ended, there's no real structure to it. Whereas, like, if you go on stage, and people did for the longest time, they would go on stage and rant about the government or about abortion or about crime or whatever, and it would be not funny, and they would feel like it was something that was important, so it had to be discussed, even though it was discussed in this weird forum where people go and pay to see comedy, and you're not giving them comedy, you're ranting. And it was almost like respected under like some snobbish sort of sect of stand-up comedy fans and practitioners. It was a real weird time. I blame Bill Hicks. Do you know who Bill Hicks is? Yeah. Bill Hicks did it perfectly, but the way he did it, have a lot of people that imitated it to the point where there's a famous comedy club in Georgia called The Punchline that went under, and it had a back room, the green room where the comics would hang out, and everybody wrote on the walls. And one section of this wood panel wall said, "Quit trying to be Hicks." And Jamie, the owner, says he's going to get me that because they tore it down. They saved those pieces.
Yeah, I mean,
put
it's,
it up in here somewhere.
you can, by all means, make a statement, but make it funny.
Yeah, man, that's where it's hard. It's hard to do that. But so some people like took the shortcut. They just wanted to be self-righteous.
It's hard to do molecular gastronomy and make it actually soulful.
Molecular gastronomy is what he's calling cooking, ladies and gentlemen.
Not my cooking, but that's tweezers, foams, spherification, calcium lactate, all that kind
Yeah,
of
what is that all about? Like, some people go too deep, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of the opposite. You're like, one of the things that I really enjoyed about seeing some of your dishes, that you like to cook things, like say if you're cooking like a wild pork loin, you want to use a lot of the ingredients that are in the area where that animal lives.
Yeah, I'm not the first person to do that, but it's one of the things that I do a lot. What goes together in the field or in the water or in the seashore or whatever, almost always will go together on the plate. So, I mean, I've done such weird stuff as, you know, like a grouse hunting. What were the grouse eating? You can tell what was in the crop. And like, I'll never forget, there was this moment in, we were in North Dakota hunting sharp-tailed grouse. And the grouse had all been eating rose hips. So I'm like, gotta make a rose hip glaze on these Sharpies.
Rose hip glaze? What does rose hips taste like?
They're a little bit like, Well, they're loaded with vitamin C, so they have that kind of acidy twang to them. But they're like, imagine a cross between a watermelon and an orange. It's something like that.
That's what rose hips taste like?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just buy rose hips at a store and eat them?
Because the center of a rose hip is what they used to make itching powder out of.
That's what it looks like, Jamie?
Oh, look at that.
That's a rose hip?
Mm-hmm.
It's a fruit.
It is. It's the end of the rose, and I mean that's what the rose becomes. And there's a variety called yeah.
How the fuck do I not know this? I have roses.
Well, they don't always get pollinated.
Oh.
So when they get pollinated, the best one is called a rugosa rose, and it's a coastal rose. It lives in beaches and dunes, and the rose up there is like the size of a cherry pepper. It's like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's something a solid, $50 size. If people don't know $50. It's that big, and it's juicy like a sweet pepper. But you don't eat the center, because the center is what they used to make itching powder out of.
Itching powder? Oh, Jesus Christ. So it's like one of
So you
those
kind of eat around the edges.
blowfish that can kill you? Like that type of deal?
But it just
Not that
sucks.
bad, but
It's
it's
just
like,
like,
oh no, but the outside's yummy.
yeah.
Well, how bizarre. Put that photo up again. I literally had no idea that they looked like that.
Yeah. See,
So
those-
that center part is nasty.
Right, so you eat
Looks
around
nasty.
it. Now, if it dries and you, so what I make a rose hip puree, so I'll get that kind of rose hip and dry it, and then you rehydrate it, and then you boil it just so that it gets soft, and then you run it through a food mill, so only the red flesh comes through, and all the seeds stay in the food mill, and you get this incredibly amazing looking paste that looks exactly like tomato paste, but it's like concentrated rose hip flavor,
Oh,
and it's ridiculously good.
wow. And what is that back there? Back that up one, Jimmy. That's like a puree or something. Is that like how they would make that? You would grind that up in some sort of a way?
It's probably the extract. I mean, they make jellies out of it a lot, and the Swedes and Norwegians make fruit soups out of it.
How did I not know this? This is so. I really thought rose hips were somehow or another like a rose leaf.
Mm-mm.
I thought you'd take like because I know those things must taste good because deer eat them like crazy.
Oh yeah.
They like my friend's wife was like, oh, I love animals. It's so cute. We have deers in the yard. Then she
I know
started
where this is
planting.
going.
They all go the same way. They started planting the roses. The deer can't beat the roses. She's like, these fucking cunts need to die.
Kill them.
She's out there
Kill
with a
them
crossbow.
all. Kill them all.
Yeah, so his wife like literally wants to murder these deer because they're killing her flowers. It's fun.
It's like, oh, honey, we need a tag.
Yeah, and she's gonna try to get a tag from Malibu.
Oh, Malibu. Lots of luck.
I know Malibu just granted a stay, a pardon on that mountain lion who's been killing all the alpacas up there. I don't know if you ever heard that story.
No, but it's awesome.
It's a fascinating story because there's a mountain lion. His name is P45. He's actually been collared, and they know who he is. They know he's an active radio caller, so they know it's him. And he's just murking these alpacas. He killed, what is it, 11 alpacas and one
That's the
goat.
stupidest, slowest deer I've ever chased.
In a cage. He just hops the fence and has a slaughter fest. I mean, he's not even eating them. He's just fucking them up. You know, I think he's plenty of food up there. He just decided to eat them because or kill them because they were there. And so they decided that they could pass a depredation permit on him. So they're going to kill him. And so then there's this outrage. And the woman who owns the alpaca farm apparently was like really scared because she was like, I just wasn't prepared for the vitriol.
Mm-hmm.
And so now she doesn't want it killed. She's not going to use the depredation order. She instead wants someone to take it away and put it somewhere else.
It's probably up in NorCal where I live, where I've seen 5 mountain lions wandering around in the wild. I mean, they're around.
Oh, there's a lot. There's one today.
Big kitties.
There's one today, a video they put up of this guy in his home, looks out on his front porch, and there's a fucking mountain lion killing a deer on his front porch. It was just put out today. Did you see it, Jimmy? You see that one? It's crazy. I mean, it's in a suburban neighborhood. It's a big cat, too, and it's just dragging this deer on his front porch. Like, whoa, Jesus Christ. Here it is. Like, this is this guy's security. The mountain lion was caught on camera Thursday attacking a deer at a resident's front porch in San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Yes. Watch, look at this. And this is fucking San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Yeah. And it's dragging the deer away. This is crazy.
Okay, that's amazing because, I mean, both of us have been to San Francisco. That thing must be living in Golden Gate Park.
Well, the
Or
crazy thing
it
is,
came up from the peninsula, there was a fair bit of habitat for it.
it's very strange what they're able to do and how they're able to move around. They're just so smart. Oh, the deer had been eating Rose.
See?
Fuck them.
Oh man.
Sometimes you gotta pay rent.
That's the mountain lions hired by the fucking Rose owners to jack the deer. Yeah, it's amazing how they can get around. They killed a giant one in Santa Monica in someone's backyard. Santa Monica was like deeply populated, and this guy called up, I don't know, the police I guess, and said, hey, there's a fucking giant mountain lion in my yard, and they couldn't figure out how to get it out of there, so they killed it. It was, 150-pound cat in Santa Monica, just wandering
That's pretty
around.
big. They get bigger.
Did they big? Really?
200.
Did they get two? God,
Oh, yeah.
that's a giant.
Big kitty. You see them in like Utah.
Well, I was listening to this podcast yesterday where they were talking about spotting jaguars in Arizona. They're spotting them more and more lately. Apparently, they've spotted a couple of them now.
And in in Texas too. In the
Really?
very southern part of Texas.
It's so interesting. It's like part of you is like, yeah, that's cool. They're coming back. They're part of them's like, wait, it's cool as long as there's only a couple of them.
Right.
You don't want too many jaguars running around where the kids are playing, folks.
It's like sea lions. I have nothing against sea lions.
Hi, what's up?
There aren't enough great white sharks to make the sea lion population kind of normal. So we're just blitzed with sea lions up in Northern California.
Have you ever seen the video that they took of people right on Fisherman's Wharf?
It took his mahi-mahi.
It's no. They're killing seals.
got it,
sea lions.
bro.
Like
They're killing seals on Fisherman's Wharf?
giant, huge sharks.
Oh, sharks?
Murking these sea lions right next to the Fisherman's Wharf. So these people are there filming,
I
and
didn't
then
see that.
while
Yeah.
they're hanging out, here it is, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is
These people are hanging out, and they're like, yeah, well, we're just gonna, oh shit, boom. And look at all the blood in the water. I mean, and they all come to the side of the edge to look over the edge of the dock. And I guess this is a security camera that's on this boat that's filming this, but I mean, look at all the fucking blood. That is
Another warm-blooded
crazy.
mammals.
Yeah.
This one's rapidly cooling. So I've caught all kinds of sharks. You see where that powerboat is in the background? Go about 150 yards towards Alcatraz, or actually that's towards England. And there are 7 gill sharks, big 7 gill sharks that live in that channel.
What's 7 gill sharks? A different type of shark?
It is. It's a really, really primitive kind of shark. They're actually quite tasty. And you'll have one a day, and they cruise the bottom in the deep channels in San Francisco Bay. It's actually one of the best places to catch them outside of New Zealand.
How deep is that?
Can be over 100.
So you just troll at the bottom, or you just drop a line down?
You either anchor up or you bounce the bottom.
Oh, wow, what a cool looking shark.
Yeah, they're crazy looking.
Wow, they do look really primitive. It's interesting, sharks, because of the whole shark fin soup controversy,
Which is not good, by the way, if you've ever had it.
I have that.
I had it once and I'm like, bleh, no thank you.
Oh man.
I mean, it wasn't anything that I think you should slaughter sharks for.
Precisely.
Especially not just the fin, like it's so bizarre.
It's the worst.
There's so much meat on a shark that
It's the worst,
But what I was going to say is that there's this new sort of liberal knee-jerk reaction to sharks, that now you're not supposed to kill sharks. So there was I think it was the mayor of New York City, or was it the governor, that caught a thresher shark. And it's not an endangered species, it's a totally legal fish to catch.
And you'll see them at fish markets.
And he caught it and cooked it, and people just jumped on the outrage train and started getting angry that he was killing endangered sharks. And everyone's like, whoa. This is not, we're not making shark fin soup. We're not some gigantic Chinese commercial fishing vehicle. Right. But here it is. New York governor in hot water over shark food.
And that's a legal thresher too.
It's totally legal. Yeah. It's a fish. I mean, it's not a fish, it's a shark, but it's no different. I mean, that's what it is.
I mean, I get that a lot because I fish for leopard sharks in San Francisco Bay and Tomales Bay every year. They're delicious. They're fantastic. And I get the same reaction, but I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, they're a species of least concern if you look at all the fish monitoring things and whatever. And we're keeping them the whole season. And because they can get reasonably big, and it's the common shark that lives up there, and everybody. I think that when you get down to it, is Americans are not really good at nuance,
right?
And it's like, oh, well, one shark's endangered, so they all must be endangered. It's like, no.
Well, there's a very cursory glimpse at the facts and what they're gonna get outraged at before they decide to pull the outrage chute. They're just like, pull it, he's got a shark, pull it,
Yep.
outrage. They don't, I mean, there's not enough time in the day to really pay attention to all the different animals that are being consumed and what you should be concerned with and whatnot. So I think I read somewhere that sharks are endangered, and he's got a shark. Hey man, fuck you! And they
Precisely.
just, meanwhile they have a
Precisely.
fillet of fish in their stomach. You know, they were eating fries cooked in beef fat as they were on the way over there.
Which are good, by the way.
Yeah, they're great. But these leopard sharks, now what is the difference in, like, I've had mako, it's the only shark I've ever eaten. What would you say a leopard would
It's
be?
pretty dramatically different because makos and threshers are much more like swordfish. So if I or swordfish, sturgeon, makos, and threshers all kind of are in the same culinary bucket. They're like a steak.
Like a thick meat.
Yeah.
I like that. A lot of people don't though, right?
Some people don't, but
Yeah.
it's, no accounting for taste. But a leopard shark, which you have down here in SoCal, leopard shark is super, super white. It's very dense. It's a little bit more like grouper. Is how I would describe it.
Interesting.
It's an amazing. Now, I mean, there's a trick to it. So if you're going to fish for these fish, you need to have ice on board, and you need to basically catch the fish, you kill the fish, and then you gut the fish right there, and then you get them on ice because sharks, skates, and rays effectively pee through their skin. So if you don't gut the fish right after you kill it, you get this buildup of uric acid in the meat, and it's basically your fish fillet is going to smell like ammonia, which nobody likes.
So that's interesting. The skates and rays are the same as well, huh?
So all three, I think, if I have to remember, they're I forget, it's elasmomorphs or something. I forget it's cartilaginous fish.
Now, the variations in sharks, that's a very extreme variation, the difference between like a grouper and a swordfish, which is like a real thick, meaty. What accounts for that? Do you know? Diet.
Yeah, leopard sharks like crabs, crustaceans, shellfish, that sort of thing. Although they actually really, really dig this nasty little fish called a midshipman, which is it looks like the ugliest catfish you've ever seen. And here's a pro tip for you. The best bait to catch a leopard shark is what was ever in the previous leopard shark's stomach. Just bait your hook up with whatever was in its stomach, and then you absolutely catch a leopard shark.
Huh, and this is
That's the midshipman, yeah.
midshipman.
Yeah.
What a strange looking fish.
And well, the other good thing about them is not only do the sharks love them, but they stay in the hook forever.
Are they like a thick outer shell or something?
Yeah, there's.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and see the luminescent dots on the bottom? That's pretty cool.
Wow, what a cool looking thing. How big do those things get?
Well, not like that.
That's it. That's about big. So they're essentially just little tiny baby fish.
Yeah. I mean, they can get maybe 10 inches long. Maybe.
What a cool looking fish, though. That's so prehistoric looking.
There's a little ray. Back
Go-
to the skate.
Yeah, go back to that other thing again. Yeah. Look at that thing. That's so
Yeah, there's little
bizarre.
bioluminescent dots underneath it.
So in deep water, that thing, that's all visible?
Yep. It's like racing stripes on one of those tricked out sports cars, you know, like in Nissan Maxima.
Like my sneakers. Like if you ran, these are these things like you see them at night.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that perfect reflect. So that's well, that actually is like luminescent though. It's not that it reflects light.
Yeah.
It actually exudes light. Right. That's for sure. See, that's I am as fascinated by the ocean as any other part of the world, and I just think it's so incredible that we've only explored like 90. I think
2% or something
Yeah.
ridiculous like
I
that.
think 90-something% is
Is unknown.
unexplored.
I mean,
It's so strange.
yeah, there you go.
Look at that thing.
But it's funny, I mean,
Wow.
I'm known as the game guy, right? But
Mhm.
I've spent most of my life dealing with fish and shellfish and seafood. And I only started hunting when I was 30.
That's interesting. Yeah, adult onset hunting is what you call it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you cook something like a shark or anything that's controversial, anything along those lines, do you feel like you have to preface it with some sort of an explanation that this is not an endangered species and that there's a giant misconception and this is no different than eating a tuna, or
I usually put a
Wow.
paragraph or something in there to say,
when you're writing something?
yeah,
down?
you be like, hold on, people, this is not, it's not a white shark, it's not, it's not an endangered species at all. I mean, it's just, and I'll usually put a link to the where it says, it's IUCAN. It's the International Union of Concerned Writers. And
Bam.
basically it's the marker that shows what's endangered, what's threatened, what's a species of least concern. And, even then, if you think about it, our bag limit for leopard sharks in the San Francisco Bay is 3 a day, and we typically do a self-imposed limit of only 2 a day, and we almost never keep females.
When you say we, meaning you and your friends?
No,
that you fish
meaning
with?
most of the commercial fishing fleet, and like so, if you take a charter in the
You
bay,
mean commercial, like recreational?
yeah, like charter boats. They're typically like, do you need 3 fish? Like you can have 3 fish, but it's sort of strongly encouraged. Just
Oh, that's cool.
just take the 2. And we're gonna throw these big giant females back because a lot of times, especially this time of year, we can have pups because they give birth to a lot of young.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to open up a shark that's got little pups inside. It's just wrong.
Have you ever seen that, is it an X-ray or a sonogram of sharks with the baby sharks in their stomach?
No, I've never seen it.
Well, most people don't know probably that sharks do what you say. They have live young inside of them.
Yep.
But they're like these, I put it up on my Instagram. It's so crazy looking that it looks fake. It's like they're little monsters living inside this other shark's body. See if you can find it.
Well, if you look at a human fetus,
Look at
it
this.
has 4 days.
Look at that. Look at his mouth going open.
Oh yeah.
But there's images of it that's better, Jamie. There's some, that's, you can get a look at what it looks like. I mean, that's fucking crazy. I mean, that's what that, and some of them eat their fellow brothers and sisters inside the womb. Like, they'll eat the weaker ones.
That's why you shouldn't have more than 5 kids.
What the fuck? How do they eat? And they're eating inside a womb. Like, what kind of a monster is a shark that they can eat while they're in the womb and they have teeth already? They have fangs.
Well, human babies have teeth when they're born. Don't they?
No.
No, that's right, they don't.
No. You don't have kids, do you?
Nah.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
He skated through. You passed the breeding point.
I'm pretty sure
You
I
got
have.
through. How old are you now?
45. Or 46.
Did you come close at any time?
Not that I know of.
No?
No.
Good for you. There's plenty of fucking people. That's one thing people with kids will try to tell you, that everybody needs kids. Like, I have kids. Let me tell you something. Everybody needs kids. There's plenty of people. You can be a wonderful contributing member to our culture and society without reproducing.
Yep.
It's nonsense.
It's not everybody's path.
But one thing about babies is they don't eat other babies while they're in the womb.
They know of.
They do absorb them though, don't they? Like some weird twins. Oh, there's weird Siamese twins. The one twin will absorb the other one, and they'll sound like a tooth on the baby's
Oh
head.
yeah, I've heard about that. I think it's called a dermoid.
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
Be a good name for a kid. What's your name? Dermoid.
But there are a lot of meals now that people look down upon, and that's becoming one of them, like sharks. Sharks
Squirrel.
is becoming one of them. Squirrel's another one.
Squirrels mostly urban people like to make fun of rural people for eating squirrels. It's a sign of like, oh, you must be a hick.
Well, if you go to there's a park in North Hollywood that near where I used to live, and you can go there and feed them peanuts. It's kind of cool. They come right up to you. You just lay down. As long as you lay down, the squirrels will literally lay down and hold up a peanut, and the squirrels will literally come up to you and take a peanut. And people feel bad about that. Like we have weird rules about what animals we like and what animals we don't. Because if there was a rat that came over and took your peanut, you'd be freaking out. And there's not a whole lot of difference between a squirrel and a rat.
It's the tail, dude.
Yeah, the
People
tail's
get
so
freaked out.
fluffy and adorable, and it sticks up, and it looks like it's talking to you.
Tree rat with good PR.
Tree rat with good PR, and something about fuzziness will let them in. Come on in, come on in. As long as you eat just plants, you know, which is not true apparently. There's a video of a squirrel they caught eating some sort of a mammoth mouse or something like that.
They eat eggs all the time too.
Do they? Like ground nesting birds' eggs?
No,
or
well,
they go in the tree?
Tree, yeah.
Oh, wow. There it is. Look at this. Look at this fucking squirrel eating this mouse like
That
it's a
reminds me of that
sandwich.
Monty Python rabbit.
This is so crazy. Like, how
Well,
often does this happen?
You know, ground squirrels in California. There are guys. I haven't done it, but there are guys who go out and shoot ground squirrels.
Keep that up.
Like when you shoot Louis, Joe comes out of his hole and grabs Louis and eats him.
Oh, Jesus.
Ah, it's a little horrible. It's like,
Like instantaneously they just started.
I never liked you anyway. You know, I mean, it's just horrible.
There's a ranch that I go to, Tejon Ranch.
Oh yeah.
And Tejon Ranch, one of the guys who's a guide there, told me that the biomass, this is a morbid scene.
It
The
is.
squirrel, we're sitting here talking while this squirrel is eating intestines.
It's pretty much
from this
eating
mouse.
the entire mouse.
Oh my god, he's going off too. The biomass of ground squirrels. Is he a ground squirrel? He must be, right? He looks like it with his little squirrely tail.
It does look like a ground squirrel.
Yeah. Squirrely little bastard. The biomass of ground squirrels is more than any other animal on the ranch. It's 270,000 acres with mountain lions, deer, elk, pigs, and there's more weight of ground squirrels than anything else.
It's pretty, and I would love to be able to tell you that, yeah, they're delicious, but they tend to carry bubonic plague.
Oh.
Which does not make them good eats.
Yeah, you can eat regular squirrels, but you can't eat ground squirrels?
Tree squirrels, yes, ground squirrels, no.
What is the difference in the species? Are they interchangeable? Are they hybrids ever?
No, they're totally different species. And the western gray tree squirrel is really, really big. He's over 2 pounds, and he's kind of a slate gray. And it's quite good eating squirrel. There used to be a very high limit on them here in California, but when Southeast Asian immigrants, the Hmong, came, so the Hmong are very fond of squirrel hunting. And so it was a big thing what they did back in Southeast Asia. And so when they got here, they're like, sweet, all these.
Oh man, big mistake.
The limits were 10 in the 70s and early 80s, and now they're just 4, which is fairly low. For example, in some of the Appalachian states, it's 10.
So that's interesting. The Hmongs, I've heard that they're a big hunting community.
Yeah. No, the recent immigrants to this country, the 2 most huntingest groups are the Hmong and Russians.
Interesting.
And when I say Russians, I mean sort of very, Russians, Ukrainians, Moldovans.
Right. Do they have a preference for like what they go after?
Well, I know the Russians have been putting a herd on our sturgeon up north.
Sturgeon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's mostly poaching, and Fish and Game's having a hard time getting a handle on it.
Now, do they like sturgeon for the caviar or for the meat?
The caviar.
Oh.
So
how do you? But that would have to be a female. So how do you differentiate when you're catching them?
Well, you can. They're pretty slow. They're pretty calm, slow fish, so it's pretty easy to determine if it's a male or a female. And if it's, it'll look sort of, they call it crap. But
oh, such a loser.
And the other thing is, they're almost always overcooked. So we're allowed 3 a year in California legally, and they have to be, I think it's 40 to 60 inches from the fork of the tail. That might be slightly off, but that's basically
the legal size. How hilarious is that? Legal size is 40 inches. Oh, yeah, have to catch something 40 inches. Well, that's a big ass fish.
Record's, I think, 8.5 feet long.
Wow, in California?
Yeah, it's either 8 or 10. It's huge. The state record was caught by a dude in Vallejo. He caught it in the Carquinez Straits in I want to say the 80s. We're judging by the haircut.
Now, where are they? Are you catching them in deep water? Like, how do you catch a sturgeon?
You can catch them in Sacramento. You can catch them in Teresa. You can catch them in the Delta.
Are they in rivers? Like, what are they in?
Yeah, they're in rivers. And then they go out in the bay.
Wow.
But the general place you're going to fish for them is going to be the Delta, out of Antioch, out of Santa Bay, that kind of area.
Now, these sturgeon are they biting the hooks or are you snagging them?
No, they're biting hooks.
What do they get? What do they feed?
So, depending on who you talk to, there's a friend of mine named Jay Lopes who runs a guide service there. He's a specialist in sturgeon. He really loves cured salmon roe.
Ah.
So, and he's got some special thing that he does with the salmon roe. But some people use ghost shrimp, some people use cut herring. They'll eat all kinds of stuff.
The largest freshwater fish on record for California is a white sturgeon caught by Joey Pilata.
Yep, Joey Pilata. I knew it was the 80s.
You knew it. The huge fish weighed an amazing 468 pounds. Whoa, that's a big fucking fish, man. That's amazing. That's amazing.
The story of that fish is pretty hilarious too, because he was working and he cut off work at, so I think it was in June or July. Yeah, so it was still light out late, so he caught this fish after work and he couldn't get the damn thing in, so he's like, it's dragging him all around the Carquinez Straits, and I guess he gets on another boat, like mid-catch, and it was a bigger boat that could actually control it because the sturgeon was just dragging them up and down. And it's just the story. If you can find the story, it's just hilarious.
Is that it? Wow, look at the size of it.
And it is a story that will, and that fish will never be broken because that would be an illegal fish right now.
Why is it illegal?
Because you're not allowed to land anything bigger than 60 inches from the fork of the tail.
Oh, wow. Well, how the fuck are you gonna measure that? Like, what if it's like, you're like, hold on, get the fish close, let me get out the ruler.
Oh man.
If it's close,
You just cut the line.
well, now if it's close, you can. They're really survivable fish. They don't die easy. So you can. I think you bring them on board. You bring them on board, measure them, and then throw them back.
Huh. Now, is that a good fish to eat outside of the roe?
I love sturgeon.
How do you eat it?
Sturgeon, again, I would say if you've never eaten sturgeon, imagine swordfish.
Oh,
It's a lot.
no kidding.
It's a signature dish of Sacramento cuisine, actually. So if you go to restaurants in Sacramento, you will see sturgeon all over our menus.
People don't know about Sacramento. Sacramento is so different than California in terms of like how
It is.
LA people think or San Diego people think. Sacramento might as well be like Iowa. I'm saying in a bad way. I mean in terms of like the hunting and fishing and the outdoors people and the.
It's more like the Twin Cities.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, like Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So here's a stat for you that my girlfriend Ollie just told me as she was doing some research for a piece that she was working on. 95% of California are urban. 95% of California is rural.
Ooh,
isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Wow.
And over a third of the state is public land.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's remarkable, and it's it's why I stay here.
That whole public land, private land thing is something that I had literally no knowledge of, no interest in, never discussed.
Man.
And when Ranella started
Tough decision.
explaining to me the difference between public land and private land and how it was all put in place by Teddy Roosevelt and all the conservation that was done in the 1800s and how much resistance was behind it. And he actually talked about it pretty in depth in a podcast we did here a couple of weeks ago. And I can't believe it took me until I was like 45 until I heard about it.
Actually, Steve's got a really good example of why you might not necessarily have to. Because he was talking about he used to live in Brooklyn. Weirdly.
Yeah. Well, his wife was working
Right,
there.
I know.
Yeah. That's when I met him. He was there.
It's still kind of odd, but
It is.
because he's about as Michigan as you get.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, well, everybody in New York City knows can cite you chapter and verse the subway lines.
Mm-hmm.
No one who doesn't have reason to has any reason to know about the subway lines. So when somebody who lives in rural Montana or whatever says, well, haven't you ever, this issue with public land, blah, blah, blah. Well, if I live in New York City, I don't have to know. It's just, like we were saying at the beginning of this, it's like there's too many things to look at. There's too many distractions in our world right now, and it makes it hard.
Alright, I'm done for today. Thank you everyone for watching, and subscribe to my channel. Send me a request if you wanna play when I stream live. Thank you for your time. Thank you.